morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching and or listening to this, I want to welcome you to a celebratory episode of the Gaming Circle podcast. The podcast where it looks like I'm missing a co-host. But nah, we're not missing a co-host. You know how he likes to do. He likes to be fashionably late and so. But guess what? We have a great guest to start this show off with. Of course, I'm your host, K Asante, Mr. TKO Asante on the Xbox, the PlayStations, and all the places you want to find me. And this week, I am joined by Mr. the Lieutenant. If we have the commander of the Hold the Line movement, we have the lieutenant of the Hold the Line movement for us as our first guest, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hargeet Channi. Good morning, sir. How you doing on this auspicious occasion?
I'm great. Yesterday was a fun day. We had a lot of fun and party chats, and we were on Boom's podcast. You were in there, right? And everyone couldn't make it, unfortunately. But yeah, we've been talking about ABK and enjoying all the stuff that's going to be coming next, right? Conjecture. Indeed. What do we get from this, and when does it happen, and all that fun stuff?
all the madness, and I suspect there will be a lot more madness today. I see folks already in the chat, already lively. Thank y'all for being here. We're gonna get your Saturday started off properly. Ooh, it looks like we may have lost him out of nowhere. He's out, but don't worry, I'm sure we'll get him back soon enough. But yes, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. It's gonna be an amazing show. And
I hit the wrong button, and somehow it's like went away.
It happens. Yes, and of course, because this is going to be one of the shows to really remember for the ages. We have all guests showing up today, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
And we were talking about the Hold the Line movement. We're talking about people who are out here doing what they need to do, spreading the word of the community. Man, ladies and gentlemen, PostUp. What's going on, sir? I see you driving, man.
What's good, brother?
Driving.
Yes, sir. I'm taking care of business
real quick.
Yes, sir. I'm taking care of business, but I can come in and support this show, brothers. How y'all doing?
Oh, absolutely great, brother. Absolutely great. How you doing? I know this must be a very let's say busy time for you. What's going on?
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is, man. I was, collecting bodies, calling out names. It went very quiet. It was eerily quiet yesterday. It was, I couldn't find a pony in sight. Not around the corner. I checked up under the sofa and everything. I couldn't find nobody. Not in a space, not in a room, not on a tweet. They all disappeared mysteriously at the same damn time. I don't know what went on, but we definitely gonna talk about it. And
yesterday,
I'm excited.
There was no hooved hijinks, is what you're saying. No hooved hijinks.
one, the future had to pull it, but go sit down, y'all. Hey, but you know what? It's crazy because I was in a space with Jabari, and then I listened to a few clips from a few, PlayStation channels.
Yes, sir.
Now they understand the magnitude of what just happened. It took for the deal to go through for them to understand the magnitude and the impact this would have on Sony, on the industry, and Microsoft. Now they're worried. Now you should have been concerned a long time ago. What are we doing here, Kay? You should have been worried. You should have been worried a long time ago. But when the deal was
certainly worried.
Look,
Jim exit stage left before this whole thing exploded.
Let me tell you something. That email where they was playing it all cool was BS. It was BS. Understand what just went down. Understand. And what's for to go down over the next couple of months. And the next Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is about to drop. Xbox is going to celebrate that achievement. Right? You go into 2024, Hellblade 2 Avowed, another Call of Duty, Towerborn, other games that haven't been oh man, it's gonna get ugly.
and speaking of getting ugly, the man who I will concert, I will anybody can challenge me on this. The man who has earned his law degree in these last 22 months.
Facts.
Mr. Everborn Saga, what's going on, sir?
Listen, I'm trying to, because this feels like a cam day, so I'm trying to.
And he speaks and he gets. He's been. It says he's been denied. Yeah, you know. He likes to do it live, and because of that, mishaps. What are you gonna do? He'll be back. He'll be back. No worries. Salute to the 104 people already checking us out. Good morning. Thank you for checking out what will be a non-PG-13 slanderous episode of the Gaming Circle podcast. Hide your kids, hide your wives. I warn you now. Okay. I apologize.
Okay, that's all you had to tell me. Oh, we got to go.
We got to be a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit salty today, I'm sure.
Okay, Katie gave us the green light. He gave us the green light.
Some days we have no choice but to go left. It's gonna go left today. Gerald Mack in here early with a $5 super chat. He says, "This is the show you better than I can tell you. Generations for Xbox. Sony is playing lightweight games in the heavyweight world. Good luck for Sony." Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna get into the nitty gritty of what's gonna happen because I want to know thoughts and I want to know, I want to know. But yeah, man, there's some interesting times afoot, I suspect. So salute to you, Gerald Mack. Chael Walker also early in here with a $5 super chat. He says Halo Forge AI toolkit needs to be praised for what it's about to bring to the game.
I read up on that.
There's so much stuff coming.
Yes, sir.
Look,
I feel like they're drowning each other in news right now because this should have been a big hit. Yes, absolutely.
They tried to count Master Chief out. Pierre then went over there. They the clean house on all. Look, get up on that. All the OS. He went over there, clean house, got a team, and they is working. They are from Forge now. Forge AI. If you think Halo is dead, you better think.
They have lots of content dropping. A bunch of Halo 3 maps. There's all sorts of cool stuff coming in. We eventually are going to get that.
He's speaking to me with that. If you think Halo is dead stuff, because I say until I get my single player campaign, to me it's dead. I need a single player campaign.
I want to know what the next chapter is. Right? I hear you. I want to know what the next chapter is. Right? Who's doing it?
Remember,
what's happening?
Halo was alive with a single player campaign, and people kept hating on Halo, the multiplayer. Now Halo is alive again, and the multiplayer is alive, but the single player is dead. I want both. Give me both. Then I'll be with y'all.
You want some campaign DLC?
Or tell me you're doing something. Anything, right?
Look,
there's another Halo coming. Anything.
There you go, Hargeet. I don't need much, right? Give me a 4-hour experience that I pay $5 for. Give me a 10-hour experience. Give me something, right? Give me something.
I see what you're saying.
I'm happy to hear that he's alive, at least. That Halo is. At least. Did I drop him? That was my fault. That was my bad. It's going to be a slanderous show today. It's going to be ridiculous. There's going to be a lot happening. We just going to do what we do. It is what it is. Doovie with a $2 super chat. What's going on, Doobie? He says, time to advance the line now. Oh boy, that is a topic of conversation we're definitely going to have. We're going to be advancing the line on today's
pressure.
Oh, and by the way, Post, I'm going to mute you when you're not talking because it has a little bit of a line in there. If you want to chat, just unmute yourself. It's all good. So, Mr. Everborn Saga, welcome to the show, sir. It's a long time coming. Here we are. It's been a while. Feels like years in the making. And here we are. What is your opening salvo, sir? We're going to get into it properly. There's going to be a lot of talk. What's your opening salvo?
Oh, what a beautiful morning.
Are we channeling Anthony Umbra right now? Is that what we're doing?
Hey, listen. It's a great day. It is a great day to be on Team Green. In other words, the money team.
Okay. Okay. Now, so it's gonna be that type of show, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead.
It's that type of show, man. We 21 months or some such. We've been dealing with a bunch of fake narratives, crocodile tears, pearl clutching, walking across the street, fear mongering, disingenuous takes about how this is going to destroy the industry. And the only credible argument the only argument that all of this ever boiled down to is we don't like Microsoft, so they shouldn't be able to buy it. I want you to distill down every argument you've heard against this, framing it as an issue for competition. Tell me it didn't boil down to, well, we don't have a real reason, but we don't like Microsoft.
Yeah, big tech bad. That's where it started and where it ended. And there was no argument beyond it. And as such, that's why we thought it was ridiculous.
And now we'll see if they actually are serious about this when PlayStation makes a move. And PlayStation, the dominant market power, who has raised their prices, who has screwed the customer over and over again. Everything that the regulators are supposed to go after. Will they block them? Will they stop them from continuing to monopolize the industry? Not my words anymore. Now it's the U.S. government's words. Sony is a monopoly.
And so the other thing that I hear about all of this is, we have this idea that consolidation is bad, and it is, right? Well, mass consolidation, but I feel like, if all you have is a hammer, then everything is a nail. Right?
Absolutely.
And I feel like you have to be smart about these things. And now some consolidation is bad, but this is an industry that, as any industry matures, it will consolidate. It will shrink down into a certain number of players. And it could have gone down to 2 players. And it seems like everyone would have preferred that than to have 3 competitive players. In the market, right? And so
Absolutely.
At the expense of people paying more, having more walled gardens, people were preferring that as opposed to lowering the barrier of entry and increasing the number of platforms and customers served. But anyway, it don't matter because the deal's done. You can cry to your mama.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So hold on. This is going to be one of them shows. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, right now. If you don't like the salt, please. Next week's show is going to be good too. I'm sorry. But this week is going to be bananas. I've already warned
I think they might still be salty next week, but sure.
I already warned the public. Mr. Everborn Saga, I will warn you now. This is not going to be a PG-13 show because I cannot wrangle so many talents. I cannot wrangle all these opinions. I can't do it. So y'all gonna let it slip? And it's going, oh my God, the dude got the salt lick going already. This is gonna be one of them. Man, all right. But we're gonna try and start with some semblance of normalcy here on this show. And we will start with the games that we have been playing. Now, of course, Hargeet, you about them games and clearly also about the salt. Let me start with you, sir. And we don't have to go too far because there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to come in and out, and we're going to talk about the games as well. But for you, and if it's Starfield, it's Starfield. But what have you been playing, sir?
No, I finished the Starfield a while ago, and then I wanted to kind of just stop and wait for the DLC because I want to see what they do with it. So I've left that there. I played Like a Dragon Ishin. I finished that, and I highly recommend it. It's coming to Game Pass. It's either out or it's coming out next week or whatever, right? So it's coming out soon into Game Pass. I bought it. I bought it a while ago. So I finished that. And for those who, sorry, go ahead.
Ishin
is out.
Yeah. Is it on Game Pass? I don't know if it's in Game Pass yet, but it's supposed to be coming to Game Pass.
I'm just saying. I didn't know.
No, it's not. It's not on Game Pass yet.
Coming out.
Yeah, but it's coming on Game Pass pretty soon.
What me calling myself a Sega fan? Didn't know Inshin was out.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And we'll talk about another Sega game that just got some scores. But anyway, I'm sure
same
that'll be
score
a
as
topic.
Starfield.
Oh boy,
got the same score as Starfield. How'd that work out?
Oh boy.
So anyway, Ishin, for those who haven't played Yakuza, I recommend this game because it's not in the main timelines. It's something that just went out in the past, and it uses the same character models, but nothing to do with any of the mainline games. It'll give you a flavor of what Yakuza is like. So if you like Ishin, then I highly recommend go back to Yakuza 0, play through all of them. They're really, really good. It's a really good series. But this is a good way to get in it and see if you like that kind of gameplay. It's not turn-based. It's all action. It's everything. You have to do combos and stuff like that. It's all action. But it's a very mature storyline. It's
like Devil May Cry style action.
Not to that level. It's more Virtua Fighter kind of enhanced.
Okay.
It's Virtua Fighter enhanced, right? So and you get to learn more moves as you move along. And there are play styles that you can play with. So you can be more brawler, you can be more weapon, you can be this one actually has pistols as well, so you can have guns, right? So you can choose which gameplay you like or mix whichever, right? So but anyway, so really cool. The storyline was pretty good. So I'd recommend it for anybody that wants to try out what Yakuza's like. Try out Like a Dragon Ishin. It's coming to Game Pass. Give it a shot. And then most of the other ones I think are in Game Pass anyway. So if you like it, just start with 0. They're all in Game Pass, I think. So you can go ahead and try the whole series. Highly recommend.
Partnership is very deep, isn't it, Hargeet?
Oh, it is.
It's almost like they might as well join the family.
Persona is coming to Game Pass. I mean, there's lots of stuff. Anyway, but either way, so then I finished that, and then I decided to finish one of the games that was leaving Game Pass in a couple of days. Legend of Tianding. So I finished that. The other games I'd already either played and I didn't like or finished them already. So I wanted to get that, so I finished that game. So that's what I've been playing. I just finished that last night at like midnight while we were in party chats all talking about ABK.
Y'all are crazy, man. I hear people like playing till 4 in the morning, and people are just going nuts with the gaming right now. All right. Well, okay. So
4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, he was 4:30. 4:30. Post just left us. I'm sure Post will return, but in his stead, we got the great, the legendary KMega. What's going on, brother? How you doing this morning?
What up, gentlemen?
Good to have you
y'all
here,
be
man.
doing this so early, man. I woke up right? And then I was like, oh man, I remember what they were talking about, man. I said, man, let me go up here and grace these wonderful gentlemen, man, and say what's happening on this joyous occasion for us ex-bodyans out there all around, man. I had to come in and show my support. I know. And then I always felt bad for when I overslept when y'all had to invite.
Please,
I was like, oh man. So yeah, no, but man, it's good, man. It's good. It's a joyous day, man. Thanks for the invite for sure.
Appreciate you for being here, man. Appreciate you for being here. Of course, the legendary KMega. We walk on the shoulders of giants. And when you're able to join us, we appreciate you, sir.
Oh man,
people,
thank
I
you,
mean,
man.
come on now. I was gonna say, if people haven't seen his show or watched his channel, but come on, if you're here, you have seen and or watched his stuff. So we appreciate you for being here and continuing to show your support. Thank you so much. But you're here,
thank you.
And you're the guest. So let's ask you, what have you been playing? I know you're a fighting fan. You're always out there with your Fight Night Fridays. What are you doing these days?
Well, I right now I've been the Tekken. I got the update for the Tekken 8 it's beta, but it's not available yet. I'm waiting for that to come back. But man, just been playing Starfield, Forza. I was seeing this crazy Norvis mod for Skyrim, and I've never really got into Skyrim. So I was like, let me go ahead and download that. That thing is massive. Like that's almost 300 gigs. So you need a lot of space for it. So it got that, started playing a little bit of Skyrim. But yeah, pretty much, I've never really been a big Bethesda gamer. I love Wolfenstein. I like Fallout. But Starfield has got me to look more into their games. So, I definitely want to go back and check out some of their classics. Cause like I said, I bought Skyrim, but never really gave it an opportunity. So yeah, now I want to definitely try it out and everything like that. So those are the 3 games I've been playing. A little bit of Mortal Kombat 1, 2 sprinkled in on
Excellent. That MK1, I gotta get back to it because that campaign is next level, man.
It's dope.
It happened to drop among all these ridiculous amounts of games that you just can't step away from. But MK1 deserves a slot, this like dedicated time. Campaign alone, not to mention even the fighting updates and the tag teams and it's on the next another level. I know you appreciate that because you're a big
MK guy. Yeah, man. You know how much I love fighting games. I mean, this has been a fantastic year of fighters. And we're not done. I mean, Naruto comes out. Naruto Connections come out in November. The update to Killer Instinct, which I'm stoked about, comes out in Street Fighter. kind of kicked everything off. There's a fighter out there. It's a little cute fight. Yeah.
Speaking of the update coming for Killer Instinct,
yeah,
I've been on record, but I don't know if you heard me say it. So I think they actually bought Iron Galaxy and it fell under the radar notification. And
are we starting the tinfoil stuff early?
They don't have to tell anybody, right?
No, they don't.
I don't think they would have cost more than $100 million, which means you don't have to notify the regulators, and they only operate in the US, so there's no global thing. You don't got to tell the CMA or whoever else, and discovery is finished and all of that. And these things can happen all the time, right? And I say that because the head of acquisitions at the Xbox division put a little wink after they made the announcement that they're going to be working on the future of Killer Instinct, and then he deleted the tweet. But I got the receipt.
No, of course you do. This man got receipts.
We got the receipt. So
he's taking he's out there screenshotting pictures of Phil Spencer with artistic Sonic posters and things. He's keeping receipts, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's doing.
now we can also, and I'm sure this will come up later, we can also talk about the fact that Sega of Japan, of all days, yesterday decided they wanted to tweet out a picture of Sarabon and Phil Spencer coming to their booth at Tokyo Game Show, which happened like a month ago. Why would you tweet that yesterday?
Because we're on the topic of Sega, and because we're talking, it's a celebration, bitches. That's what we're doing here today. Right?
It's definitely a celebration.
But we gotta keep the boot on the neck as much as possible. So let's talk a little bit about Sonic. And to do that, I bring the person who's previewed Sonic, Mr. Parris Lilly. Welcome, sir.
Hey, Parris.
Let's go.
What's going on? Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You caught us right when he started. The ship was taking off about the glory of Sega and Sonic. Sir, please, of all of us on this stage, I think you have previewed a certain game, have you not?
I have. I've been playing
Game
Sonic
of the Year.
Superstars. No,
Game of the Year,
it's not the game of the year.
Okay.
No. See, I was coming in here to actually give Sonic some flowers.
Ooh,
but you're already being combative, so you're forcing me to now be negative about Sonic.
No, don't worry about what I said. I didn't say anything. I didn't say.
I didn't say nothing.
You just come with your flowers. I'm here. I'm shutting up.
Actually, I really enjoy the game. It's a lot of fun. It really is. Being serious for a second, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I mean, the scores are what, like 7s, 8s, or something like that. That's probably about right. It's probably
the scores
of
Starfield. Let's just call it the scores.
No, Starfield's a whole 10 points higher. I'm just saying.
But the scores seem fair. It's a fun time. It's a good game. People are going to enjoy it. I think probably my one real critique, I don't truly feel the speed of Sonic like I have in previous games. So I don't know, maybe that's something that can be tweaked, with patches down the road. But I think if anyone picks it up, they're going to enjoy their time with it. And there's obviously the co-op stuff you can do and all that too, which is fine. But I haven't really dived into that too much. But it's a solid game. It is. It is not Game of the Year. It is not going to sell more than Super Mario Brothers Wonder. So you can take that delusion and drive off.
Whatever you say.
Have you been able to play that, Paris? Have you had a chance to play Mario?
That's what I wanted to ask.
No, I have not. Dang. I have not. I will be picking that up day one.
So
I already pre-ordered it. The charge already went through.
What you're saying is Nintendo is trying to hide the game, and when you hide the reviews until
like they did with Tears of the Kingdom, wasn't it like one day before release or something?
Don't worry about that. We're not talking about.
So hold on.
I'm just saying.
So Parris,
usually
because you are the guest here, you are the guest here, I will cut this man's mic off and let you tell us. Besides Sonic, what other games have you been playing, sir? What other games have been keeping you busy this week that maybe the folks want to hear about?
There may or may not be a review that's coming out on Monday at 7 a.m. Pacific for a certain comic book superhero game that I've been playing. Yeah, I mean, obviously I can't say anything. We're under embargo, but Spider-Man 2, I've jumped back into Cocoon. And playing that, honestly, is one of the best games of the year. It's definitely the best puzzle game of the year.
Mind-blowingly
for sure.
amazing.
Is it? Would you call it this year's Death's Door?
Yeah. You're already ahead of me. That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. This reminds me of Death's Door, one of those games that came out of nowhere for me that just grabbed me, and I've just been enthralled.
Quality was at the top level from day one. Like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Great absolutely. Analogy, yeah, playing that. I've been dipping my toe because I've been playing so much stuff because of reviews, but I kind of dipped my toe. Man. Yeah.
It's just too many games. Way too many.
Truly too many. Like I may or may not be reviewing another game that I can't talk about yet, and I want to jump back into Sea of Stars.
Real quick, before you continue on Sea of Stars, now, because you said you may be reviewing a game that you may or may not talk about, I'm not saying this is what he's doing, but of course, I must thread this needle and say, hopefully it's a Banjo remake, because if it was, Mr. Boomstick would be super happy. Welcome, Boomstick. What's going on, buddy?
It is, first of all, what a joyous occasion. Second, obviously I work with Hargeet and Everborn and Asante and KMega. We haven't seen each other in a minute, brother.
It's been
Parris,
a minute.
It's great to be here with you. Not only are we Banjo brothers, I love the work that you've been doing in the community, brother. It has been inspiring, to say the least. And I literally just had a conversation with Asante. I was like, I remember when you and Danny first started up Gamer Tag Radio. And I remember I sent you the pictures of my surgery. The back spine surgery, and you guys had showed it literally on the show. I said, I cannot believe how much you guys got me through being able to listen to that while I was healing. So it's an honor, brother. It's an honor.
Oh no, I appreciate that, and yeah, we're all old, so we've been around a long time.
Hashtag gray beards, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
You can see I love the gray beard. I am 53. I'm probably the oldest guy here, but gaming is for everyone. And yesterday was a triumph for anyone that is an Xbox fan, and for all new incoming people that are going to find Xbox for the first time. Doesn't matter how old you are. Doesn't matter what platform you like. Doesn't matter what genre you're a fan of. Yesterday, gamers won, and I'm happy and proud to be here to celebrate that today.
Hey, can I just say one thing about that really quick, not to derail us, but nobody's cheering on mass market consolidation.
No,
I know the way it's framed, but if we're actually looking at this in the context of it, what we're talking about is employees who are excited about this. We're talking about there being a player in the industry that may or may not have left the industry, now competing at the highest level. We're talking about customers increasing access and lowering costs. So lowering the barrier of entry to getting into these games, right? So this is something that in this very specific case makes a lot of sense, right? A lot of people were not happy with Bobby K and they wanted to get him out of there. A lot of people want them to bring back these old IPs, and they're saying that this is going to allow them to do it. Obviously, we have to see how it all plays out. Right. But I don't see any reason for a lot of the doom and gloom and fear mongering that I'm seeing. And I'm also not saying everybody needs to buy everybody. I don't think Xbox needs to buy anybody except Sega, but they don't really need to buy anybody else, right?
They need to buy a few others, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of more that I hope that they have their radar on.
Parris, what would you want to say?
My point is, I'm just saying this in this specific instance, unions are happy with it. Ubisoft, who is in trouble, now has a little bit of a lifeline. They are happy with it. We've talked to all of the publishers, have spoken on it. They are happy with it, right? So maybe this one made sense, is all I'm saying. Parris, you were raising your hand. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say on your point, yeah, this isn't a celebration of consolidating the industry, because there's definitely concerns about that. Again, another major publisher has been taken off the board, so we can't continue to see this happening. But here's the truth of it. Activision was going to be sold for various reasons. Obviously, we know about all the toxic nature of things that were happening internally and all that. Bobby Kotick was looking for a lifeline for an exit strategy. They were going to be sold. So the question I pose to anyone that is super upset about this is, who would you have rather purchased Activision?
Sony is who they would rather.
Well, I mean, Sony, it's not an option, right? It would have been
Amazon. No. Here's my point. Let me finish.
Amazon, Apple, Google.
Let me finish what I was trying to say. Let me finish what I was trying to say. That's the point. Did you want Tencent? Did you want Embracer? Did you want Amazon?
Well,
did you want Apple?
Straight up.
You get my point, though.
Yeah.
You get my point, though. Yeah. Would you want someone coming into the industry who clearly did not have a great business plan, as we've seen with Embracer? Now look at all the mass layoffs, things that are happening right now. Did you want someone that had no experience in the gaming industry that potentially could disrupt and do things that would be a negative towards all those employees, towards all those IPs that you want? At least you know with Microsoft, at least if you look at what Microsoft has done since Phil Spencer has taken over in 2014, has it been perfect? Absolutely not. But they have a plan. And sure, people don't like that they're acquiring studios and are not making their own original things, whatever. But they've implemented so many services at this point, and they have a roadmap of something like Game Pass, where we want to bring these games, and Xbox Play Anywhere, where we want to bring these games to as many platforms as we legally can do. So that's what we've seen with Bethesda titles. Obviously, there are other internal titles from their studios. That's what's about to happen with Activision. I always argue from the consumer standpoint. So give me a value, right? That's what Xbox Game Pass is. Is it sustainable and all that? That's not for me to worry about or concern about till it isn't, right? So if I'm now going to get more value in a service that I've invested in, I win. And that's what should matter. And then when you look at it from the employee standpoint, we know all the issues that Activision was having. We've seen all the mass layoffs that's been happening across the industry. What will happen out of this? Clearly, the employees are already happy to be out from under Bobby Kotick and under Phil Spencer. But beyond that, everyone's going to start unionizing now. And that's good for the industry, because it's going to stop these practices where everyone's just getting laid off for no reason. Things are being canceled for no random reason due to bad.
Quick question on like on your point on unionization, right? And Everborn has spoken about this a little bit in the background. We've been talking about it a little bit on our show. It brings up an interesting question, right? With such a big player now recognizing union, right? And make no mistake, Microsoft, with all the studios they have, and obviously the developer community being small, when Microsoft and all its publishers and devs are unionized, are recognizing unions, that's a big part of the industry recognizing union. Could that have both a negative to the bottom line and a positive effect, as we think it through, to the others in this industry, like Nintendo, like PlayStation, because think about it, right? These guys change hands, studio to studio, development house to development house, right? How can you be in a union at Microsoft and have all your benefits there, and then switch to another place, and then all of a sudden all that's gone? Is this about to change the whole industry because such a big player is 100%. Now
to exactly your point? You're going to see less movement across the industry, because why am I going to go to a place that's not unionized where I could have, C-level leadership, Epic, make a decision because they're not making enough money and now they lay off 900 of their people? Why am I going to take that security risk of going to a place where at least I know I have a union behind me that gives me some stability in the position that I'm in?
It's even more interesting is like the people that are trying to unionize are the ones like in the quality control area, the quality, the quality check area that usually are contractors. They don't even have jobs. They're just little pawns that are moved around, and you get in for 6 months and you're off. You have to go somewhere else and find something else, right? This is going to change things, right? Because they're going to be able to say, no, this is the mix you're going to be allowed. Your game needs to be checked. You need to keep us as employees. So this is going to change a whole bunch of things, right? Because look, the incentive to then bring those people on, right? If a big chunk, and this is one of the biggest publishers now, Ubisoft probably has a bit more as far as employees. Microsoft will now have something like, just shy of 20,000 employees, right? You can't take that like not seriously. That's a massive chunk, right? So if their folks are not going to be in, this is our bracket, this is where we make money, this is how you're going to employ us, the rest of the industry is going to have to deal with that. It's just the way it is, because everybody else is going to say, well, why don't I work there then? Right? If you don't want to give me that job the same way they have it, I don't care if I'm not in a union. That's what I can get, right? So you need to match that, right? You need to give me that stability. You need to give me that salary level, right? Bonus level, right? And so this is going to change. So the next 10 years are going to be very interesting. Is this going to change the way games are made? Right now, the development cycle sucks. It's pretty bad for developers. For some people at the top level of development, it's great. But a lot of the churn folks, it's not that great, right? So they come in and they go. They come in and they go. There's a lot of contract. We've heard a lot about it. There's a lot of contract work instead of actual employment work, right? So this is going to change things around a bit. Now, let's see how creative they are, right? There's going to be some give and take to your point, okay, Santi, that there's profitability and how much the company can take on versus what's good for the development cycle, right? What's good for the developer?
Growing pains, employees. Man. Growing pains. That might lead to some bad outcomes, at least in the short term.
Of all the companies that could afford it, Microsoft is one of them. They understand gaming. They've been in it for decades. They're all committed, right? From the top down, committed to gaming. They have a vast amount of resources. So if they had to make the little tests to see how well it works out, maybe it wasn't profitable, maybe it was, and do those tweaks, they can afford it, right? So that's a good place to do it, to see what it looks like, and everybody else is going to have to start watching. This is just going to be the way it is. So this is going to be a very interesting next few years to about a decade as to how that changes the development landscape. Hopefully for a lot better for the developers, right? We'll see how that goes, but
Let me say two things.
Go ahead, everyone. Yeah.
Two things really quick. And I know, like Parris, you brought up sustainability of Game Pass, and why that concern always was not a concern for me. Because if Game Pass is not sustainable, then they'll just go back to selling games, right? So what? Right now, you enjoy the ride. You're a customer. You got people who do not own shares in Microsoft or Sony or any of these people worried about how profitable this business is or not, and what the accountability margins are.
Absolutely.
Right?
Can I say this?
Even if they were Everborn, Microsoft keeps making bank. Every freaking quarter, they keep making bank. If you invested in Microsoft, you're still getting dividends. They make a lot of money. You don't have to worry about it.
Can I say this as one of the four horsemen of gaming journalists, even though I'm not a journalist? Who cares what those random people on the internet say or think? Because
indeed,
to your point, they have no say over your wallet, how you decide to spend your money. That's the one thing that I see about just the console wars or all the silly stuff that we see on the internet constantly. People arguing, telling other people how to spend their money. Again, as a customer, to Everborn's point, if Game Pass isn't sustainable, I'll deal with it when it's not sustainable. Right now it is, and I'm getting more value for my money. So yeah, I would rather subscribe to that and ride it out until the multi-trillion-dollar company decides they can't do it anymore.
The climate, the climate, the way gaming is altogether is that it's, there's already higher prices, and you already see, just like with PlayStation, their numbers are down amongst their exclusives. So it's going to be, so the $70 price tag is definitely not something that people want to invest in unless it's a game that they truly want to be behind. Right. A lot of people is not going to take those chances on a $70 new title. I mean, just look at Callisto Protocol, look at Forspoken, look at even with Final Fantasy, that is
Immortals of Avium.
And
we got that from the court cases, right? The FTC case and whatnot. That like the numbers of sales are down. The revenue is a little up because of the $70. But the sales numbers are down. The $70 did hurt. It hurt.
It definitely hurt. And so when you make that move, and then there's even people in the industry that even saying, well, the way that everything is constructed with gaming these days, we might even have to raise prices higher. If they do that, what are you talking about? The best opportunity is these services, and Game Pass, it makes so much more sense. So this was a smart move, not only for Activision because remember, Activision chose Microsoft. This was a bidding war, people. This wasn't like Microsoft just went up there and was begging Activision. Activision chose them to be acquired. So therefore, that they felt like that was the best opportunity, just like with Bethesda, just like with every other studio or not publisher, but studio that's decided to go ahead and be a part of Microsoft and Xbox. So this is something that I think that they look at and say, well, this is best for everyone. And in the way that Phil Spencer constructs this and his team, I mean, you can tell that they're gamers and they're looking out for everyone, but they also but they're listening to what the gamers have asked them. Xbox gamers have asked them, please, let's do more. Because the years of 2016 to 2018, my God, I mean, I'm on podcasts getting my legs beat trying to defend Xbox. You know what I mean? So it's been a really
we got backwards compatibility.
So Kate, I appreciate you bringing that up because that'll be a line of questioning that I go like where we are now, and I called this show Floodgates for a reason. I have a feeling that that's a benchmark we need to establish and talk about. Boom. What are your thoughts as to where we are today? Right, the moving and shaking of the conversation that's being had on the internet and consolidation and problematic and all that. Please, your thoughts, sir.
I want to really kind of jump on the bandwagon of Parris here. I'm a retired guy. I think it's well aware that I was forced to retire. Yeah, well, no, I'm not being
no.
I was forced to retire in 2014. So I'm retired now. I do podcasting full time. That's what I do. It's
Don't make me jealous. Stop talking. Go ahead.
But the point of pocket watching in this community has gotten to a level of gross. Like I put myself on the spotlight here because I still buy my $70 games on PlayStation. I bought the deluxe edition of Spider-Man 2 because I freaking can't wait to play it. I am in love with that franchise. Insomniac's one of my favorite developers, and I don't care what platform it is, I'm gonna play it. And I'm gonna enjoy the H out of it. For me, the most important thing or the most important aspect of the conversation is being a retired guy. I worked super hard to get my pension the way it is. And it's a great pension. Is it limitless? No, it has a ceiling. And in 2023, everything is more expensive than it's ever been before. So you have to be more mindful when you have that one pension coming in. At the same time, I'm fortunate enough to be able to have a service like Game Pass that gives me unbelievable value, makes me a part of the gaming conversation, and I can still go buy my $70, Spider-Man, or I can go buy my Mario Wonder because I have that money. I don't have to worry about picking up Assassin's Creed Mirage, which I'm absolutely loving because it was in a service that I pay for monthly. So I think that this deal overall is going to potentially triple the value of, for me, not for everyone, for me, what Game Pass is able to provide each and every month with Activision titles. And for me, I'm incredibly excited to see what they're going to bring back. Like, I'm a Singularity guy. I don't know how many people played that game. I talk about it all the time. It is one of the best experiences I can guarantee that you never played. Another one, we've been all talking about Microsoft or Xbox needs its own superhero. You know what could be a great superhero game? A reboot of Prototype. Yes, that's the one. Prototype was dope. Even the second one, even though I didn't like it as much as the first one, Prototype 1 is an amazing experience. And if that got like the GTA 5 treatment where the graphics were like mind melding and you had that kind of gameplay where the city was your playground, like Spider-Man 2, it's going to be in the 3 different places in Brooklyn and Queens and Manhattan, that would be
but not amazing. The Bronx for some reason.
Oh, Bronx is always left out. Mrs. Boom always says that. She's a Bronx person. So is me. We're both Bronx. Bronx always seems to get overshadowed. It's very sad. But listen. I know that you guys have a lot of guests to get in here. I wanted to pop in and show my support.
Hey,
glad to hang out with you guys for a few minutes.
Before you go, there was one question that I wanted to ask to this panel, Parris, you included, because I don't know how long you have here. This is a celebration. It's been a long, hard-fought battle. Like I said, I got my Twitter law degree for this whole thing. But this is something that me and Kay talked about when the deal was first announced, right? Is there a concern at all, or something we should be mindful of, that there are more ABK employees than XGS and Bethesda combined?
By multiples, by the way.
Right. Yes. Does ABK become the dominant force within Xbox, or does Xbox wear off on ABK?
Who influences who? Yeah.
Right? Because we know the margins are higher from the ABK stuff.
Are you insinuating that ABK is the Bungie of
Come on. No, but it's a serious question. Like, what does the culture become? You know what I mean? Does ABK become the dominant culture and
the culture is Phil. It always comes from the top. The culture is Phil.
Phil Spencer is the culture. Yeah,
he's the culture. And if it, as it is, 3 months, Bobby's gone, right? So What's going to happen is Phil's going to put
Which
it whoever
we were
likes.
wrong on that one, Everborn. We were wrong on that.
I said they were going to
at least 2 years
or two to do the integration.
Oh no, they were getting him out.
6 months. I thought it would be 3
Even after
months.
when Phil made that little comment, I forgot what that interview was when that lady brought up about what Bobby Kotick said.
He said,
and Phil said, I'm in charge. You know, like, so I knew then he was out of there.
I hear that, but I initially thought 2 years because you'll need them for integration. Yeah, like as a guy who manages people, you don't bring everyone in front of people. Some people are in the boiler room making the sauce, and then you hand it to the person who's in the front, right? So they might need him for integration. Exactly.
Mikey Barr.
Yeah.
They might need him for that, but then they're going to keep him in the back room working on the sausage before they throw him off the bridge and let the golden parachute save him.
Exactly. He's too much of a negative figure to stay on in any kind of authoritative capacity. So honestly, if you ask me, sure, they're saying he'll be there until the end of the year. He's already gone. Because what decision is he making? He's not making any decisions.
It would just be
after
anything he knows, right? It's basically just that. It's like any knowledge transfer needed, right? So they're going to transit. You're right. It's basically somebody else is going to start taking over and say, well, I didn't understand what was going on here. Bobby, what were you doing here, right? And that's it. It's like just get the
Jim Ryan.
KT.
No,
that's fair too. That's fair too.
In the hearing, Bobby in the hearing was so arrogant, like he almost gave the FTC a Hail Mary. You know what I mean? So I don't know. So to me, it just too much baggage, and also it's going to take a long time for Microsoft to weed out the bad apples that will still remain after Bobby
That'll
Kotick.
take years.
So like you said, like about 10 years. So they want to get started by taking the cutting off the head of the snake and then slowly progressing to culture. Because listen, I mean, because now you got, it's cool to see you got Sarah Bond, you got Lulu, you got Mikey Barra coming back, Rod Ferguson and all them. That's great. But what about the bad element?
The closers and killers, I call them. The closers and killers.
Yeah, that's going to be different. You got Matt Booty after we seen what he was saying with the conversation with Phil, and then you got
ladies and gentlemen, put the peaches in the chat. Put the peaches in the chat. Come on,
it's going to be amazing. I think the way that we look at Xbox going forward is going to look a lot different than what we've seen Xbox, especially during the Xbox One era. Hands down, it's going to be fantastic.
You were saying.
No, he's actually bringing up a point. So I had tweeted a couple of days ago, like, I was thinking, all right, when this finally closes, my expectation would have been something very similar to what they did with Bethesda, have a public facing thing with leadership, kind of talking about short-term, long-term goals, things like that. But then it was interesting when Phil put out the Xbox Wire, hey, we're going to do that in the coming months. My theory on that is, to the exact point, they got to weed out the people that they don't want to be a part of this transition, aka Bobby Kotick and probably some others we don't know, so that when they do something public facing, this is the new Xbox Activision leadership team. It's probably Mikey Barr and some people we don't even know, but you don't want Bobby Kotick sitting next to Phil Spencer talking about the future of Activision, right? And if you talk about it now and he's not there, that also looks like a big red flag. So my guess, this is just a guess, January 2024, you're going to see them do something in the new year where they have a public facing announcement on camera talking about it.
This is one of the things, Parris, where this is a big organization, right? Bethesda was easier because they understood those studios. They've been partnering with those studios for a while. This is a big organization. Have they done anything with King? Probably never even talked to them, right? There's a huge chunk of this that they have to go understand. To your point, it's probably going to take a little while for them to figure that out.
A lot of background conversations need to happen before they
because again, think about it with Bethesda. They were all colleagues and friends anyways. There was no bad apples to weed out. So they could instantly run out Pete Hines and Todd Howard and all these people and say, hey, we're all together now. Let's go do this. Whereas Activision like, ooh, wait, hold up.
Well, I mean, they mentioned it, Parris, right? They're going to reorg, right?
Yeah.
They mentioned it. Phil says we're reorging, right? So that's part of it. It's going to be let's figure out that org structure, and then we'll have that discussion because we don't want to have Bobby Kotick there or anybody who's like Bobby Kotick.
Right. Yeah. You don't want that. You don't want that element in the room at all. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And then here's our new org structure. Let's talk about what we're doing in the future. I agree. I think it's going to be January sometime before that, or maybe it's December if they figured things out. But it is going to be a little.
Boom. I know you got to go soon. So before you go, I have two questions.
Sure.
Two important questions that I want to have you answer, and I'll ask everyone. And remind me, I'll ask everyone before they leave this question, and I want your thoughtful answer on that. Question one: because we know that, you know, they use that, oh, remember those old IPs, they used member berries to get us excited, right? But now it looks like those member berries might actually come to fruition because they're still talking about it, even though it's in pocket. So my first question is, of all the IPs and titles that you know at their disposal, what do you want to see them revive in a big way? After that, my second question is, who's next? Go for it.
Well, yeah. Sega is my answer for that.
Oh, no, don't do that now. Don't do that.
I have no choice.
Don't do that. Go ahead.
No, look. See me rubbing the hands together like Birdman?
Yeah, no. Sonic does that. Sonic has a gift that he's rubbing the hands together.
Go ahead.
I've already said Singularity and of course.
Now, is that remaster, remake? What do you?
I would like to see them potentially. Just for starters, to kind of test the waters, because you don't want to invest in an IP that no one knows. So I'm hoping that the backward compatibility aspect of Xbox comes back. It should. There's so many games that are going to need it for Activision. I hope that that's one of the games that gets it, right? So people can play it, and if it garners enough interest, a sequel could possibly be made, because Raven Software is one of the most talented studios, in my opinion, that is in Activision, that is underutilized. That's completely.
Get them out of the salt mines, ladies and gentlemen.
Get them out of the salt mines of Call of Duty. Let's get them doing weird things again, because Raven Software is amazing. I would like to see, and this is just a wild stab at it, folks. I remember I'm old, right? But for me, Pitfall, why it means so much to me.
Oh my idea.
Yep, he stole mine too.
Why it means so much to me is because of it's a personal thing. I played with my dad. I went with him to Toys R Us. I didn't think it was. I think it was Play World in the Bronx. That's what it was. It wasn't even Toys R Us at the time. It became a Toys R Us, and I remember him being as excited as I was, because my parents were young. And I remember him being just as excited to play this game and get eaten by an alligator 100 times, which we did, than I was. And that was the most amazing thing. Pitfall Harry has had some, attempts very early PlayStation days about, revivals. They were passable, right? They were okay. But for me personally, when you look at some of the commentary that has come the way of Phil Spencer. Remember all the slack that they got for the Tomb Raider year exclusive? And he said in that particular interview, the reason why we did it is because we don't have a Nathan Drake of our own. I wish that we did, right? He said that all those years ago. And we know that Phil Spencer has a mind like an elephant. He remembers everything. And I'm sure the same way he wants to bring back Hexen, and I'm sure the words of Guitar Hero that he said multiple times suggest something, right? But if you were to take a talented team within Microsoft, and now they have 34 plus named studios, not including all of the other support studios, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, Blizzard is like 5 studios.
Yes,
they're just
yes, it
called
is.
Team 1, 2, whatever.
Whatever. Yeah, they have multiple layers. Let's take a stab. I don't care, and it's going to take 5 or 6 years. Development has gotten really deep. It's 5 to 7 years for these AAA bombs. Let's get a Pitfall rebirth. Yeah, they have Indiana Jones. That's great, but that's not their IP. You can turn around and take a nice fresh coat of originality and slap it onto Pitfall and bring a game from the Atari 2600 days.
So are you saying
generation?
Boom. So are you saying the initiative gets the Perfect Dark out, and the next initiative joint is Pitfall?
If you know what, I think there's enough interest. I think there's enough challenge there for developers to potentially work on an IP that literally has no thumbprint these days.
Yeah, you can make it whatever you want. Absolutely, because it's just a name that old school heads remember.
It's only the old people like us would remember. But listen, This is amazing. I hope you have a ton of guests. I hope you get a lot of views. Parris, great to see you. KMega, always awesome to see you. Hargeet, my brother. Everborn Saga, K Asante. I love you guys. We'll see you soon. And thank you so much.
Have a good day, Boom.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to hang out with the nephew. We're going to be playing a bunch of Mario Kart. I cannot wait.
Oh, fantastic. So on the topic of Mario Kart, so the poster for Mario Wonder just showed up on the Switch, and now my children will not leave me alone. Why is it that I hit the button and it doesn't start? It needs to start now. Oh boy.
Next
Have a
week.
good day, Boom.
Yeah, guys. I'll see you later.
Later,
Are you
Mr.
saying
Boomstick.
Asante they're not looking forward to playing Sonic?
They're playing Sonic as well.
Mario?
They're playing Sonic as well. They're playing Sonic as well. Well, hold on. Yeah. So before we we'll move on. Let me catch up on some of these super chats because there's a lot of them. But even before that, because we're speaking about money, we got you give us your money. You put the super chats in. We need to respect you. We need to get it in there. But before we do that, speaking of money, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. CMoney, what's going on, sir? How you doing this morning?
What is going on? Thank you for having me, guys.
Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you. No, we appreciate you being here. This is awesome to have you here. We are celebrating. We're getting the top of the dome thoughts on this momentous occasion for us Xbox fans and players and gamers in general. But before we get into the conversation proper, let me
can I say shout out to CMoney's background with all the
gears
and Halo.
You know what he's doing. You know what he's doing. Man. You know what he's about.
Very nice.
You know the life he lives, man.
Very nice.
No confusion here, baby. No confusion.
No, it's all good. We appreciate you. That's right. But Gamers Play HUD Zero with a $5 super chat. We appreciate you being here, Gamer. He says, first super chat here. Hey, fellas, now I can say the Xbox revolution has begun. Welcome to Xbox World Order. Sega is next and Halo is back.
This is music to my ears.
And then, of course,
go ahead. No, if you have another super chat, go ahead. I do want to. Go ahead. And then
we have a few, but I'll grab them as we go along, and then I'll reframe back to our conversation here. King Webb, great supporter of the channel, $5 super chat. He says, today is Ghouls and Ghosts and Goblins for the PlayStation Nation. Live First Infantry, baby. Oh, wow. The salt is flowing, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here for it. You were saying, Everborn Saga. I'll get back to the rest.
No, that question I was asking before of is it a concern? So culture was one part of it, and I think Microsoft is such a driving force there, and Satya and Nadella and things that we don't really have to worry much about that. But it's also budgets, right? Because ABK stuff makes the most money, do we think that most of the budget goes to them? And does that starve some of the XGS and Bethesda stuff?
So let's let Parris answer that because Parris has to go. He's on his he joined us mid his weekend. We appreciate you, sir. So answer that question, and before you go, who's next? Go ahead.
Oh snap!
Oh, you want me to answer that?
Yes, answer the question of what your like Everborn asked. The worry about budgets. There's more of them than there is of Xbox,
and they have
how does that
sort
leave?
Of valuable IP monetarily anyway.
Yeah.
Well, my thought on it is when we look at obviously the huge number of employees at Activision versus what's currently already at Xbox Game Studios, you got to remember a lot of those have been support studios for Call of Duty. So it's not like been all these IPs. It's been supporting this one mega IP that's been Call of Duty. And then not to mention, you're also looking at on the mobile side. We don't talk about the mobile side enough. That's honestly probably why Microsoft, Phil said it himself during the FTC thing. That's why they did this. They are trying to find a way into mobile, and they're going to use King and Candy Crush and all that as the gateway to do that. So when you think about, okay, now they've added all these other employees and budgets and all that, you're also talking about between Call of Duty and Candy Crush, two of the biggest money grossing IPs in anything, period. Forget just gaming, just entertainment, period. So I don't think the budget's going to be the issue. They're going to continue to do what they need to do to support those IPs. So if you need those employees to do so, that's what they're going to do. So I don't look at it as too much of a concern. And I'll just go allude back to something I said before. I don't work there and I'm not smart enough to understand all that stuff. So look, they'll figure it out as far as I'm concerned. Else they wouldn't have spent $70 billion to make all these acquisitions.
the one sometimes $2 trillion company knows what they're doing. I agree with you, sir.
Yeah. No, they know how to make money. I just don't want Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda to
lose that identity.
Yeah, but to what was said before, though, again, there's a change in leadership. This all now falls under Phil Spencer. So that DNA that's coming over from Xbox Game Studios is actually going to be the thing to affect what's happening at Activision instead of vice versa, because it all starts with the top. Now, if all of a sudden Phil Spencer retires and something happens and they bring somebody else in for leadership,
that's what I was saying.
Well,
that's what I was saying.
You're
they have a very powerful weapon.
Or Matt Booty is out of those three.
Weapon. Depending on who wields that weapon, oh boy, you don't know.
They're all killers, though. But they're all killers, though. We found out. Out they're all killers now.
Let me ask Parris and you guys this question about what
Parris
he was.
Has to head out. I just want to make sure.
Oh no, I
gotta go.
Okay. Well, the question I wanted to ask, well, if anybody was basically about, do you think that they might go into the Windows Phone? We bring it back to Windows Phone, and then also because of the situation with the Surface situation where the main guy left. Could they be taking their interest back to getting to the phones?
To having their own platform?
Yeah, to having okay.
And you know what? We'll chop that up. Parris. Before. I do want to talk more. Go ahead, everyone.
Parris, listen, I need you to get one of these. I need you to come on with me and Kate and talk about this thing. Yeah.
But that's what
mine's
right.
So we'll talk about that later. You got to go, but you got to try this thing out.
Yeah. Oh, he has this.
Wait a minute. Indeed. Wait a minute. Oh, now.
No, I was going to pull out the PlayStation VR 2, but there ain't no game. There you go. But there ain't no games to play on it, so I shouldn't do that.
Exactly.
Right.
That's the perfect note for you to go out on, Parris. Thank you for coming.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that to Parris. Thank you so much for being here,
Parris. Be easy, bro.
I'll see y'all later.
We'll see you later.
All right. So Mega, you were asking a question. I want you to really get that question out.
Yeah, no, I just basically about because when Parris was bringing up about the mobile situation, because I've talked about it as well on GRG and other places, but I thought that maybe just because of the whole situation with the Surface is still important for Microsoft, no doubt about it. But there had to be a reason why the guy that was in charge, that was doing the designs and all of that, he left. And so maybe I was thinking that could that be the possibility now, since they know that they've got the ABK deal now, and that mobile is now going to be a big, something big for them, and something that they haven't really had the opportunity to invest in properly, that maybe they would go all out and bring back the Windows Phone and new design, new all of that, and just because of the magnitude of what this ABK deal brings, not only for the games, but for the
Hargeet, let me go first on this one, because as a Windows Phone developer alumni who's released several games on that,
he needs to shed a tear. Go ahead, shed a tear.
I wish nothing more
for
that platform to come back, but it's dead. Okay, it's over. We can forget about it. That market is settled. The way into mobile for them is creating their own store.
Oh, did we lose him?
Oh, see what happened? He's trying
the curse of the Windows Phone has struck again, bro.
He's trying to speak truth to power, and they sniped him. Oh no. I'll continue what he was saying. Basically, because Android and iOS now rule the roost, you can only tap into what's existing. Everyone has that platform, one or the other. You cannot expect that you'll create a new platform, get developers to build for your new platform. It's too much of an uplift at this point, right?
You would have to just disguise it as another Android phone. So you would have to just develop a phone and make it Android, and then you could. They have the Windows Phone later.
They're doing that.
On Android.
They're doing that.
Yeah. Right. So they could just do that.
So he's gone.
Go ahead, Hargeet.
All right. So here's the thing. This is a long path that they're already on, right? It's a long journey, and Satya saw this because it wasn't going anywhere. It doesn't mean they won't get back into it, but here's what they're doing. They're taking Windows and saying, okay, Windows has to become core functional with Android. That has to happen, right? So they're going to ARM. They have Windows on ARM. They have Windows on x86. Along with that, they have a subsystem for Android. And they've partnered with one store, which is Amazon store.
Amazon store,
because
which is terrible
Google
right now,
has,
but it's
wants
okay.
to do nothing with Microsoft, right? So, so Google will not put their store, which is stupid, by the way. Google should 100% put their store on Windows. There's no reason not to. It's money. They should just make money. It doesn't matter, right? But they're in this ideological stupidity war that they want to have, right? So fine. And so Google is in that position. What you guys just said. They're going to make a store. That's going to happen. Why?
Yeah.
The EU has already declared that Android and iOS has to allow
others. Yes.
Has to happen. There has to be.
That's already been. That's official.
It's already settled. Yes,
that's been done for
yes.
years ago, and it's now official as of like a couple of months ago. It went live, or it's coming up this year. It's going to go live. That is an option.
Just like
that's only in the EU.
That's the EU, but once it's done, right?
Yeah,
so
just like
iOS
in the
has
EU,
to certify, if iOS has to certify another third-party store, they have to do it globally. It's just the way it is, right? So if Android has
just like in the EU, where they mandated USB-C, guess what you saw? USB-C
it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's going to become global. The US is in the midst of figuring that out now, right? Yeah. So if the US does it too, which they should, then now you have two major markets. You're not going to forego those markets. It's not going to happen, right? So even the EU, they're not going to forego that market. So this is going to happen, right? So if Microsoft can have a store and they put all their productivity stuff in it, they put all the games they now have in it, you have incentive to start looking at it, not just from a customer perspective, but from a publisher perspective. All the other apps that are out there can say, does it behoove us to take a look? Like, we're not changing the development, right? It's the same exact app.
Same
it's
app,
just we're hooking it everywhere into that store
rather than creating
store.
A new infrastructure that they would probably use the Windows kernel to build as they always do. Then you have to take your app and port it. No, that's the issue that has plagued them for time immemorial on all their stores. Getting a developer to get off their butt to do something for you. Nope. We're already doing it for these guys. If you piggyback on them, then you get that benefit. Exactly what they're doing with Xbox. You hit a button in DirectX, and guess what? In Visual Studios, and you're creating an Xbox game.
The
only way to get
is it optimized? That's a different story, right? But so this is the thing. So they're sort of getting their way in there, Trojan horsing themselves into it, and saying, okay, if we can get the apps right, now we have an app store that we can put on any Windows device. It could be an x86 device. It could be an ARM device. It doesn't matter. Then you can have a Windows mobile, right? Because now you have the apps. That was their biggest Achilles heel. They had no apps. That was the problem, right? I loved my Windows phone. It was great. But
one of the best phone environments out there.
The apps weren't there, right? So now you have the opportunity to say, cool, I can make an Android device outright, which they've been doing with Surface Duo, or I can make a Windows phone, and it has our app store there, and other app stores are welcome to come too. We don't care. That's fine, right? But we will have our app store with the apps you need. They'll be there, right? So if Meta's apps need to be there, they'll be there, right? All the apps that were missing, right? They'll suddenly be available to you, right? That was the biggest headache they had, right?
They're trying to traverse the walled garden with this strategic move.
Right.
Exactly. So once that happens, that's still years away, right? Once that happens, yes, it is possible for them to bring back a Windows phone, right?
Yeah, their own platform.
One of the headaches they had though was the Surface Duo. They put that out there, and they did not support it. So that kind of fizzled too.
So I'll give you. Let me push back a little bit on that Surface Duo. The problem with Surface Duo, first and foremost, is they hitched their wagon. There you go. They hitched their wagon to an operating system. At home. They hitched their wagon to an operating system that does not support them. Right. So
that has been the headache.
They should have been lockstep with Google day one, but instead they were like,
Google
we'll do what we do. We'll do what we do, and when Google adapts, we'll adapt, which means every time, and Google has no incentive to help you. So every time you do something cool, they do a little bit something different, and it breaks your phone's functionality over and over and over and over and over again, right? That is unfortunately where they find themselves right now. I, like everyone else, want Windows to come back in a big way, in a proper way, but as long as they can't get developers to build apps for them, and they don't have any kind of Proton layer, a la translation layer that converts Android apps to Windows capable apps,
which they have
now. Yes, they do. I know. They can't do that right now. And right now, everyone's solidified in their iOS and Android ecosystems. They have to break you out of that before they go, hey, check out this new phone. But in the interim, the cool thing, as Hargeet has pointed out, they are literally hitching their wagons to Android in a big way. If you run an Android phone right now and you're on Windows, you can do almost anything you want in Windows via your phone. You're taking phone calls, you're doing screenshots, you're copying from the Windows machine and pasting it in your phone, and it all integrates easily, right? Because they're working with Android to make that happen. They're slowly getting to that whole place of, hey, guess what? We have our own ecosystem now. And I have a feeling that maybe Android, a fork of Android, may be the long-term play, since they're so deep in Android land right now. But before we continue, I see the crying face sitting in the background, just like patiently chilling.
It's not fair. What happened to them? They told me that the macroeconomics was going to work out in PlayStation's favor. Reforge told me that this was not going to happen. He promised me. He promised me that Lena Khan was going to come through for Timberland.
Oh, bro.
Why is there an Xbox logo when I turn on Call of Duty?
Breaking the show, man.
Why is there a Game Pass? Why is there a Game Pass logo when I turned on my PlayStation this morning? What's going on here?
Oh my God. All right.
Hey, I didn't bring the Massey with me, but it damn sure.
What's going on, people? What's going on? It's done. It's done. 20 months, baby. 20 months in the book.
Oh my God, that was so good.
John,
Oh man!
Salute to John Wolf.
That was amazing.
We have to bring in
man, that was fantastic.
They cried right behind it. Yo, that was had to be, I think, in all of podcast history, the greatest entrance ever, fucking ever, bro. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, no. As I've warned, this is not a PG-13 show, ladies and gentlemen. We are not PG-13. Awesome. So I will first and foremost say salute to John Wolf and
What's up, guys?
The 380 people watching. A new benchmark for us on the whole channel. Thank y'all so much for being here. I see a lot of super chats still there. Yes. We're gonna read y'all super chats. We're gonna get into it. I hear Mr. Everborn Saga just pinged me. The powers that be killed his internet, so he's rebooting his router. He should be joining us momentarily. But yes, Mr. John Wolf, you came here for the slander, sir. Before
of course,
you even get there.
20 months worth of slander right here, all channeled up.
What have you been playing, sir? What have you been playing first and foremost?
Well, okay, as you know, me and you are going to go on this, we're going to embark on this journey with Assassin's Creed. We're going to be playing through all the Assassin's Creeds, slowly but surely, and then have a post show to talk about the setting and all that good stuff. So I've been playing a lot of Odyssey, dude. That's mainly what I've been kind of focusing on. I'm kind of knee deep in Cassandra's story. So just trying to hammer through that. And
knee deep in Cassandra. Pause.
Yeah. Pause, right?
Whoa, no balls. No balls.
Well,
continue. Dance off. Continue.
I mean, Kay, let's just put it out there real quick. When you look from the head down, it could be a Last of Us 2 character, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. But she hold on. But she got that Wonder Woman look. Yeah, she's got that Wonder Woman sleek look. You know that she's muscular. I mean, Abby, I'm sorry, but Abby looks like she can bench press the car. Okay,
right.
and that's the
slander today.
Yeah. Abby look like she'll whoop my ass, so I don't want no problems.
Abby's the type of girl that you say, "Hey, girl, you want to get it on?" She goes, "No, do you want to get it on?" Okay. So guys, go ahead with that super chat, Kay. Go ahead.
Steve Biko, thank you for being here, Steve, with a $5 super chat. He said Halo is killing it. COD is in the fold. Bethesda dropped the game of the gen. Best racing sim out there, and Sonic on the way. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you, good sir. We appreciate you celebrating being here with us.
Salute, Steve.
There's a whole bunch more.
Everborn's not here right now. You don't have to say Sonic just for him.
Wait a minute. I'm part of that bet too. I believe in that first month Sonic's gonna outsell, but I'm in.
You already did that when he put out some reviews for it.
Listen, man. Listen.
Am I not seeing the same thing you guys are?
What I'll tell you, CMoney, what I'll tell you is John Wolf, in that movie where they're robbing a bank, he's the one that'll take the shot just so that he doesn't go home. Like he will not. It doesn't matter. He's surrounded. They got him. It's over. The gun
gotta go down.
Is empty. The bullet. There's no bullets in the chamber, but he will point it at the cop because I ain't going down.
Yeah, because then I wasted my time.
At least
the purpose of everything?
At least you don't flip flop like all these ponies out there that you see crying, and then you all of a sudden you see them with the Xbox cap on. I was here the whole time. What are you talking about?
No, the deal was gonna go through the whole time. I knew it 100%. Yeah, man. So but on a serious note, guys, like it's good to be on with all of you. KMega, last night I listened to your show. It was a great show. Let me tell you, I got the biggest headache listening to King Thrash. Like last night, he was talking about Xbox Horizons. I was like, what is this guy talking about? Event Horizon. I don't know what he was talking about, but I did find the Xbox Horizons and I sent it to you on Twitter. I did discover them. And Hargeet, always good to be with you. CMoney, you know, you're doing great things in the community, brother. And of course, my co-host on Mondays, K. Guys, real fast, let's talk about that video that Xbox put out as soon as the deal was done.
That was
fucking amazing.
Talk about 20 months of culmination into one video. With it already has 20 million views, by the way, guys. So
oh really?
Nice.
That video is spreading like wildfire.
So John, before we even get into that, let's play with the Sega Slander with Sonic.
Oh, okay.
Just throw some numbers out at you. On Amazon, top sellers. Number 4. Guess which one? Is it Sonic or Mario? Which one do you think?
Number 4?
Number 4?
It can't be. It can't be Sonic. It's 4.
It would be Mario.
Oh, I would think.
Okay.
Guess where Sonic sits?
Let's change subjects. Let's change subjects real fast.
No,
50. This is a great subject.
50.
No.
Oh,
4.
Wow.
Sonic.
I still believe
number 4 is Mario. Number 50.
Listen.
Four.
It's not.
So
listen,
hold on. John, give it a moment. Let
Mario
just
is
for a
going to be
moment.
outsold.
Where's Everborn, bro? Where's Everborn? Let him back in here.
Let's just hold
Mario's
on.
gonna outsell it the first day, dog.
Hargeet is giving Sonic Slander while he's wearing all blue. What's going on here?
Let's let that sink in for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's let that stat sink in into your ears for a moment. 4 versus 54. And
1 versus 100, baby. Let's go.
While you're thinking about that, ladies and gentlemen, One Bad Mutha. What's going on?
All right.
One Bad Mutha.
What's going on, guys?
Welcome.
I couldn't miss the party. We waited 2 years.
Of course, we are here, but of course, unfortunately, with Kay, I know you're on limited time, sir.
Yeah, my mom was over here, calling me because he
Understood.
wants me to come out there to go do some chores for her.
2 questions that I will
Good
have
dude,
for
man. It's
you
a good dude.
before you're out.
Take
Of
care of
course,
mama,
gotta
bro.
Take care of moms, man. You gotta take care of moms. What's wrong with you?
Bro.
2 questions, sir. 2 questions. 1, what do you want to see from the member berries return? And 2, who's next?
Boom took my thunder with Pitfall because he said it exactly how I thought. Like it would be definitely like the new, like Xbox's Uncharted or Tomb Raider. So I'm gonna have to go with some smaller titles. But I think that they would be fantastic, not only for just for the nostalgia for me because I love them. RC Pro-Am, Geometry Wars, and Hydro Thunder. Those have to come back in some capacity. Like, I mean, those are some great, fun arcade racers. Just if you would think of how RC Pro-Am would look in today's graphics, especially Hydro Thunder, how beautiful that could look. And then, of course, Geometry Wars just
borrow
has to
that Sea of Thieves water real quick. Just go borrow the Sea of Thieves water.
that water though. But yeah, no, that would definitely be. Those are the 3 that I would definitely. They definitely need to bring back for me. And then, man, I think because
Phil said there's someone next. Who's next?
Oh yeah. There's somebody next. My heart wants CD Projekt Red, but
damn.
My mind says something like Koei Tecmo because they want something in out east. They need something out east, and if you could go and get Koei Tecmo, then you have Dead or Alive, which adds to the fighting portfolio with Killer Instinct, and then of course with the rumors of them working on like a Smash Brothers-esque type of brawler. And you would get Ninja Gaiden Lockdown. And I would think that for what they would do, they would have, and then you would have like a game that would scream Game Pass, and that's Dynasty Warriors. So I think that if you look at that overall, and then most of those games they wouldn't keep them exclusive, but those three mainly, I think that those would be the ones.
I need an explanation on this one. Look at HamSolo here real quick. I need an explanation on this one, sir.
He said that one more R. Kelly because I say I'm fighting for my. Because I say that quite a bit, saying fight because he was upset when he got that interview. He said he was fighting for his damn life. That's what he said.
You got a dungeon somewhere, sir?
No, I don't have no dungeon.
No, don't be that type of R. Kelly.
You're to say no, that ain't that type of R. Kelly.
We would also get the ability to take Ultimate Alliance 3 off of Nintendo Switch, because they did that one. So that was
well, but that wasn't Activision, right? That was that.
No, that one was Activision. It was published.
Before you go, brother, do me a favor. How about you switch out that Oklahoma hat for a little hat? Come on, it's all about the U, man. All right, come on, man.
What this is? Hey, you see my sign over here, Billy Sims.
Trade it in for you.
You know what this
it's all about the U, baby.
No, Boomer, baby, Boomer. We're living good, beating Texas. Anyway, thank you guys so much. One Bad Mutha, man. I hate that I'm missing you, brother, man. It's good seeing you, man.
Yeah,
and CMoney, we definitely gonna have to work together, man. John Wolf, you know what I'm saying? K Asante, congratulations. Hargeet, man. I don't get to see you enough, but man, it's man, it's a pleasure, man. This is an amazing show, man. This is a great time for Xbox gamers. Trust me, as a vet that's been doing this for a long time, man, seeing the bad now, I'm seeing the great. I can't tell you how ecstatic I am, man. I love it. I love it. And man, shout out to my boy DJ Berto.
And he dropped one real quick before you go. DJ Berto has $10 super chat. Let's have a moment of silence. As some of us know, a pony was laid to rest last night on GRG. KMega in the building. I see you're wearing that fur coat from last night's hunt. We keep what we kill. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, that's what we say. That's what we say on GRG. We keep what we kill. We don't let you slide. If you come out here and say some wild stuff, listen. I will show a couple of clips of our main man King Thrash getting cooked. I mean, HamSolo was taken into town. It was a bad. It was a
crispy. Extra crispy,
brother.
KMega.
Brother, it was bad. It was So anyway,
that's thank you so much for being here, brother.
All right, guys. Love y'all, man.
Take care. Yeah,
and of course, we have the returning champion who wasn't defeated by his ISP, Mr. Everborn Saga. What's going on?
Shout out to Verizon.
So Everborn. So you come on after I'm getting the Sonic Slander. How come I'm you, man?
I just came to back you up, brother.
There you go.
Listen, and you missed the epic intro. You missed the epic intro that John.
The most epic of intros, bro. The most epic
of all time. That was the GOAT moment right there.
Hey, we can do it again, John. Do it again. It was so good.
Hold on. You got it. Just for Everborn. You ready?
There he goes.
It's not fair, Everborn. They told me that the macroeconomics was going to work out in PlayStation's favor. Reforged.
Jamie told me that Lina Khan was going to save the day. But what's going on here? But where's Jimmy? Where's Jimmy? Where is he running off to? But what's going on here? Why? Why is there no
Our show is broken, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. It was a good run. We had a good run. It's fine.
He went to the picture every time. He's ready to go. He just puts a follow. Jimmy got fucked up.
That sounds like a show that I was listening to last night that Doc Dark was on. That's all
Oh my God.
OBM, sir. Welcome to the fun. Welcome to the
One Bad Mutha.
What have you been playing?
OBM's thinking like, what did I walk into?
I just rolled out of bed.
And oh, by the way, salute to the 413 people in the live.
But how many
watching and chat? Oh, please get them likes up, ladies and gentlemen. This is a new benchmark for us. This is amazing. OBM, sir.
Wait a
What's
minute.
going on?
OBM, I don't mean to cut in on you.
But
he wants
to manhandle the people. He wants to manhandle the people. I have no idea how many. I'm not paying attention to that stuff. Today is a different day, man.
Okay, so
what are we talking about?
Here's the thing. We got 412 in here and only 175 likes.
Oh, there you go.
Now we will never be one of those channels that tries to shame you for not sending super chats or doing memberships. Right? We're not like those assholes. But what we will
We're gonna shame you for not hitting the like button.
Hitting the like button is free.
It's free.
So
it's
this
free.
is a momentous occasion. This is 2 years in the making. This is the dawn of a new era. Can we get some likes, if only in support of the onslaught that is about to go down? The North remembers. And today is the day where the debts are paid. So let's pay those debts in the likes to the channel. At least let us get above 200 because it's 417 in here now. Please and thank you.
Let's do it.
Or we're gonna have to threaten you with ads like some other channels.
No. Or if you don't hit that like button, we're gonna start talking about macroeconomics. Okay, so come on, let's go. Get those likes up, guys.
You just headhunting today, aren't you? There,
hey man, it's well earned. This ass kicking has been earned for 20 months.
OBM, sir.
Hey,
what's been keeping you busy this week beyond the gaming slander? What games have you been playing, sir?
Yeah, so when when I'm not talking with you guys on Twitter, making my second round of Lies of P. Remember I was talking about that last time?
Yes.
Nice. I'm on the second to last boss, second time, but I hit a wall. I don't know what happened. I either got old in the last 2 weeks or something. Boss got a lot harder.
Possible.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but that's been the main one, Forza Motorsport, and definitely just wanted to make sure at least got a chance to pop in and say hi. I didn't think I was going to be able to today. Some plans changed this morning, so it's an honor to be with you guys, my friends. You know, it's here so often. We've talked so often over the last couple, almost 2 years now, and wanted to make sure. Had a chance to get my 2 cents in the party.
Get your bars in.
Yeah, get a couple.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to elbow your way in.
I saw that. I saw you had quite a lineup so far.
OBM,
right.
I would just like, since you're here and we're here to talk about this, I would just like to take a moment to point out all the times that, even though we've been spot on that there were no competition concerns, that the deal would and should get approved, I'd like to point out that we were right and they were wrong. All the people who try to talk like they were smarter than everybody in the room and they was thinking about nuance and conjecture and unions and macroeconomics, it turns out that the UK, the EU Commission, and Judge Corley all agree with us.
Yeah, they joined the cult because apparently you were pretty extreme.
So were we just being rabid console fanatics?
Hardcore fanboys, as they would call us.
What you mean, Everborn, is that they had common sense and they looked at the facts and the merits of the case. Gotcha.
So who does it turn out that was actually the fanatics? I'd say it's the people who are wrong.
But you know what though? You know what though, Everborn? Here's the weird thought on this, right? And I, oh my God, this man is going left right now.
Hey, shout out to JayRock in the chat.
Yeah, shout out to you, sir. So Everborn, but I have a feeling though that some in this community, whether they are whichever side they're on, kind of feel it, and go with me on this. This is going to go a little left, but again, we're not PG-13 today. I have a feeling that some feel like the day after the Trump election today.
Oh no! Don't do that because they're going to call us Trump supporters.
I know. I'm saying that specific for reasons. I have a feeling that some will wake up this morning and go, "Oh, I guess I'm not living in the real world. That the world's coming to an end because ABK went through." I have a feeling that some in their heart of hearts woke up this morning and went, "Well, there goes democracy."
Well, that's what I thought.
There goes gaming.
Anyways,
what they're literally saying, right? There goes gaming.
Yes,
It's dead.
People are giving that. People are giving that.
Listen, Kay. Yesterday there was a therapy session going on that Everborn said that Doc Dark was on a certain show and he was keeping it real and he was just slapping them up with facts left and right. And their only argument was that this is the beginning of the end. Because what Xbox has done here with the acquisition of ABK means that it's over. It's game over. Gaming as you know it is completely transformed. It's coming to an end. And I just, to those people, I say, get a helmet. Life's tough. Okay? Grow up and grow a pair. All right, like come on, guys. Like these people are the biggest crybabies that I've ever seen, and that's exactly why I came in with my intro like that. Like, guys, just roll with the punches. Ask better from Jimmy. Well, Jimmy's not there anymore. Sorry. Ask better from PlayStation and say, hey guys, what are you guys doing for us? Okay, instead of bringing out Last of Us 2 remastered, repackaged again, why don't you bring out something new for us? What's
John,
up?
somebody said Jim Ryan went out for a pack of smokes and never came back. Listen,
Dad, are you coming back, Dad? Are you coming back?
He went out to go get the milk.
Wow.
That's what it was. He went to go get the milk and he was gone.
Terrible.
Never to return.
We're here to support you.
Clippy's holding it down for the PlayStation Nation. Clippy, he's gonna lift you up, okay? Like Superman lifting up that statue, all right?
Now here's the thing.
Let's catch up on a few of these. Let's catch up on a few of these real quick. Okay. I want to know. I want more information from Jax. Jax82, $5 super chat. He says the only thing this destroyed is their hearts. I assume we're talking about the hooved hijinks individuals, the
pony hearts.
the
pony hearts have crumbled.
The pony hearts, yes.
Crumbled.
But yeah. Then of course, great supporter of the channel. Love this man, Sith Lord, $2 super chat. He says,
Sith Lord is the man.
He says, how can they showcase all these games in the future? Very interesting question. Maybe we can pivot and talk about that a little
Multiple
bit.
shows.
There are so many
developers direct the quarter, baby. Every quarter. New developers direct.
CMoney.
Bethesda had their own show.
You gotta do like 10 in that one show instead of 5. You know what I'm saying? To double it up.
Bethesda used to have their own showcase. We know that Activision Blizzard King tends to have many a showcase here and there.
BlizzCon,
right? QuakeCon, and all that. Like, are they keeping all that alive because they need to?
I still don't think that's enough. Like, I don't think they should separate because still, when they're divided, it's not an event. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no matter how you look at it. Like, BlizzCon is like not going to be for the masses. Event. It has to be big Xbox events. It can't be, it can be like a Blizzard focus as long as you have the Xbox and Blizzard, Xbox and Activision, Xbox and Bethesda. So, it can't be just like a BlizzCon by itself because
it's got to be the Xbox showcase. I agree.
Yeah, it has to be like, Xboxes every time.
If there is an anchor to E3, sure, there's the Keighley show, but really, come on, it's Xbox.
It's the Xbox show now, bro.
PlayStation's been a no-show for years. With the Jim Ryan era, he didn't want to do anything. And then you got Nintendo kind of does a direct every now and then, right? And if it weren't for the June showcase that Xbox does, E3 is kind of dead. And so that's like the only thing bringing it to some level of fun, right? And so if this is not going to happen, then no, I want the big showcase. I want make it 2 hours. I don't care. Big showcase, let's go, right? And like they did this time, it's like an hour showcase with a half an hour.
One thing though,
just 1 second. Kay, 1 second. I do want to shout out to Sycamore in the chat. I know he got work today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's
Sycamore's always here. He's always showing
support. We appreciate you, man. Absolutely.
Just stopping the show to shout out Sycamore. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, I was gonna ask Hargeet. Like, yes, you want that, even if it's a 2-hour show, but with the amount of IPs they've got. The amount of publishing houses they got, they have enough to create an old school level E3 event all their own at this point. 2 hours isn't enough.
But that's what they've done, haven't they?
Listen,
they just need to give us multiple throughout the year.
I don't know if people realize at this now to after yesterday, a AAA a quarter is conservative.
Yes,
it is.
Yeah, that's low. It is. That's low. Yeah. Unless you want to release games like 48 years from now. Like we need to have more than 4 a year.
When they said,
or we're not going to get any of these games out.
when they said a AAA quarter, they were talking about with what they had. You know, that's what Nadella was thinking about.
Technically, they've done, haven't they? Didn't they release 6 this year?
Yeah,
this year they released 6.
Look at the internal documents. I mean, some of the Phil's communication to the team and everything like that. Like they were expecting to start turning over a AAA quarter.
Some time ago.
Yeah, but they were expecting that in 2022, which we obviously know everything from that year got delayed. So, when you start adding on ABK, when you start adding on whoever's next, they're talking about. It's a whole different thing, but it's not just about getting a AAA quarter a year. I think that was like the beginning of it. That's just sort of like reestablishing the brand. They're going to need the variety. They're going to need if you look at what Netflix did over the course of, decades, they decided, we need to go international now. We need big IPs that are going to resonate in other parts of the world outside of the US. And that's where they're at now. Like now they got the mobile thing. They got PC stuff. Now I think it is going to be Japan. And Everborn,
that's where Saga's going to come in.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping they come in. Everborn, to your point, I never answered your question. But yeah, it was really interesting over the last 20 months or so. Like some of the conversations around it. Like obviously they went through the hurdles and everything like that. But we kept saying like it's been over 50 years and there's been nothing that even remotely resembles this sort of acquisition that's been stopped. So because it was a vertical integration. So yeah, most of the facts were on the side of this going through. If you listen to people outside the gaming industry, like the analysts and things like that, they're like, hey, the FTC is doing this because they're trying to make things messy and trying to embarrass companies and, have all that stuff kind of come out and just what they're trying to do is be a deterrent just through the process. And that's what, that's what a lot of people outside of gaming that probably don't have Xboxes or PlayStations or do mobile gaming. That's what they were saying. And that's what we saw. We didn't see it really come close. The only thing that any region was able to hang their hat on was the cloud thing, and that has nothing to do with all of the other conversations we're hearing. We're starting to hear people talking, are fear mongering about, this consolidation is going to be the beginning of the end, and I'm still trying to understand that. Like you're speaking in very generalities, like about. How this will, we've seen it in other industries where.
But come on, OBM, come on, you know what's gonna happen. They're gonna make sure that they have all this money. They're gonna give you such a good deal, and I'm gonna do it with a bobbing head, and you'll know where I'm talking about when I get there. They're gonna give you all this money, right? They're gonna give you all this money, and then they're gonna make sure they give you such value, and then before long, all of them are gonna be gone, and then they're gonna raise prices on you in like 10, 20 years once everybody else is gone. Come on, what about that?
Okay, now you have to kick some people out of the chat if you want to go through with the full rendition, okay? Because that's what that person would do. But I just want to say this, OBM, just to interject myself, and Kay, this will be the last thing I say, and I gotta go because I got the wife and the daughter waiting. Okay. Guys, as Xbox, as Xbox fans, as the preferred platform, just that picture that Kay there showed represents how many studios now are under Xbox. And just remember this: it was not too long ago, 2017, where Xbox only had four.
Five.
Five. Yeah.
I got you. Casual. Yeah.
Exactly. So from 5 to this is what competition looks like, and this is exactly what Xbox fans wanted them. They wanted them to compete. Now the ponies are going to come on and they're going to say, "Oh, but we didn't want them to buy publishers. That's not what we meant." Too freaking bad. All right, deal with it. All right, ask better from PlayStation, and that's all I'm going to say, guys. Peace. Hey, everybody have a great day, guys. And
easy, bro.
All right, guys.
Salute to the slanderous one, Mr. John Wolf. Catch him on Monday nights with me when we'll be speaking some PCMR. But until then, sir, have a good rest of your weekend.
Have a good one, guys. Peace.
He came here to drop some serious salt and then bounce. Amazing.
It was so good.
Everyone,
you got the mini me version of that. You should watch the episode.
You gotta go back to watch the real entrance.
It was
that honestly, I like want to just clip that and just like have that
that's
pinned to
gotta
my
be up
Twitter
there.
profile. So when people
Twitter,
just come in, they just see it. It's beautiful. It's hilarious.
If there's ever an episode where they're going to call us the Bot Brigade, it's this one because that intro,
was
boy.
so good.
Boy.
I want to say because I was on PostUp show last night. I just randomly hopped in there. By the way, you never asked me what I was playing. We skipped past that whole part.
Yeah, me either.
We're everywhere. We're
Yeah.
What are you playing, sir?
So
You can't be selective out here in these streets.
Yeah. I was up till 4:30 this morning because I finally completed Starfield.
Oh wow!
No spoilers.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
No
Nice.
spoilers.
Nice. You like it?
No spoilers.
I have 4 days and 13 hours in the game.
Nice.
I finished the UC Vanguard, the Freestar Collective, and last night I finished the longest faction quest in the game, which is the goddamn
Crimson Fleet?
Pirates.
Which
Crimson Fleet.
dragged
That's the one
on.
I've been on my entire time.
Yeah, it's what the hell?
It's so long, bro. That's all I've been doing. Since the beginning of the game, I got Crimson Fleet mission like 10 minutes into it
It's
because I committed a crime, and then I've been playing it. It's been over 2 days worth.
I just
in this damn Crimson Fleet, bro.
Be careful as you get to the end of that because some things can happen and it won't be clear what side you're on. And I got caught up like that.
One quick plus side of being on the Crimson Fleet mission for the whole time, though, is that means the Crimson Fleet aren't your enemy through the whole time. You're
I already experienced that. I went to a planet, and there was two huge plants that the Crimson Fleet were on, and I had to go in there and do. I just walked in. They were like, "Man, if you weren't a Crimson Fleet member, we will light you up." I'm like, "Good thing I am." Just walked in, and that was my best life.
Everborn, just to give the people exactly what kind of craziness we're talking about for the rare few who have not finished or played Starfield. I am 6 days and 23 hours in, and I'm in no way, shape, or form finished. Like not even close. 6 days.
That's wild.
The only
you can make it what you want, bro.
The only faction I have not joined is the Ryujin Industries,
which is a great mission.
Which is another odd one, and
really
I'd recommend it.
good.
I'd recommend it.
Yeah, but I'm probably gonna do it first on my new game plus.
New game plus.
So
that's the nice thing. You left something for it.
Yeah,
I was also I didn't want to rush through it, right? That's why I made sure I did all the factions that I could before I because on the advice of Sycamore, a lot of people are rushing through and then doing the faction stuff in New Game Plus. But I hear a few people say, don't do that. It's better because you lose a lot of stuff.
You will start New Game Plus with nothing.
You still keep your skills and all that. And you do get a great ship and armor. I'll leave it at that. To start your New Game Plus with.
Real quick, great member of this community. $10 super chat from Scrub Nurse. It's been too long, sir, but he's here. He says it is finished. I feel vindicated. He was on GCP way back when, and he said 1, the deal will go through, and 2, COD will not be exclusive. And by the way, do not talk smack about this man about COD. He is beyond reproach when it comes to COD. He is the COD guy. He's SME, as they say. He's the COD subject matter expert. And 3, he said players will move to Game Pass once it comes into fruition. And by all accounts, I think he's 3 out of 3. He's doing it. Salute to you, sir. Appreciate you for being here, for checking us out.
Oh, yeah.
We have to have you back on the show. The man is a COD savant, I have to say. I've seen some of his footage. I'm just like, you clearly do not age like the rest of us because his skills are far beyond mine. It is what it is. And of course, not to be denied, Mr. Joanna Dark with the $5 super chat. He says next week will be a great show for Team Mario. Too bad it won't be for Team Blue Rat. Everborn, enjoy RODs. Stop spoiling games on GCP.
Wow. So So I actually wanted to make sure I finished Starfield this weekend so I could devote my full attention to Sonic Superstars. That's what happened. And that's why I stayed up so late.
So he rushed on Starfield.
I didn't rush anything. I did all the factions.
Except for you, which is another great one that you should go through. And it's like probably another, I don't know, 20 hours or something.
Oh my
I
God.
bet you the region mission alone will be longer than all of Sonic Superstars.
Nope, I'll have to take a little break.
And just that mission alone will rate higher.
Yes,
that's it.
Come on.
And it was my least favorite faction, but it's
now people keep saying, IGN gave Sonic a 7 and they're rating that in my face, and I'm saying, as far as I'm concerned, if Starfield was a 7, then we're in good hands with Sonic.
Well, Open Critic Sonic is a 77 right now. So it's like
it is good that you're wearing a cap. That's all I'll say.
But the thing I brought Everborn was
trademark cap
on Amazon right now. What's the number 4 bestseller? What do you think it is? Number 4 bestseller. What game do you think that might be?
Before I answer that question, I would like to point out that during Black Friday, when we had our Sonic versus Ragnarok bet, Sonic was higher than Ragnarok, and how did that turn out?
Well, I'm just saying, what is
so Amazon? These Amazon lists don't really
how much higher? How much higher was Sonic than Ragnarok? How much?
And wait a minute, Kay, you already saw how Nintendo was trying to cook the books and not allow you to buy Sonic with your Nintendo points, and you could only buy Mario when you tried to buy it. Is that not a story? No. Can you just explain that to the people?
Technically, so okay. This was my fault, right? But he is right on a certain topic, right? So I buy the coupons because you get coupons from from the eShop for Nintendo, right? And I got you pay $100, you get 2 coupons. I'm like, all right. First one I'm buying, obviously, Super Mario Wonder, right? Second one I was thinking I could buy is probably Sonic Superstars. But of course, it's a me issue. And I'll be honest, it's between the mouse and the seat on this one. Why would they let you buy a third-party game with a first-party coupon?
They're scared.
Think that.
That is what I was gonna say. It's for the first-party games. Fault. That's their deal. They're doing on their games.
I ended up. That's right. So I ended up having to rethink my strategy and then bought the Peach game because my daughter's waiting for that. So
when I have
I hear you.
I could buy anything in the Xbox store. Nintendo's scared of Sonic. That's all we learned. That's the moral of the story.
BT Maverick 707 with a $20 super chat, sir. He says, hats off to Pactor and Florian for calling this straight and basically informing us all that hold on. I just lost it. Oh, it's back. Okay. And basically informing us all that listening on how this deal would play out even in the darkest of times during the process. What a beautiful day, friends. Dominoes on me. First off, stop with the domino slander.
Yo, I'll take the dominoes. Let's go ahead and send some my way. It's on you.
Secondly, well, hold on. Secondly, I see you got Pactor in there. I see you got Florian in there. I would be remiss if I don't call out my brother. Everborn Saga should be in there as well because he called it from day one. I'm just saying we got to keep it a buck on here.
Told everybody to relax and hold the line and don't worry about it. Let the process play out because there was no credible arguments.
There really was.
But Everborn number 4.
You gotta bring it back.
Loving it.
You need to hear it, bro.
Mario 1 number 4.
It's Mario.
And where is Sonic?
What?
No. Let him answer.
The fight is fixed. I can't tell
you. The fight is fixed.
10?
By the people who are buying it. The fight is fixed.
Number 10? Number 10? Number 15? No, come on, Everborn.
What number could it be?
I don't think it's in the top 20. I'll put it that way.
It's 54. 54.
Okay. Now.
It's gonna outsell Mario.
Listen.
Here's the thing. Whatever happens with these numbers, somebody got to hold the line for Sonic and say. So
in other words, what you're saying is like Mr. John Wolf, when you're in that bank The gun, the guards are all around you. You got no bullets left in your chamber. They even have the money away from you, but you're not gonna put it down. You're gonna still shoot.
Starsky and Hutch. We're gonna
die on that hill.
Hellman Louise.
They're all dying. They dying.
Everborn, the nice thing, bro, is that you're gonna have a great time once Xbox buys Sega.
Exactly.
And then all of us are going to be like, yo, Sega, Sonic, let's go.
Yeah,
let's go, Sonic.
Bro. I'm speaking that into existence.
You got some time
coming,
bro. Your time will come, bro.
Go ahead. Just, and shout out to Gerald Mack. Can we
Gerald Mack
take a moment to and maybe it was just me, but I don't think it was. That announcement commercial that they did yesterday literally gave me chills.
Oh,
yo, it did.
He got the bumps.
It was in the feels, and the reason I want to bring that up, I think that is a taste of what the Activision marketing is going to do for the Xbox brand.
Oh yeah,
to make you actually feel something, right? That's something Xbox has not had, where people have that sort of emotional connection when they see these IPs. Sony has that. Nintendo has that. Halo has
hold
that.
On, hold on 1 second, sir.
Halo fans
One
are crazy.
second, sir.
But just that sense of emotion and nostalgia and like that's something.
So you're now arguing. You're arguing that Xbox needs some of that not guerrilla, because I think that's what they do. They do guerrilla marketing. You want some of that emotional, strategic marketing that has been part and parcel of gaming for a while, that they seem to have.
The thing that
Mad World effect is what they're looking for.
Right. Good pull. Good pull. Yeah.
It touches you. You know, your spirit or whatever, your psyche in a way.
Touches you in the feels, as they say. Yes,
exactly.
And that's what they need to connect to Game Pass too, because like their Game Pass marketing on its surface always looks pretty solid, but at the end of the day, all they're doing is they're selling you like the value of it. It's like you get all these games, and it's
OBM and Everborn Saga. You guys, I love y'all, man. Y'all just threading this needle so beautifully for me. First off, Gerald Mack, $2 super chat. The Pantheon panel. Salute, gentlemen. # Graybeards. Salute to you,
shaved mine this morning.
Now, now, the reason why I say this is
because mother, you're right.
The reason
I'm 47, man. I hide it.
Look at how amazing y'all threaded the needle for me with this one. Talking about how Game Pass marketing needs to go. Look what they're marketing right now. If you go to a football game,
that's dope.
On Manchester United, you know, y'all really look what they're doing. They're offering you Game Pass literally on your foot long, and this got to be more than a foot. Game Pass codes. Right? Look at the man Tom Warner. He's like, oh, I would go, but then I got to go watch a Man U game.
I'm excited.
I would just like to point something out. What is Sonic's favorite food?
Oh my God! Oh,
does anybody know that answer, Everborn?
Yes, it's chili dogs, man. It's chili dogs. We know this.
Chili dogs.
It's chili dogs.
Okay.
Sure. But right now,
I get that.
But right now, if you were to use that code and go there, you'd go to a place that's full of wonder and magic, and Sonic won't be there. So come on, what are we talking about?
Not yet.
For now.
Not yet. You know what? Another one I just saw in the chat pop up. But when it comes to marketing, the Halo 3 Believe. The Halo 3 Believe trailer was
motion. Yes.
And that's the thing that seems like they're missing. It was interesting too, though, because like with the leaked documents, that was one of the top things, right? They talked about the PC store, the Battle.net. They talked about what it's going to do for mobile, and they mentioned the advertising. And I think they realize that, right? They realize that is like this is going to, outside of Japan, this pretty much plugs all their holes.
Do they have a fighting game yet?
They have Killer Instinct. They have their own fighting game.
What I'm saying,
Iron Galaxy, but
yeah, they need to own a fighting game studio. Is probably what you're alluding to.
I think that they do. They just
you think they bought Iron Galaxy?
Yeah.
I think anything. I think that they bought. I think they already have purchase some studios that are below the threshold so they don't have to say anything. I think they've already done it. I think they already have it locked away and they're just waiting for all this to blow by before they unleash it on us, because I feel like it just makes sense.
Well, you know what I mean, like it plugs the gaps. God, I can't say it without
plug the gaps because you know people
can't do it.
some shit already.
I can't like this show. There's no way you can say anything without But like,
just own it, OBM.
Own it.
Just
I keep getting distracted. No, but when I talk about that, I'm really referring more to like the strategic stuff, like because you start talking about different like individual genres. Like somebody will point out, well, hey, they only outside of like Ninja Theory, they don't have a lot for the cinematic narrative driven stuff. But a lot of that stuff with all of the IP and studios and even partners and things like that, you can still cook up those types of games. You can get those in the hopper, right? Like, so when I'm referring to like ABK really kind of plugging all those gaps, it's really I'm talking about like the big things, right? The things that you can't just reach out to a second party studio and work on this game like they could with IOI, or the bringing in like certain affinity with Halo and things like that. So I think all those big things that could have been major blind spot, not even blind spots, but like major chinks in their plan going forward are now solved. So you can you can go down to that level and say, okay, well, like let's have some like where are these where can we like focus now in genres and things like that. I don't think they were at that point. I know a lot of us were talking about it like, oh, they need somebody in this genre and that genre. I don't think they were looking at it from that standpoint. I think that's the next level, probably after, they figure out something for the Eastern side of the world. I think then after that, then they're going to be at that level where they can go, you know what, we need more narrative driven games. We need to make sure we solidify our, something in fighting and things like that and start focusing on the genres. Right. So you got to take it in phases, and I think that is the phase that we're getting close to now.
Yeah, they're also like, this is sort of unprecedented growth, and that is going to be very difficult to
for sure.
Manage and integrate. And a lot of people gave Sean Layden crap, and maybe he is still wearing his PlayStation hat, but he said that the acquisition is easy, but the integration is difficult by a factor of 10. So there may have been some shade in that, but it was still based in truth.
Yeah, no, anybody's ever
he's done it though.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
Like when was he part of this type of purchase that he's trying to spit bars on this? He ain't got no bars on this, bro. Sit your ass down, man. Just go back to where you were.
Money talking like, hey, you have your $1,000 pocket. You've never seen this money before. Shut your mouth. Sit down.
Everborn, you had a question way back.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change. All right.
You had a question way back.
Trying to come relevant again. Sit down, fam.
About the culture and how would it actually happen as far as like this massive purchase and all these employees coming in. Would ABK take over Xbox versus Xbox take over ABK? Right. We kind of answered it with it comes from Phil, but we kind of concentrated on Parris. One thing to think about is, remember, this is Microsoft. It's not Xbox, right? Exactly. And it's not Phil is not the CEO of a separate company. He's part of Microsoft proper. And Microsoft has a lot of employees. This is a lot of people. It is, but Microsoft has a lot more. They have a whole process to handle M&A, and so they have their own capability to bring.
While you're talking, I have a few that I want to drop in. First and foremost, just to get people like really thinking about what we're talking about here when we're talking about how big this is and all that. Yeah, this is including ABK, which you're looking at on the screen here. It's including ABK. But still, look how small the sliver is in conjunction to the gaming proper, right? And while we're here, sitting here, shout out to the man, Dirt Griggity. I'll borrow his term. We're TTSing right here, right? What we're also doing is bullsitting. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome HamSolo. And for a little bit of flavor, JayRock.
Also, there he is.
JayRock.
Hey, what is going on?
Jay, what is that camera
in here?
This is the right type of party. You know what I'm saying? We're good now.
Please continue.
You gotta start calling JayRock Mogwai.
Mogwai. I love it.
So I think from a culture perspective, they can figure that out. But there is an interesting point of, does ABK drown out some of the other stuff? That's a potential thing, right? Parris mentioned it. It's Call of Duty, but that isn't what Phil is looking for. So do you have a point there? These studios could start making a lot of games, and it could potentially drown out the other ones. But does that necessarily matter? I guess the question is, when you want a coalition game, when you get that Gears of War, are you going to say, oh, but you know what? There's all this stuff from Bethesda. I'll just go play Starfield. No, you're going to play your Gears of War, right? Yeah, it is what it is, right? So I think it won't necessarily matter as long as the games get their attention. Now, where it becomes more interesting is there enough revenue being generated to handle all this? But this is the fun part. King makes so much goddamn money that it actually pays for the salaries of all of ABK. Right, so you basically are covered there, on top of whatever they make in live service revenue from all the other games that they have. I don't think there's really that much of an issue, right? So, hey, Game Pass comes along and gobbles up all these games, and they don't make enough money. That's really not an issue. Thankfully, a lot of these are live games, so they have constant battle passes, constant DLCs, constant seasons. It's just constant revenue coming in for a lot of this,
and they're kind of constantly getting money from people on PlayStation, Steam.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right?
they're
a lot of these games
no matter what
continue to be elsewhere.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
this is wild.
It does the opposite, actually. What people,
it frees them up to get more.
Because what it does is it dilutes all risk. Like if you look at,
exactly.
I keep going back to the Netflix thing, but I always look at. It's interesting because there is a lot of parallels. I know movies and TV and gaming are different in a lot of ways, especially in terms of how they monetize it. But like it was getting to the point, Netflix would jump up to like, now we're going to spend 19 billion this year in content. Now we're going to spend 23 billion. Every time that number went up, they had to invest more, and they had to and they had to broaden it, right? They had to diversify it more. So like the more committed they are, the more now they, like, you're past the point of no return. It actually does the opposite effect. And now if you're putting 100 million towards this game, or we're going to try something, we're going to work with Kojima for some cloud type of thing that might be may not ever take off. It's that those types of risks are diluted in the reward of all that stuff, the upside of it, because eventually what's going to happen with Call of Duty on there, you're going to have in a few years, potentially, they probably believe they're going to have 50, 60 million people on there. And now you have, 50, 60 million people that can try that stuff out. And if it hits, it creates a different kind of wave that wasn't even possible. And I think for me, like, that's the most exciting aspect of this. I'm not somebody that, I play Call of Duty occasionally. I'm not a huge ABK guy, like, overall. But what I am a Game Pass person, and somebody that actually like looks forward to how that will change the paradigm, and how it will actually keep a lot of the games that we've grown up loving, like when the single player games, the narrative, the narrative driven stuff. The kids these days are not paying $70 for 20-hour experiences. If you just look at what all Take-Two's or EA's, like when they come out with their updated revenues, it's like more and more of the revenue every year is microtransactions. It means more and more people are playing gas games, and you look at the sales that of those types of games, even though the market's growing, the sales of those types of games is not. And so to me, like something like this, raising the tide for everything with Game Pass is actually potentially going to create a healthy place for those things to not just survive, but to thrive. And they can take more risks again, where, you're trying to do that traditionally with a new IP. You come out with a $50 million, $100 million new IP, and you launch it amongst Call of Duty and everything else, you're going to get lost a lot of times. So that's where I'm excited. And I think that, Hargeet, kind of to your point, or what you were saying, is I think that this is actually going to have the opposite impact. It's going to actually enable a lot more rather than less.
Yeah.
So real quick, joining the conversation, thank you so much for being here. Corey Tidwell, $5 super chat. He says, if I'm Microsoft, I'm moving World of Warcraft into Game Pass. you lose that revenue up front, but you may attract the 1 to 2 million lost WoW subscribers back. Interesting.
How many
I think that's
subscribers does
something.
WoW have?
Yeah.
Oh, they're up there. They're
have a
still
lot.
there. A
Yeah, it's
lot.
supposed to be
Like
pretty big,
even
right?
even now, and it's in the days where it's past its prime. Some say it's still like healthy number. I'll look it up and give you that number. But it is. I
don't know if you need to put it in, but I think you do a bundle. Like if you have World of Warcraft subscription and the other one, instead
Game
of
Pass
what is it, $32 or whatever it would be, you pay $25 and you get both. You still keep the bump from them, and you do get that same benefit of attracting other people who are thinking, "Oh wow, what a reduced cost! Let me hop in." Right?
Absolutely.
I think that would be making more
HamSolo.
reach.
Yes, sir.
TSWS Gaming Network, brother. I appreciate you for jumping in, enjoying the craziness with us, the madness, sir. What have you been playing, and what is your thoughts on this auspicious occasion?
So I appreciate this invite. I can't stay too crazy long because it's family day, and you already know I be doing podcasts like all week. So my wife is like, "What the hell? What are you doing?" So, but I'm here kicking it with you guys because it is.
Let's go.
This is a historic moment, right? We gotta have this. We gotta talk about this kind of stuff. But as for what I've been playing as of recently, obviously Starfield. Forza just dropped, so I've been playing that. But I've been playing on my PlayStation as well. I haven't been leaving that too cold as of lately. I jumped on for a little bit of Final Fantasy 16 because I didn't have to buy it because I game share with somebody. And I was like, yo, I'm going to take advantage of that and check out this game, see what it's all about. It's not too bad. It's more of my style than a lot of the other Final Fantasies because there's a lot of hacking and slashing with this one. I also had to try out GT7 before I got into Forza, and man, oh man, I like Forza. I'll just put it back like that. I don't gotta throw a ton of shade on GT7. I will. One thing I will give credit to GT7 on is, man, the interior of the cars in GT7 are phenomenal. They're absolutely phenomenal. But I drive chasing the car, so
you barely see the cockpit. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So, and when you're doing that in GT7, I'm not gonna bash it right now. It's just too early in the day for me to do that stuff. But
it's trash, bro. I'll say it for you, okay?
It's
trash.
Thank you. Carry on from where I was at last night because I expended a ton of energy on some foolery yesterday. So I'm just kind of over it for today. But
so hit us with your thoughts on this Xbox thing. This we're all podcasters here. It feels, me personally, we're all celebrating different things. I'm celebrating no longer have to make the story a topic of conversation every time. Will it? Won't it? That's where I'm celebrating. I'm happy that this thing is solidified and we can move on. Why are you celebrating, sir? Why are you so happy?
Why am I? You know why I'm happy? Because this is less money that I gotta spend on shit that comes. On stuff that comes out.
Talk your shit, sir. We are non PG-13 today. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is a celebration for me because I don't have to spend money on shit that's gonna come out again in a year later, and a year later, and then on top of it, I get to see these people work on something other than just Call of Duty. And to me, that is so huge. Activision games were the shit back in the day. They're still pretty cool, but it's just so slim pickings now. And Call of Duty, it's great and all, but I like my goofy games. I like my, Crash. I like my Spyros. I like my prototypes. The games that are extra, and you can do it by yourself. Some games you can do with others, but I tell you, I'm more interested into that aspect. What is to be wished for or looked into? Like you guys were listing some of the games earlier, right? In the past of what Activision did. I know KMega had his whole RC game that he really wants to get back. And and whatever. And I've heard everybody under the sun, including myself, say, hey, I'd love to see a new True Crime. So could you imagine a remake of a game like that? Let's talk about
I played True Crime
guy.
New York recently. That game is so but like before its time, it still does things to this day that gamers in like in 2023, 24 won't like haven't seen before. And that game was, when did that come out? That game needs a remake.
Hey,
like, immediately.
Hey, Ham.
Yes, sir.
Let me put something on everybody's radar.
What's
we know
up?
Killer Instinct is coming back,
and
something Cordy just brought to my attention is how's that going to be now that they have access to all the ABK characters?
Yo,
talk about it.
I heard Patrick Macca, shout out to Macca Guides. He said put Master Chief in Tony Hawk. Like right away, and I was just like, yo, is that the kind of messiness that we're gonna be attracting at this point?
I just want Master Chief's helmet, because I love the remake of Tony Hawk. It is the most amazing remake. And then, of course, for their amazing work, what happened? Then what happened? They threw him in the salt mines as soon as they pulled out such an amazing thing. Put Master Chief's helmet on one of the characters. That's all. That's it.
You have Master Chief doing tricks with the grapple shot.
So Jay, shout out to you for holding on to all the receipts.
Absolutely.
Speak on it, Jay. Speak on it. Welcome.
Tell me what it was like when you got the news the deal was done, knowing you had an archive. And I can just bet you're not even done with the archive.
Well, no, I have a whole folder. I have a whole video coming up.
He got a dossier. He got a documentary on
this. That's right. I'm like Lena Khan over here, except my paperwork is up to date.
That's like, bro.
Yeah, it was a joyous moment, right? Like everything we've been saying for almost 2 years now finally came to fruition. You know, like everybody was calling us the fanboys. We didn't understand the nuances of this deal, right? Everborn, it's not that simple. Everborn, you need to understand the nuances.
Apparently, neither did Judge Corley or Sarah Cardell.
So it's finally we've seen. Listen, they wanted Xbox to be the behemoth that they knew they were, right? We finally getting this behemoth, and they don't like it. Well, I like it, and like Satya said, let us compete.
Yeah. Listen, what a turn of fate that Jim Ryan, the chief opponent of the deal, who we all said was lying and being disingenuous, that the deal is done and he is also done.
Isn't it interesting when he quit before the news was announced? It seems a little too serendipitous.
He might have had inside information. You know.
It is interesting.
It's funny. He left them in a state of disarray, right? They have no roadmap, no identity really. They don't know if they're going.
They have a roadmap.
We have conflicting reports on their identity. They don't know if they're going games as a service or they're going back to their Japanese roots. Like we don't know who's gonna take over.
As Everborn has said, they are now headless. They're walking around without a head.
Well, let me add on. Let me put a little color to this drawing here. What are the sectors of the gaming industry that are growing right now? God damn. Who is that?
I'm sorry. I just had to sneak that in real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, Sonic the Homeless. What's going on?
Name over here.
Oh man.
I'm sorry.
I can't tell if that's Slomo or Parris.
You know who that is. What's going on,
Sonic the Homeless.
How's it going? I actually have another
evil laugh. You know that Slomo
put up there, and I'm looking for it. I can't find it.
Oh yeah, you look. I think I know what you're looking for. Go ahead,
Sonic
keep looking.
Trying to evade me the way he's trying to evade any sales. You know what I'm saying? It's a little difficult, but I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna find it.
Oh man!
You know, I think we got too many people on the show right now. I don't think StreamYards could take it. So
Okay. If that's the case, just kidding. I'm just kidding. I had to do it. I'm sorry. I had to do it.
Jesus Christ!
Dang.
This is the show for that. This is
My
the show.
own show, I get kicked off for Slomo.
Man, he grabbed that umbrella and got to yanking.
So,
Hey guys,
welcome.
Case, I'm going to have to take off here in just a couple minutes.
So I want to say this before you go because I definitely want your take on this, and
then we'll switch folks out. Yeah.
So, just talking about the world before ABK and the world post ABK and Sony's position in it. The areas of the gaming industry that are growing are PC and mobile.
Yep.
Right? And we know that the console business is a mature business, but it is not growing in terms of user numbers. It's growing in revenue because they're finding new ways to charge us, microtransactions, increased prices, things like that. I see that picture, Slomo. But anyway, so when we're talking about where Sony is and what investments have been made over the last 2 years,
you keep talking. I'm just gonna do this real quick.
We are talking about.
Hey guys, I need something to eat. I just need something to eat. My game didn't sell. They put me out against Mario. I don't know what they were thinking.
You're just gonna let this go down.
I just need this go down. If you could give me like $5, I'll go to McDonald's. I'll get some coffee. Maybe
I love the slander.
a McMuffin or something. Amy left me.
Oh god.
It's been a couple weeks.
Oh my god! I'm sorry.
Is in a with Bowser right now.
We're keeping it together. We're keeping it together.
Die. But anyway, listen.
Oh my goodness.
So the thing is this. We know that the only way to grow at this point in the console space is you're either going to take share away from Nintendo, good luck, or you're going to take more share away from Microsoft. And we're at 2-1 now. And I don't think you're taking any market share away from Microsoft at this point because they're not going to go anywhere. And after ABK, it's safe to say that they will at least stay where they are, if not go higher. So you can't grow in that space. So now we have over $4 to $5 billion spent on acquisitions. Are there anywhere closer in mobile apart from Fire Sprite, who hasn't made a game, where all the growth is in the industry, right? They have Nixxes, but Nixxes is a porting studio. So they're still not set up with a store or a way to have their development pipeline do PC day and date. So those are the two areas of growth that they have. And they're already operating on 7 to 12% margin. Don't worry about that 25 billion number. The last year, they'll say you got to account for them amortizing the Bungie cost, but you paid for Bungie, and Bungie is now canceling games from your premier studio. The studio head or one of the studio heads leaves after this is announced. How has Jim Ryan set Sony up for this new future now that you have an awakened, an emboldened $2 trillion competitor? So you really can't take it. You've seen the ceiling of what you can take in the console space in terms of market share, and that's not growing. So you have no way of growing unless you can again claw market share from Nintendo or Microsoft. And in the PC and mobile space, you haven't made any significant investments, and you spent $5 billion. Then last thing, and then you shifted the company's focus. You shifted the company's focus to games as a service, and this is not me guessing that. They're saying the majority of their production budget is going towards games as a service, 60-40. That's their focus. You have no announced roadmap, and you're doing this at a time where 9 out of 10 games as a service games end up flopping, right? So you name within the last 5 years a service game that has taken off and it wasn't grand opening, grand closing.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we need to bring a little class into
What's
this.
that mother feeding talk?
A
little bit of class, and I'll let OBM jump in here. But first and foremost, let me bring someone on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, to complete the dynamic duo. Doodle, welcome.
Hey,
thank you. Where's the party at? Let's go.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. I know, OBM, you got a little bit of time left before you got to go. Finish your statement, and then I need to know the answers to the 2 questions. Question 1: what is your, like, it's done now, I want to see them make this. And then who's next?
All right. So a lot of stuff to try to fit in here in a couple minutes. But Everborn, man, I need a full show to answer your question. That was a lot of stuff. But we talked a little bit about it with Jim Ryan, when we learned that he was leaving. But it does highlight the point that, it's not that Microsoft and Sony aren't competing or not going to continue to compete or compete over market share. They're just not the future where they can take that from each other is just not really on console. Like, that market is, because it's so mature. If you kind of like look at how mature markets are, people just don't, in mature markets, they don't move. It costs too much money for PlayStation to try to pull over an Xbox customer and vice versa. Like, if that ends up being a byproduct of some other strategy, then fine. But to focus on that is just, in a market that's not really growing is not really an area where I think Microsoft's even focused, right? And we heard Phil say that, and I think that's honest, that console, they don't really expect people in this digital age to kind of move from one to another. Yeah, somebody might buy a second system, but those aren't profitable. They lose money when they sell you an Xbox. So if you buy 2 games over the next 3 years that are exclusive, they're not making any money off of you. So, people keep looking at the console sales. I don't really think that that's really a good barometer anymore at all. In terms of like whether their business is working or not, just because of how things are changing. Where they are, looking to move is that where gaming is heading is PC, it's mobile, it's really everywhere. It's really just about being an app. And so Microsoft is setting up in that area. That's what ABK is about. It's about being that app that can be on any device.
Self-sufficient too, yeah.
Yeah, 10 years from now. And here's the thing, like, even for us, for anybody here who says, hey, I just like the console, I'm not a PC gamer, I'm never going to go anywhere else. I think that in the next 10 years, you may start to feel different because, like we see with the ROG Ally is kind of like the tip of the iceberg. Eventually, you're going to get to the point where you're just gonna want the convenience of the stuff that you play to go with you and be on whatever device you're on at the moment, right? And that's where everything is heading. And so, yeah, when I look at like what Sony's done with Jim Ryan, I wasn't a fan of him. I don't really talk about him too much, but it felt like he was like half in on everything. It's like, oh, I know that we got to kind of do this PC thing, and I'm going to dip my toes in PC. I'm going to dip my toes in subscriptions. I'm going to keep doing a little bit in VR, but not fully commit to VR. It was like a lot of half steps. And then even with the gas stuff, I wouldn't say gas is a saturated market altogether. I've heard that said a lot, but I think that some of the types of games they're focusing on are saturated right now, especially on with core gamers, right? Like the shooters and looter shooters and things like that. Those are really, really hard to break into. And we even saw Halo, that used to be the king of shooters, 2 decades ago. It still has a huge presence in terms of people knowing what it is. Was a fun game. They didn't nail the live service. Live service is hard for good multiplayer games. Never mind taking single player studios and trying to move up 2 leagues. So yeah, I think that Jim Ryan and really where Sony was, and I think a lot of it just comes down to like, hey, they were the king in this old paradigm. It's really, really difficult when you are winning that big. When you have a huge lead, like if you watch football or basketball, when you have a huge lead, you're not busting out your trick plays, right? You're not busting out everything in the bag. And I think sometimes you see teams like we see in sports.
When you're running a relay race and you're ahead, you don't twist your neck backwards to see what the person in third place is doing.
Yeah, and you play prevent defense. And how many times have I watched the Lions lose playing prevent defense off of a big lead? And I think that's kind of what's happened, right? It for Microsoft, the Xbox One was probably, we've heard it before that it was the worst generation for them to lose. I'd actually, thinking outside the box, I'd argue it was the opposite. I think it was the best generation for them to get their ass kicked and be forced to go like, you know what, this area, this segment, we've lost. If we're going to stay in here, we're going to have to do something different. It's forced them to prepare where maybe with if they would have held on to that lead after the Xbox 360, you wouldn't have seen in Game Pass. You wouldn't have seen all these things that you're seeing. You wouldn't have seen the investment you're seeing now and all that.
Exactly.
So yeah, it is an interesting thing, and I don't want to like doom and gloom Sony. Like I think they have a solid floor with PlayStation customers, but business is not about staying where you're at or barely holding on or slowly declining. If you're not growing and if you don't show potential to grow, investors get out, and that that's something they got to worry about. So yeah, I don't know like how they're not really set up for that, and unlike Nintendo, they didn't even lean, if you're not going to go all that direction, then maybe you just go like, you know what, we're just going to go like triple down on what our brand is and who we are and our identity. And now they've diluted that, right? And that's
they're not going budget, bro. They don't have to triple down. They would have to triple their budget, and they can't do it. Yeah. They can barely handle the ones they got, bro.
They're Sonic the Homeless right now.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem with the gas.
That's where they're at.
Hey.
Yeah.
Eating tonight.
Going on.
But I want to answer two questions and then get out because you got lots of new panelists. I want to give them time to speak. And I'm getting calls. It's like, what are you doing,
brother? We appreciate you for being here. Answer the two questions that I insist on everyone answer. What do you want from this deal as far as remaster, remake, some pull an old IP, and who's next on the chopping block as far as purchases?
Chopping block.
Yeah, I'm saying that for those who feel that way.
Right.
Who are they going to save next? One Bad Mother. Who are they going to save?
Who's the evil empire going to swallow next?
To consolidation.
This battle station is fully operational.
That's right.
So, number one, I told you I wasn't like historically the biggest ADK guy. So Geometry Wars.
Geometry Wars.
It's a great game. I played it recently. It's a great game. People forget how good that game is. It's great.
The Xbox 360, when it launched, Perfect Dark was just bad.
Yeah,
it was what I played. I sat my daughter. My daughter was just born actually at the time the 360 launched, and so I'd sit her on my lap and play Geometry Wars all day. I still got bloodshot eyes from
360 lived off of Geometry Wars for a long time. Geometry Wars and Hexic and all those, like for real, no doubt.
Perfect Dark wasn't it? Was it?
Yeah.
But
don't hate on Perfect Dark, bro. Perfect Dark was good, bro. All right, just enjoy it. It was good. Don't need to slander it.
StarCraft Ghost was the coolest cancellation, like the coolest game on paper.
That one was fire.
Yeah, and you know what? That actually, I'm going to step back on that. You just got me thinking about it. You think about Warcraft and StarCraft, and you think about Microsoft's void, and we talked about that a little bit. They're void in like the narrative-driven stuff, or the like those games, or even just translating those over to RPGs. Like those games in those worlds have so much potential to branch out beyond what they've ever been. they have all that lore, right? Like lore in decades, and they still have.
You have to do a league of what Riot's doing right now, which is
Yeah.
taking all that lore and just branching it out and making a whole bunch of shit from it. They have the IP. They don't have to just make that same game. They could keep that game going and then take that and branch. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Fuck
like
that. Hell yeah.
so much you can do with those IPs in terms of just because you got the name recognition, right? And you got the Game Pass thing. You could do so much.
You know what I'd love? A single player like massive RPG in the Warcraft world, like a Witcher, not Witcher style, but I'm saying that level of single player, like just massive open world, Elden Ring kind of in with the lore of Warcraft, like not an MMO, just a straight up,
single player.
I mean, you mentioned Elden Ring, and then you think of like what Fable is. I mean, there's so like you could go all those directions, man. Just
question two
when you say Fable.
Who's next?
I'm gonna have to back my guy Everborn here on Sega. You know what? Sega Genesis is up there in my top 2 consoles of all time.
Okay, yeah.
Nice. I you know, and actually, when I bought the original Xbox, Sega was part of, was my justification. Besides Halo, I played Halo and I jumped on it. So Sega, but I will say, because I don't think they're going to do something big in like the next year. I think they're going to have to. They got to let the dust settle. There's a lot going on here. So really, it's probably I say smaller. They would have been big purchases back in the day, but
technically Sega is small. After you buy Activision, you can't say like this $8 billion purchase or $10 billion is equal, right? Buying Sega is going small.
Still thousands of employees, right? So you're probably gonna. But I want to see the Crystal Dynamics, the Eidos. The reason why, really, the studios where they already have big IPs tied to them that they're working on, just protect those. Like protect your Perfect Dark, protect your Fable, because Eidos is apparently lending a big hand in Fable. Then you got certain affinity with Halo, and I'm a Halo fanboy, so please don't mess up Halo.
Yes.
It's getting back on track. So we need certain affinity, lock down, make sure that fulfills its redemption arc. So that's it. I've talked a lot, and you got like lots of people waiting. So, anyways, it was awesome.
Sir.
Yeah,
it has been a pleasure having you here. The unofficial third chair. Whenever you need him, he's here. And out of nowhere, he can just show up and drop some bars and educate all of us. We appreciate you for being here as usual, sir. Tell folks where they can keep up with all your ongoings on the X.com, sir, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, man. So, first of all, always love talking with you guys. I didn't think I was going to make it. I was bummed. I actually wanted the whole thing delayed a week just because I wanted to make sure I was here.
You can talk about it.
Can you believe that? I said that out loud. Everyone's ready to kill me. But anyways, really happy to be here, you guys. It's great to see everybody that's been here on the panel and see here right now. And
great.
If you want to catch me on Twitter, Mutha_1 MUTHA_ONE. I've talked multiple times about the fact that I haven't channeled Tina, but I haven't started releasing stuff. That's probably going to hold off till December. Just too much going on right now. So I'll talk about that when it's ready instead of just sort of hinting at it. I'm like delaying it like like Xbox Studios things right now. But anyways, guys, it was lovely seeing you. I hope you have a great weekend and have fun.
Thank you for being here, sir. We appreciate you. The one and only OBM. Thank you, sir. Now, I also know, and I know we have a bunch of super chats in here. I promise y'all we're going to get to the super chats. We're going to start reading them. But I also know Mr. HamSolo Gaming, he's been gracious. Actually, I'd say Mrs. TSWS Gaming has been very, very patient with us.
Mrs. HamSolo.
I know how that's like. Mrs. Asante was patient with me yesterday, and I think y'all know what I'm talking about.
That's right.
Sir, I will not belabor the point. I will not belabor the point anymore. Please, the 2 questions. Hit us with what you think they should remake next. Anything you want. Drop any craziness, whether it be from their IP or from ABK's IP. And who's next, sir?
Okay, what I'd like to see dropped is Deadpool.
Oh,
interesting. Interesting. That's a new one. All right, because they published that, right?
Remake, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
You want full remake?
Yeah. I'd love to see that. I think that'd be really fun. I think that'd catch a lot of. I think that'd catch a lot of eyes because everybody knows action, goofiness, fun. It just screams fun. So I think something like Deadpool would be phenomenal to have.
He wasn't
in
a big
there.
deal back then, so now it would hit harder.
Yeah,
exactly. I'd also love to see Vigilante 8 come back. Let me get some.
He's got good polls, man. There you go. Keep going.
Yeah, brother. Those are a couple games that I would definitely like. Obviously, Prototype would be phenomenal in there. Some Transformers games would be pretty cool too.
Hasbro has already telegraphed they want it. Hasbro has telegraphed, so
they already announced more Transformers, right?
Yes. They say they are glad and happy to work with Microsoft to bring some of those IPs back.
Yeah, I remember Lulu was talking about that too.
It's
like it's not as hard as you guys think to get this stuff back up and kick it. So, so that would be pretty dope. Maybe something in the 007 universe since they've worked with that in the past. I think that would be.
We already got IO working on that, right? IO is working on that. Yeah, they're still working on that.
There you go. Okay, IO Interactive. That's good to see. I mean, definitely. Seeing that they work on Hitman and stuff like that, they could probably make a fantastic game in that type of world for sure. But I think that's pretty much all I can think of, other than Guitar Hero. I'm really interested in seeing what that looks like 2024 or 2025 or something like that.
Solo, about Guitar Hero, I hear a lot of talk about it. We're all thinking one thing.
Okay.
What if it's actually King that's bringing back Guitar Heroes as a mobile game?
Meaning a mobile game. What I will tell you, although we can take that thought experiment, I'll take that thought experiment, but what I will tell you is what's his name? Kotek has already telegraphed Plastic Instruments still. So it's not you use your mobile game to do it. He's already telegraphed the Plastic Instruments as a proper
Why couldn't that
device.
connect to your phone?
Because why would you use a big plastic instrument for a teeny tiny screen? That would be a very backwards kind of a. That's the only reason why I'm like, they've already telegraphed the Plastic Instruments, right? They say, and in that interview, it was more under the guise of, hey, that's why we need Microsoft, because they can provide resources to do this kind of stuff, right? So Plastic Instruments is on deck. So that tells me there may be a mobile component, absolutely, because let's be clear.
Or they could just do a mobile app for the game.
Yes, Guitar Hero didn't start off as a wholly new invention on the as Guitar Hero. It started as a mobile app. There were many mobile apps that exactly were that, and they kind of stole that idea for Guitar Hero. So it going back to mobile, I don't think would be a problem. But I think
be right
specifically
out in a couple minutes. I already told him I have to leave right now.
There we go. So, Mr. HamSolo, why don't you tell the fine people where they can find you, so we don't get you into any more trouble?
Well, the last thing, because I didn't answer the second question.
Yes, answer the second question.
Who's next?
The second question is who's next?
That sandal about to go flying through that room.
The sandal about to go flying.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Your head. Keep playing.
I'm going to tell you right now. Whatever y'all been doing with Suicide Squads, it's been too long. Come on over, WB. We'd love to have you.
Okay.
I think that would be a phenomenal pickup for so many obvious reasons.
Absolutely.
When it comes to fighting, when it comes to when it comes to like hero characters, like just the integration with all of that stuff would be super interesting and very, very welcome. I don't know how many people I've heard say Xbox needs a superhero character or something like that. I'm not sure if exactly that's needed, but I tell you what, I would love to see it. I don't know if it's needed, but I would love to see it. Especially if you could go deep with like some of these DC characters. Flash. I mean, Superman is rough.
Stop giving me the radio hits, man. Stop giving me the radio hits. Give me Lobo. That's what I want. Give me Lobo. Walk around on a crazy like Universal, like motorcycle causing havoc. Aren't they talking about a movie with Momoa coming out at some point? Give me Lobo.
Or like a cyborg game, right?
Cyborg, exactly.
Cyborg would be phenomenal.
Yeah, they can call it X-Bot.
I'm an X-Bot for real now.
Call him X-Bot.
That don't matter. But anyway, that's what I got for you guys. Crossover. Thank you so much, Kay Asante, for hitting me up in the DMs and telling me to come through. It is a good time. I'm sorry to make it short and sweet, but you know, got to take care of the lady, got to take care of the daughter and whatnot. Got to go have a good time while we can during the weekends because she is leaving town this week. So she is like, spend time with me, damn it. So gotta go. But anyways, if you want to check me out, I put my channel in the chat. Please go on ahead over there and subscribe because we're getting closer and closer to that 1,000. We're a little over 800 right now. I know.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. There are 400 people watching this right now. The fact that HamSolo's Gaming's TSWS Gaming is not over 1,000 is a Travis Shamocracy of epic proportions. Correct that immediately, ladies and gentlemen. Go hit that like button. Go hit the subscribe button. They put on an amazing show on a weekly basis. Please do that.
Appreciate that, Hey Sunday. That's the very kind words. And I put the actual link to the channel in the chat so you can click on there. Go click subscribe. It's free. It don't cost you a thing. We do have a membership. It's $2, but don't worry about that. I want you to come through, enjoy the show, have a good time. And if you decide to get part of the membership later, that's cool. But I really just want people to come through, check it out, have a good time, talk in the chat. My chat is very welcoming, very appropriate, and we kick out those that are, you know, very disingenuous or foul. So definitely come through and check us out. I appreciate you, brother Kay Asante. I appreciate you as well, Everborn. Y'all show is phenomenal, and you guys are growing insane. You guys are hitting numbers I've never seen on this show before today.
I've never seen.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you guys. Awesome, Doodle, CMoney, I really want to talk to you guys more. Hargeet, brother, I haven't talked to you for a hot minute. It was good doing that episode of Behind Them Sticks with you back in the day. Brother, I'd love to talk to you. I'd like to hop on RDX one of these times and just have a conversation with you and the guys and stuff like that. JayRock, you know you're my dog, bro. It was really good seeing you, brother. You always got the stuff that wakes me up, and I just start cracking up, and I got to pull up and man, you get me acting messy. I don't even want to be messy.
Yes, you do, man. You do want to be messy.
Let's go.
You got to breathe out
Embrace
over here.
it.
Slomo, brother. And then Slomo, brother, it's good to see you. I'm sorry that the last time I heard you, you were super disappointed in that space that we all listen to. But brother, it's good to see that you're still keeping your head on strong and doing what you got to do. But anyways, y'all, it was lovely. Stay blessed. Peace out.
Peace.
Later, HamSolo. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, guys. There's just so much going on. There's so many people in the chat. There's so much conversations happening. Let me catch a few more super chats, and we will continue on with our esteemed guest and panel. This is awesome to have you guys here. Appreciate it. If anybody needs to bounce early, let me know, and I'll make sure I accommodate that. But before we do that, Max City Entertainment here with a $5 super chat. He says, "Sup panel and chat, amazing show. Bots got the rock that hold the line movement, changed the landscape, made the whole ABK deal a battle cry. We won. Congrats." Absolutely, sir. I love when the militants come out of the woodwork and be like, "Yeah, we
did it, baby.
We did it.
We did it.
That's right.
Ain't no ponies over here, bro. We bots.
Nay.
We don't
All
stop.
right?
It can't stop us, baby. Can't stop us.
He said nay. So why that's funny to me is nay is a Dutch word for no, but I understand why you use nay. So I'm sorry.
It works both ways.
Yeah.
No ponies.
No ponies.
No. No ponies. No. Sit.
Okay.
Go
now we
eat
got
carrots.
JayRock in here. We got Slomo in here, and of course Doodle joined us. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Doodle, I'll start with
Happy
you,
to be here.
ladies first. Thank you so much for being here. What games have been keeping you in the gaming sphere as of late? And what are your thoughts on this whole ABK madness that we are here that is befalling us here? Please go ahead.
Well, I played a little bit of Forza, loving it. beautiful. They never miss, right? I love that texture that you feel while you're driving now. I feel like it's more accentuated. It's there. You feel it. The graphically is just stunning. Again, I got a lot of I put it on random. I got a lot of the rain weather. And I love the rain. It was freaking perfection to me. When they get it right, I kind of get those chills. You know what I mean? You feel like it's real.
It feels wet.
Yes.
Yes.
Pause. All right. Pause. Assassin's Creed Mirage. I'm so freaking excited that they're back to, their roots. I love sneaking around and then coming out just
more on
stabby
Assassin's Creed Mirage. I was playing that like yesterday. That I have footage for it. Let me put that up.
Yeah,
talk a little bit more about that. It's really good.
Yeah, baby.
Girl loves the stabby stab.
I love
If you've
the
been around
stabby
the channel, you know she loves a good old stabby stab.
I do.
She loves a good stabby stab. Understood. Speak on it. Yes. People said first it was like, oh, is it old Assassin's Creed come back and they've stripped things out? But after playing a little bit, I don't think that's the case. I think it's a little different than that. What do you think, Doodle?
Stunning. It's stunning. Yeah. I love it. I'm excited to really get into it. And Mortal Kombat. I was freaking running around, whooping some ass, as I like to do. And I love the way that they're doing it with the story and then slowly bringing in the characters, kind of get to know their story a little bit better. So yeah, I've been having fun.
It looks really good now. Like the story, like they started with what was it, 10, that they really got into like the high production story mode. But this one, I feel like this one hits harder. Like this one,
they have set the benchmark for fighting games. Every fighting game. I'm looking at you, Tekken, as great as the graphics are, and boy, are they hitting on another level. If a fighting game comes out that doesn't tell a cohesive story now, I'm like, you know what I mean? Mortal Kombat has set that standard. Absolutely. No, I agree. They're beautiful. Absolutely. I've enjoyed it myself. So Doodle, let's talk about the ABK-ness of it all. What about that? I know you guys have been chatting it up. I was lucky enough to join you guys on your show yesterday, so thank you for that. As well.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Like it is. There's a lot to this, right? And a lot of folks have been pointing out all the flaws in the moving and shaking and all the devil in the details. Like, no joke, my man Everborn Saga deserves a law degree at this point because he has read deep of documents, like pages and pages and pages and through the entire process, just to be able to speak and understand and educate and all of that. And here we are, it's finally done. What are your thoughts?
Finally. I'm so freaking happy. I can't stop smiling. I got a pep on my step, dancing around all day. I'm feeling good. This is our weekend to celebrate and let it all just sink in. The pony tears are real. They're out there dehydrated, and I'm loving it because they were out there talking hella shit. All right? Time for them to take a seat and go bow out.
That's right, Doodle. Let them know.
Shit. It's true, man. They're out there running their mouth, and now where they at? I don't see you. I don't see you, baby. And I'm enjoying their pain. I'm enjoying the shit out of it because they were out there talking reckless. Oh, the CMA stopped it. Yo, take several seats. Look at them out there. That's where they at. That's where they at.
All right. Sharing that Aaron Greenberg blocked image.
I may need to put an asterisk next to this show because this is not safe for most people. I'm just saying.
Bars. Yo, Doodle's not safe for most people, all right? That's just the reality.
And they're going to have to start eating real hay, all right? Because
Hargeet,
they're not having that game feast that we're at. We're eating good. That's all I'm saying.
Hargeet, is that horse licking on salt? That's wild.
It is licking salt. Yes.
Nah. You're violating with that one.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, Doodle. No, I agree with you. By and large, it looks like clearly, like Mr. Everborn Saga, you like playing in the battlefield. You like doing a little battle, and it looks like he catches fleas. You seem to be you seem to be a one-man band with the fight in you. So I appreciate that you're here.
Hey, two-man band.
Well,
two-man band.
I hear you, sir. I hear you.
Trying to drop me out this picture?
Oh, hell no. Clearly, she does not need anybody to speak for her.
That's true. That's true. I am in the background, but I'm still part of the band. All right, I still play the guitar and the drums.
I'll bring you in.
Speaking of that, Money.
You said she's Mike and you Tito?
There you
Tito,
go.
I'll be Tito. I'll sit right there in the background. No worries.
But CMoney, like for your part, and I know you guys do the show together. You guys put on a great show. I've watched a bunch of your shows. You're doing really good work. You're talking to the community, right? You're getting a pulse of what the people feel like and all of that. What has that community of yours, which is growing exponentially, what are their thoughts here? Are there any genuine fears? Are there any genuine, hey man, this might be a problem, consolidation, blah blah blah? Because I hate to do it, but I like to be the guy that tries to find, because it's easy to say everyone that's got a problem has to be a pony or it's conjecture or whatever. It's easy to say that. But let me think about it. Is there anybody or any arguments that you've heard so far that speak even remotely to, hey, that's a thought that we might want to experiment with. We want to go there. Is that a potential issue? Like, have you gotten any kind of sense of that? Or is it all rah, congratulations, we here, we've done it? What are your thoughts?
Right now, the noise is deafening with how pumped everybody is that this went down. It has been a long time coming, and we are pumped for it. I mean, listen, all these talks about consolidation and all that fun shit. Listen, I'm on board with consolidation. I want it to consolidate as much as humanly possible when there's people with money to support the consolidation, right? So I don't want like broke people buying broke people, right? Because that's just a shit consolidation.
That's a situation, baby.
Like, nobody
Ain't
wants
nobody
that,
going nowhere.
right? I don't need Sony buying anybody else. They already went and broke every piggy bank they had to go buy Bungie, and they don't even own that shit outright. All right,
They're
they're
freaking
loaning.
deal ever made in the history of business.
It's
That's
a lease,
such bull
my man.
crap.
Yo, it's so stupid. And they broke the bank to just get a company to come in and tell them, yo, all that money you spent on factions? Throw that shit out. That's trash. This
Not
garbage.
just factions, folks. It's not.
Yo,
just
there
factions.
is no factions anymore.
No.
All right, factions is
Other
dead.
games are getting the same treatment. We just haven't heard it yet.
Oh yeah, well this is the thing.
Scratch my Bungie,
This
by
is
the
the
way.
thing. Bungie's going around.
They running shit in PlayStation. That's ridiculous.
Listen, Bungie's running around like Dirt Griggity and fucking sniping all these motherfuckers that are making games.
Hey, hold on a minute.
Right out.
Listen. It's time for the tinfoil Koofy to come on.
Here we go.
All right, let's see if your tinfoil is in here.
I already know.
I know he's going. He's going with the Elop.
No,
he's going with the Elop defense. That's what he's going. Elop defense. Go ahead.
We know that Bungie used to be a part of Microsoft. We know that they were very buddy, and they were in talks to acquire them. Now, what if, just like Phil sent over Rod Ferguson and Mikey Barr to Activision?
I knew it.
Yes.
What?
Yo,
Watch my
same mind.
Oh,
There we
Y'all
go.
are really- y'all
Throw
can't
your horse
seriously
side.
be. I understand.
Slomo,
It's a
Slomo.
rah-rah moment, but
Right.
are y'all serious right now? Like,
Yo,
come on now.
Phil went in and said, yo, dog, listen, we're
This-
going to buy
this
you
is something-
later.
This is something that Sonic the Homeless would have came up with while he's drunk off the Jim Beam. This is where y'all at right now, okay?
That's Sonic
Listen,
tricking
hey.
E and J.
I mean, they're being torn apart from every angle, my man. They got the top leaving. They got studios that they purchased going in there and ripping them apart like the goddamn bread at the church, man. They're just ripping that shit and it's done.
Okay,
These things are getting destroyed from the inside out. And
Listen,
Bungie is out there sniping them, baby.
I'm Dominican. We don't trust nobody.
Exactly.
And Phil out there with those emails getting released, talking about let's pen them out of business. That's what they're doing, y'all. That's what they're doing.
This is a full-on assault, baby. We got them from the outside, from the inside. We're gonna take them
baby.
down,
Oh,
man. It's going night-night.
Slomo, let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
Do you believe that the Bungie Sony partnership is ultimately going to work out?
No.
You
But I
don't-
said that from the very beginning.
Okay.
And
that would be
Bungie,
after-
Bungie is like a I don't want to be Bungie is an unfaithful lover. Okay.
We are non PG-13.
You said Bungie.
Okay, so
the Jada Pinkett Smith of the gaming industry. Shit. Oh shit.
He's a trifling hoe, is what he's trying to say.
He's not even married.
They said
Look,
Xbox
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Bungie was with Xbox and wanted her independence, right? Bungie was with Activision and wanted her independence. And now Bungie is kind of sort of in an open marriage with Sony. And eventually what's going to happen is that
Bungie's Will Smith right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. But
No,
Bungie's
actually,
Bungie's Jada. Bungie's gonna come out later. They're gonna be with
Sony is
Xbox.
Will Smith. Yeah.
Listen, they're gonna be with Xbox later, and then it's gonna come out, and they were like, "I don't even know what Sony was talking about. We weren't even together all those times, yo. We weren't even together, fam. Why are they crying?
They're never going back
Why
to
they
Xbox.
crying?
It wasn't a relationship.
They're never going back to Xbox though. Bungie is very much the we want our independence no matter what. Yep. And that's not really going to like. It already didn't work with Xbox before. They're not really going to entertain it. The next thing they do, because also Bungie is a little high maintenance and a little broke, so they always still needing a sugar daddy to come fund.
You got to see how Marathon plays out.
Shooter. So
we got to see how Marathon plays out, because if Marathon don't play the way they hope it's going to play, then they're going to be on the list of Xbox studios to purchase, because Sony can't afford that shit. So if Marathon don't play out the way they want it to, Sony's going to be like, guys, I can't afford y'all no more. And Bungie's going to be like, all right, we're going to go to the real sugar daddy.
I would rather see, look, I'm telling you, and Jay, I want you to jump in on this and tell us your opinion, but I'm telling you, if it's a question of sell Bungie back from Sony to Microsoft, they disband the damn studio. I'm sorry. They don't want to give them
that. They can't do it. Bungie is independent. They're literally on lease, bro. This is literally just this is like one of those fixed marriages that are not real. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all an illusion. Like, they're not adjoining their bank accounts. You know what I'm saying?
Bungie is the ultimate bachelor.
They are, yo.
Going back to Everborn's Jada Pinkett comparison, right?
Oh boy,
it's funny. It's funny, right? That all these things started to happen in August. I'm just saying.
I like that.
What are we doing?
That was nice.
It took me a while to catch up with that.
The best partnership for Bungie might be Tencent, because Tencent, what they tend to do is just acquire and then just collect money and shut up.
Yeah,
they don't
the
really
money,
say anything. They don't have a platform. They want you to keep your games to. They just fund you and then take the money and funnel that into acquiring someone else. So I really kind of feel like eventually the last stop for Bungie, when Bungie's finally ready to settle down and stop being a party girl, is to go to Tencent, and that'll be it. But it's gonna be
these analogies, bro. These analogies.
Before we get to next generation, before PS6 launches, Bungie's not going to be a part of.
You mean the app?
Only first party.
I mean, it's
when Sony puts out their next
actual console. I ain't entertaining that foolishness. Like an actual.
Listen, first of all, they need to try to get that 10% back for Call of Duty. They need to just round out their pennies. PlayStation needs to get it together. But I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be another PlayStation. They're dead broke right now.
They get 10%
they're
more
more
now,
than
right?
they used to, right?
Yeah, they're not going to get 30 instead of 20. But as far as like Bungie going to Tencent, I mean, there's plenty of other players out there that are looking to get into gaming, right? And Bungie is kind of an independent, independent thing that
Netflix,
takes care of themselves.
Amazon,
so there's plenty of other players out there. It may not be Tencent.
Comcast
was looking to get in. They were trying to buy EA. That's a little bit of a bigger fish than say buying Bungie. Just saying, that's a potential, right? But they're kind of locked up with Sony for now. We'll see what happens. That'll probably be years from now, but.
Gerald Mack.
I'm just waiting for
$5 super chat.
The Bungie Gail King interview.
Oh Lord. I'm fighting for my life. No, stop it. Gerald Mack, $5 super chat. What we're seeing now from Xbox are results from Xbox has no games narrative from last generation. They were clearly traumatized. Absolutely. They overcorrect. They always have, right? They overcorrect. So that's what makes me go, You know, that's what makes me worry sometimes, because they put the power into the hands of the visionary. And right now we have a great visionary. What happens if, and that's a big if, right? It changes hands and it's no longer in the hands of somebody who you consider somebody who has the best interest at heart, right? That's where I'm like, oh, you know, they give real power.
Well, so that is a good question, right? And like, is that something that Microsoft recognizes, right? They had somebody then was a gamer, right? You know, if Don Matrick was a gamer, but it didn't really materialize. The second part of that is you have to give that person a budget, right? And they didn't. They moved to Windows Mobile and put their funding into that instead of on gaming, because the whole Sony taking over the living room didn't happen. So, but what did happen is iOS came out and ate Microsoft's lunch, and then Android came out and said, we're the top OS now. Screw you, white Windows. So they had to respond. Right? That's what happened. Like, Windows lost, right? Right now, the top OS is Android. That's it. It is what it is, right? The top OS is Android by a mile, right? And then iOS is up there now, and Windows is still prevalent on desktop, but it doesn't have the numbers that that Android has. So that it won. Period. Android won, right? And so they had to respond to that, right? So instead of worrying about PlayStation taking over the living room and taking over Windows, it turned out it was Apple and Google that were going to do it, and they did it. So they had to pivot. So they took away funding and said, okay, you can work with this little budget. Oh, we're going to do this TV thing. We're going to go spend the money here instead of on Call of Duty. Well, gamers want games, and they weren't quite interested in the TV thing, though it was cool. You needed to do both, and that was kind of the problem. So now they're back, right? Satya's back and saying, cool, we'll get to the mobile thing a different way, but we're all in on gaming, so they're spending money, like big money, right? So as long as they recognize that's the thing, it should be okay. You need to have a leader that understands gaming, right? Not just finances, but gaming, and then also has the budget to do what they need to do, right? And if they can keep doing that, that's great. If they also recognize that at some point it's not going to be about Sony, and they do recognize that, it's going to be about the other players. Amazon is going to try to get into this. Apple at some point has to recognize that they need to kind of get more serious. They need a change of leadership, but that's a whole different story.
I think that's going to happen with as the phone, continues to grow in power, stumbling. Right? They're already showing it. Like the 15 Pro. It's already console level. So once that becomes the main one, remember the 15 can't do it quite yet, right? That's the one that most people buy. So they're not really in the game 100%. But starting next year and going forward, because Apple has every year that bump, there's no reason why publishers who are making games on console are going to not look at that market and say, holy shit, I could take my game iOS and go ahead and give it to 200 million people.
There's a billion
every
iOS
year.
Devices out there. Let me say one thing about that.
Yeah, but starting going next year is when they'll start it, right? So next year they'll have 200 million people
to make it happen, which is good. But go ahead, Everborn.
So just to add to that point, I know a lot of people poo-poo this and they say I'm not playing this or that game on my phone.
You ain't got to. It ain't for
that.
It's not about
right,
that,
but also if it's not. People, I think, are discounting the fact that Apple makes these chips and they can put them in their own devices. And this is the same chip that will proliferate to the Apple TV.
Exactly.
Right?
Thank
TV
you.
right now.
Bluetooth controller too.
Right? And it goes further than that. If you don't already know it, your TV that you have right now has a processor that's probably about a 360 right now. So that's how they get Netflix and
not the
Disney
TCLs, but yes.
Well, no, even the TCL, it has to have a processor capable of doing all that.
If you pick up, as King says, if you pick up your TV off the floor in Best Buy, it probably don't have that chip. But if they bring it out to your car,
well, to Hargeet's point, it probably has that chip. It probably has terrible Wi-Fi and Bluetooth radios, which they're going to fix.
And that'll get fixed over time, right? Eventually, they're going to realize that, and it's starting to happen, right? You're starting to get Samsung, LG online with trying to get cloud gaming, but there's nothing stopping them from doing native gaming. At some point, that same iPhone chip of today, 10 years from now, is garbage. But guess what? It's not garbage for playing games on a TV. So they will put it in a TV. So that's what's going to happen. The current Samsung's, the top-end Samsung is better than the iPhone that just came out. It has more capability to play games. So it's going to keep going. It's just going to keep going. Your phone,
it's just
your
not
device.
as closed, right? And that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because if they were all of Android phones were identical, then it'll be a different story. The problem is because Android is so separated versus iPhone that's one unit. That's why iPhone gets the more attention most of the time when it comes to gaming.
macOS and iOS,
because
they have specific hardware, right? It makes it a little easier.
Exactly.
Thankfully,
it's everywhere.
for the other side, it's not as bad, right? Because, well, it's pretty much like PC, right? You have NVIDIA, AMD, right? Equivalently, you do have like 3 or 4 different manufacturers for the processors that go into these phones. They basically just have to manage that. And
it's just when the bottom line gets there, right? When the baseline across the board of all Android phones hits that minimum, that's when it's going to be, to the moon.
5 years from now, what's in this iPhone 15 Pro will be in your $200.
So hold on. Let me add a little bit of
your iPhone, for instance.
Let me give you a little bit of. Let me add a little salt to this right now. Today, you can't play console unless it's mandated, obviously, in iOS. You can't play any natively unless obviously you've seen Resident Evil, this and that. On the Android side, where it's kind of more Wild West, you can play Fallout 3 today on Android today, like full. And I'm not talking about a port of all Fallout 3 to mobile. No, it's an emulator, a PC emulator on Android phones that will let you play Fallout 3 as if it's native. And it is.
Yeah, but that's because they allowed it. And it's, that's a 360
my point
game.
Is, my point is right now, today, in the the difference between it's there. The difference between Microsoft between Android and iOS is iOS allows it when they see a market. And when they see the market, all of a sudden the door will open, right? On Android, they're a lagging indicator. They'll let the market open, they'll let us fester and do all crazy Wild West stuff, and then all of a sudden they'll be boom, nap. Right. And right now, even though we can say definitively that the best of Android does not compete with the best of iPhone as far as chips are concerned, but even Android is running full native PC games today.
Well, no,
right?
I think
it's not official.
The Samsung does actually outperform the iPhone. Even the current, the brand new iPhone, the
even on the
iPhone 15 Pro,
the latest Samsung is more
so
power.
the new Exynos chips
it's
are
about
even more powerful.
3.9 versus 3.3 T-flops.
So there you go. I hadn't paid attention. Yeah. So the new Exynoses are hitting even higher. So there you go, and they're all ARM based anyway.
Again,
it's today.
I just want to just to kind of level set with this.
Please,
again, a lot of we're framing this around phones, but it really should be framed around ARM, right?
True.
And ARM can be in any number of devices, including in a TV or in a puck like the Apple TV, and you will be playing in the same way, but it will be on a platform full of 1 billion people in the case of iOS and nearly 3 billion people in the case of Android.
And for those
versus
who don't really
300 million total in the console.
For those who don't really understand why ARM is so special, ARM is special because you can reach the same level of resource and power without the same level of cooling. So a lot of phones that don't have active coolers on it, they have heat sinks, right? They're hitting the same level of quality and resource usage. Whereas if you switch the variant on the x86 PC side, your heat sink is this big in order for and you have an active fan spinning, and all that relates to heat. On the ARM side, they are able to do a lot more with a lot less. So I say that to say, when ARM starts becoming the tip of the spear for gaming in general, these things will get much thinner and lighter because they can do a lot more without
longer
the
battery life.
cooling. And
longer battery life is the big win that we need. Yeah. But the other thing too is that a lot of people, especially we talked about it, like it's basically as soon as the iPhone 15 Pro launched, like that was a big thing that just switched in our head. We were like, yo, this is the future of where the money's gonna come from, and that's the big thing, right? A lot of people are poo-pooing it, right? The console is gonna be $1,500 if Apple makes it. None of that shit matters. All that matters.
It's for tomorrow.
It's not. But all that matters is that these developers, we live in a world right now with every single one of these games that are coming out of any higher quality that's not like, obviously low budget. When they're independent studios working on these bigger budget games, as we've seen with like a the Immortal, what is it, Immortal of Avion or whatever, the one that just came out.
Yes.
Pretty damn good game, but they're out because people didn't buy it, right? Like iPhone, Android, to be able to have that market.
Immortals of Avium specifically is a unique case. I will say
because EA was funding it, but it's still the studio is not theirs.
So the reason why I say it's a unique case is because it is almost the Star Citizen of the console world. It was made to never be able to run on any console. Like it makes 4090s come to their knees without any kind of DLSS. So specifically, Immortals of Avium was a great shot, but it was never going to work because it's
it
way too
definitely
big.
was a game that EA definitely should have had a little bit more say in what was going on, because they spent so much money on mocapping like Hollywood actors,
technology,
and they literally did the full gamut of the entire Unreal Engine 5 feature
that no
set.
hardware can actually run today.
We want that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we want.
Epic doesn't do that with Fortnite right now, and so you did that, and it's just like, what are you doing? Like EA should have said, "Slow your roll. Let's use some of this," but it has
Immortals
to
of
run
Avium
on
will be
something.
great next gen, not now.
Yeah, but you know, the point is that even if that's the case, like that's what we're looking for, that's what we want. But we also want them to be able to do is say, okay, we're releasing this game out here, it's not hitting on there, but they can go ahead and take that, port it to iOS, port it to Android, where you have billions of people. If you take 1% of everyone that game would reach, who goes and says, okay, I'll buy it, these developers are set.
Yes, such a huge benefit to the developers, these smaller studios that need that attention, you know? And when people when people run around talking about how, you know, Xbox is just scooping everything up, that it's not right, let's look at the fact that they're saving so many companies from going under. It's a big deal.
And they're all at risk. All these mid-tier developers who are out. Look at somebody like Embracer.
We are graybeards. When we say mid-tier, we mean middle. We don't mean mid like y'all do, kids. No.
Oh no, I don't know those words like you guys do. but when you're talking about these non-AAA humongous studios who are going to try this, even these big AAA studios are in the same boat. Everybody's hurting, right?
Yeah.
But if you can go ahead and take your games and put them in these markets where they haven't been before, there's a huge chance. And again, you run the numbers, man. Just 1% of the people buying these games changes their worlds, changes every single developer's world.
This is what Game Pass is doing as well. It's just like putting things out there that maybe people wouldn't look at.
Right. And it doesn't hurt you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't hurt a console gamer. Like we're not saying go play on your phone, go play on the TV. No, just play on your console and be happy.
Right? Is if it is targeting Android, it makes it easy for anybody to enter in because Android is the OS and you just get a chip. You put together a little mini console and you sell it, right? So for $100, you could get something from any manufacturer. It doesn't matter. It takes away the ecosystem headache, right? Because the ecosystem is Android. It's done, right?
The ecosystem is that problem. It always has been.
Exactly. And so now any entrant can come in and say, I'm going to make a mini console and sell it to you for $100, and you'll be able to play all the games that are out because everything will be targeting Android. This is not today, right? But in 5 to 10 years, it'll start coming. And once that happens,
first steps are starting now.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's starting to bake now. And
this is like when Phil started buying all the studios, right? We knew what he was going to do with them. It took them time to get that wheel rolling. But the fact that he was out there shopping, we knew what he was doing for us.
Now they all dumbfounded, like, where are all these games coming from? How come Xbox has so much? We saw him buy the shit before, bro. The games had to be made.
Out there acting stupid.
Let's go time, baby.
You saw it happen.
Let's reframe a little bit. I have a bunch of super chats to catch up on. Everborn, get your bars off and let me start some super chat.
Well, this is more of a question because I want to involve Slomo and
sure. Please.
JayRock. So Slomo, I have not really heard from you since the deal officially closed. I know you had I was lurking in your chat.
And welcome back,
Thursday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
With the deal actually being closed, what is your outlook? Do you think it's going to be a good thing? Where are your questions at? What are your pros and cons of this thing? And we know it's okay. Bobby K is going to be gone sooner than I expected. But what's your pros and cons for the industry and for Microsoft as a result of this finally being done. On top of the fact that you don't have to hear about it anymore.
Oh yeah, that's the biggest pro for me. I think
and the same question for JayRock when you're done.
No doubt.
Is the potential for better job security for developers, and especially ABK. I know a few developers who were tempted to work there over the past 3 years and chose not to due to the work environment, due to the culture that's there. And potentially, I'm not saying that it's definitely going to happen, but potentially it could be where, Bobby's going to be gone in 3 months. They're probably going to weed out a lot of these bad apples that are causing a lot of the issues that are going on. I do think that there is a chance that they could turn that around and a lot of quality talent might decide to actually work there. I think that what they're going to need to do in order to bring back old IP is not to take the teams that are already there and say, hey, you're no longer working on COD, you're going to make new IP, because that's just like, they're not going to try to upset the COD machine. They're going to need to create more teams. They're going to need more people in order to keep COD going, to allow Toys with Bob to go make a Crash game or something like that.
Slomo, just one thing, just a small interjection. When the deal was announced, Activision had some 10,000 employees, and I believe now they are above 13,000. Do we think that expansion has already happened?
No.
Oh yeah.
Not yet. I think it needs.
That's 3,000 people. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, they're handling a lot. That's Blizzard. That's the COD machine, which is Activision's basically the COD machine, and that's King. So in order
sorry, Slomo. I don't mean to cut you off. Big Bad Mo in the chat says 17,000. I heard 17,000, but recently I heard 13. So I don't know what the real number is. But it is an order of magnitude higher than.
And they couldn't do that without Xbox being okay with it.
Yeah.
So it couldn't have just been fluff. You know what I'm saying? Like it couldn't have just been fluff.
It's 17,000.
And Aaron saying expect cuts. Yeah. I think that if you're going to see cuts here, then you're not going to see new content. Like those old IPs that we'd like to see come back. You're not going to see those coming back if there's going to be cuts. Because who's going to make those games?
But you know what? Well, you know what, Slow? I may push back a little bit on that and saying that there's a lot of duplicate effort from the teams, right? Studios notwithstanding. Take the studios out of it, right? Unlike Bethesda, that came with their full organization in hand, and all they did was need a little bit of a bag and they're off to the races. There's going to be some manipulation. There's going to be some modifications, some changes of leadership at the top, right? So there will be a lot of people let go because they might change the marketing arm. They might change this and that and various publishing pieces of the puzzle. I'm sure when this is all said and done, Activision will still stand as Activision, but because Activision was brought into the fray under drama, I don't think that lets them just leave them whole cloth without cutting some. I think that justifies them cutting some.
And
because of the
they
drama
definitely
in the
need to cut like the people that are causing developers to now.
Well, that's the first thing that's going to be.
That's not going to be in the thousands, though. You know what I'm saying?
They're already in a place. They're already in a place right now where they need more developers. Like Blizzard has had an issue with content with Overwatch because they needed more people to get the content out. So they need more developers. Where are you making these cuts? Because frankly, I think their marketing is better than Xbox marketing. So why are you going to go cut the marketing
They
department?
need to make the cuts on the Xbox.
They might, right? They might.
Hey, look, I love those people. You're going to cut some marketing people. It ain't going to be over in Activision. So it's just like
To your point, where are you making those cuts? We didn't say there be cuts at ABK. There might be cuts at Microsoft. There might be cuts.
I don't think that any of them need to go for that. I mean, there might be some, but I don't think crazy.
Yeah, I think that's where that limited integration comes into place. Where they're going to have their own marketing. I think Bethesda still has their own marketing.
Well, but see,
that limited integration. Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead.
The limited integration, it's funny because that's what people were saying about Bethesda, yet they just released that trailer welcoming ABK, and you know who didn't make the cut as far as the name on the screen? Bethesda. because but Bethesda was in the actual footage, so that shows you that Xbox has already kind of integrated them directly. Like they're not even using the Bethesda name as marketing right there anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Limited integration, though, CMoney. The reason why we push the limited integration is there are like articles that come out that still have been coming out that say that like people at Bethesda who were happy to become part of Xbox are currently disappointed because they still have their trash healthcare they used to. They still have their trash management system they used to. They were hoping they'd get the benefit of Xbox, the benefit of Microsoft, but they're still stuck.
They're still under
Bethesda.
That's because they're still under they're still in Bethesda, but they're still
limited integration.
But they also still publish and market their own games, and they're not integrated into. They're not under Xbox Studio. And I think Activision will be the same.
Bethesda even made their own acquisitions not too long ago.
Yes,
Activision will still publish and market their own games. They just under Microsoft.
And I think that may be where some issues will come up because everyone's jumping into the new Microsoft fray. You hear they're the best company to work for, and by and large, that is the case, right? Everyone tells you how awesome it is to work for Microsoft. Bethesda doesn't. If you work for Bethesda, you don't work for Microsoft. You work for Bethesda. You get the same shitty insurance you used to get. And that's not from me. That's from people who work at Bethesda who have said that.
Well, just to be fair, though, to be fair on that front, it is not actually very easy to switch over those benefits.
Sure, of course.
So it's not something that.
But I guess what I'm saying is, this was 6-8 months after the contract had the ink had dried with Bethesda.
This is years ago.
It may have changed now. It may have changed.
It should have changed by.
That's what I'm saying. You see it now.
But we're not sure
they're not
how
using
far
it.
the limited. We're not sure how far the limited integration in the background, like in the foreground, 100% CMoney. I hear you, right? They are now at the point where before Bethesda was a name they needed to have show up so that you come as a Bethesda fan. Now, shut up, Bethesda. You are Microsoft, right? But in the background, those who are getting crappy insurance are kind of still getting the crappy insurance under the Bethesda moniker.
Possibly, it's been a while, and
nobody's bitching now.
No one's bitching now. Well, that's the thing, Post. I suspect once the ink dries on ABK, all of those conversations will be so hot button. You're gonna see super journalist Schreier out there talking on background on everybody and what's going on. That is the next battleground.
It's likely not going to be the same for both. Like it's limited integration, but it likely won't be the same for Bethesda as it is for ABK because Bethesda doesn't have a history of all the toxicity that's going on at ABK. So there's different things that need to be addressed at ABK, and you're going to have to get a little bit more hands-on, sit down with some people, find out.
And this is why I say Schreier is going to be on the hunt.
That's why Sarah Bond got to get that CEO position.
Well, I would do it a little bit different.
I think Mike Ibarra is going to be the one that's going to get tapped.
I think Mike Ibarra, and then you put Rob Ferguson in charge of Blizzard.
Where does Bond go, or is Bond waiting?
Bond is gonna run like
Sega.
It's gonna. There you go. But
I'm waiting to say you've been taking all the pictures.
I was saying Matt Booty is going to report to Sarah Bond because again she's being trained. I think anyway the way they're always together to be the replacement. One thing I do want to say before in case we got to move on.
We'll do some super chats now.
We already have evidence now. Like Beanox on Thursday opened a new
they changed the names
YouTube channel. And they opened new offices in Montreal. So it seems like Beanox themselves are trying to set themselves apart and brand themselves.
They're like, we out the salt mines,
they
baby.
Said new employer too before the deal even was announced. Right? They said new employer.
I think like since it's a new office that they're opening, they are going to develop their own games while still being in the Call of Duty salt mines. And that's why I said it's going to be about hiring. And I do expect a lot, even though there will be cuts, I expect a lot of hiring. And you can watch the Microsoft websites for that.
Let me pull some of these super chats, but I do have an interesting side note that I wanted to throw in this mix that probably didn't get too much attention because obviously ABK is the conversation du jour right now. And let me pop up some super chats and I'll let you guys just read the title for a little while, and then we'll talk about that in a minute. And it's very much related. So I'll put this up here real quick. Yes, that's right. That's right. You see Peter Molyneux. Yes, that's what it says there. But while that goes on, I'll say BT Maverick 707 with a $5 super chat saying fraudulent lately is buy my games, don't rent them. Even though thinking of all the streaming services they subscribe and they watch like Netflix. Brother, I completely agree with you. And unlike Netflix, at least you can buy this game outright if you so choose. Netflix, you have no choice but to subscribe.
They're saying
that in the mix.
Outrage. Twitter blue. It's called selective outrage.
Absolutely.
I never understand that. Like
they don't have their pitchforks at Best Buy and Target right now.
If you look, if you've been following the whole case, right, with this merger, then you'll understand that even when games hit Game Pass, some of these developers get money up front.
And then they get to sell it after
sometimes Microsoft help fund the development of the game. Some of them get money per download. It's different financial options that they get when they game hit Game Pass. So whether you buy the game or you subscribe, you're still supporting the developers.
Exactly.
I don't understand.
Let me say something on that front real quick, right? So from these court documents, we know that if they want to get, it's not like Microsoft walks up to a studio and is like, your game's in Game Pass now. Deal with it, right?
They don't walk up to women, right? Club them on the head and say, you mine now. That's not how
you're telling me
they only do that to studios. They only do that to studios, fam.
They estimated that it would cost them upwards of $300 million to get Jedi Survivor in Game Pass on day one. Are you telling me that studio's not properly compensated?
Talk.
Yep.
Not only that though.
Yep.
Let me elaborate on that a bit. There's indie developers right now. I've seen a few on Reset Era that's been trying to get in Game Pass for years, and they are mad that they are not able to. It's developers out there that want to get into Game Pass that haven't been able to, and they're mad.
Post. We have a developer on this panel that wants to get into Game Pass, but how do we know we're gonna get there? It's gonna be a lot of moving and shaking and hoping that you get that bag. It is what it is.
There's a strategy RPG called Lost Eidolons, and the developers for that game have been talking about wanting to be in Game Pass from for back in the game.
Right now, Game Pass is like the DMV. You gotta get that ticket and wait in line.
Gotta wait in line. That's right, bro.
That's the place to be.
So let's continue real quick.
It's such a bad place, though, right?
I know they mocked it for so long.
Everything, but
so
these developers these developers are lining up praying. They out in their churches like, dear God, lift
You got people feeling the need to defend them, even though they're begging for the bag. You know
what's happening, right? They getting on their phone with their boy that worked for a developer that's already in there. He over there like,
yo, give me the hookup.
They doing this.
That's
we got
right.
this. That's what's happening.
Can you tell Phil?
And they like Will Smith and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when they all went to him and they were like, "Yo, let's get together and talk to the studio like them white folks on Friends and let's work together so we all get paid." And Will was like, "Hell nah, no, I ain't messing with my bag. That's y'all problem." That's what happens now.
They hear word of mouth for them benefits and that money Microsoft spent.
Hell yeah!
That's why they thirsty to get in there. You know what I'm saying? And then they expose you too, because Microsoft do market once you in the Game Pass, especially for indie titles.
So let me interject here and do two things. One, let me appreciate Spoon Man with a $5 super chat and tell you to do what he is asking you to do, which is like and sub, because each like and each sub crushes the hopes and dreams of ponies near you.
Wow. Yeah, baby.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Do it 3 times.
Go.
Please like and please subscribe. There are many more super chats that I'm going to read, but before I do that, I will allow my brother, the homeless one, Sonic is homeless, to take center stage one more time, because I need to know the 2 questions answered from you, sir, before you step away from our wonderful celebration.
You got to be digging the ever with that.
Oh yeah. And the first question is, what do you want to see from digging through the crates of these old IPs? What do you want to see Microsoft bring back to fruition? Whichever one you may think of, dig in the crates, find something interesting. And 2, in your humble estimation, sir, who is next?
Wow. But before Slomo goes, Sonic definitely wants to
cut
speak.
his mic off.
Sonic definitely doesn't want to see Crash come back. That's just messing up my bag even more. I'm already homeless.
Shots fired.
I can't myself. They bring back Crash. That's just cutting into my bag even more. Amy has left me. She took Tails with her. Said I was a bad influence. Picture that. I gotta eat. So can y'all just buy Sonic Superstars? I know you want Mario Wonder, but just buy Sonic Superstars too. I don't know. Look, I'll do something strange. If you buy Sonic Superstars, I will debase myself. Whatever you need.
Oh, Lord. He gonna act strange for a piece of change.
Hey man, look. I don't know what Sonic's talking about. That was a little wild. That was a little wild. That was a little crazy.
Oh, man.
If you want to hit him up, he's on the corner of Florida Avenue.
Sonic, you got a cheeseburger for him.
he's on the corner of Florida Avenue. Just hit him up, But whatever he's talking about, y'all can figure that out on your own. No, to answer your question, right? I want to see I think Boom said it earlier, but I would love to see Prototype come back. I love the very first Prototype back in the day, and even though it had very much like the game design was very much Crackdown, but it's
hold on 1 second. I gotta do it. Forgive me. I have to do it because you are in your bag and you're doing what you do. Many consider you're TTSing. So let's bring in the king of TTS, Mr. Dirt Griggity.
Oh, Dirt Griggity!
That's my boy, man.
That's my boy. Please, Sonic, continue your thoughts.
No, your Prototype. But I want to kind of like a different because like I think that game design is a little bit outdated now. That people aren't really looking for that anymore. If you remember in Prototype, you could like impersonate other civilians on the streets when like the authorities were after you.
You can clone them and go incognito. Them. Yeah. Absolutely.
I think if you kind of give it like more stealth elements, like definitely give it that visual glow up, but kind of make it more narrative driven. But then also make it stealth wise where the missions are so like grandiose, so you need to go into like facilities, impersonate guards, take people out that way, in addition to all the because you were OP too. I mean, you were just running around just destroying everybody, but kind of vary it up a little bit. I think bringing back Prototype and doing that would actually will really revive the game. And I think what was your other question about who's next?
Who's next, sir? Who's next? Who's the next one up on the chopping block? Because you've heard them say this is not the last one. Who's next? And when I say who's next, I don't mean like studio. I don't mean one that they can say and then save for the next E3 and kind of keep it in the back. No, I mean something that will bring them back to regulators. Who's next?
Main event, big dog stuff.
That's right.
I'm gonna be a bit different. I don't think they're ever going to acquire another big publisher.
Ooh,
and I think that's
a hot take.
Interesting.
I don't think that's that high.
He's going big, bro.
They can go big. People have to. You can't just buy people. Like this ain't 1865. Like they gotta agree to
people
it.
Want to get bought by Microsoft nowadays, man. They lining up.
They gotta agree to it, and then you gotta get it to the regulators. Like we already went through a situation where like this was.
So what's big?
I mean, it was definitely going to go through, but the regulators, like we have two specific regulators that fought hard for it. If you try to get another big publisher,
so no publisher,
nobody's as big as that
big publisher though. Is Bungie a big publisher?
No.
Okay.
No, your Bungie's not a big publisher.
But the barometer,
okay, so Sega
is something. The barometer is something that brings you to regulators. That is big enough to hit the regulator requirement. Which one of those do you think is going to happen?
No, but I need him to answer that question. Is Sega a big publisher?
Of course they are.
No,
they'll require regulator approval.
Wait,
they would require regulator, but I wouldn't call them a big publisher now.
So you're talking take-Two, EA, that kind of thing.
Yeah, anything that's above 10 billion is not going to happen.
So below billion, who's next?
Below 10 billion?
10 billion. Yes, that's right.
I'll say this: CD Projekt Red.
Okay.
Not necessarily a publisher, but that's going to cost them well more than what Sega would.
It is a publisher though, right? I guess
they publish their own
games. Technically, they are a publisher. Because they have a publishment arm, and then they have their own storefront.
They have blog store.
PostUp is not excited about this. I'm staring at PostUp. He's like,
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Just watching PostUp.
I just think this is super interesting. I want to hear his reasons.
This would be
no, it's interesting, but I just don't see it.
Okay, so this is why I say CDPR, right?
Okay.
CDPR in the Polish market, they are the kings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else is wishes they were like Techland. If you go into what Techland was trying to do, everything their leadership was saying was, okay, so what is CDPR doing? They literally were trying to emulate what they're doing. They are on the forefront of visual fidelity. They're on the forefront of new technology. Nothing,
storytelling,
no one out there. Yeah, they are the best Western RPG the developer right now. If we could say Larian too, but it's CDPR that did The Witcher 3, not Larian. So like it's acquiring them still provides them. Yes, you already got a lot of Western publishers, but none of them do what you see in with Cyberpunk on the story standpoint. On the getting other actors in and actually integrating them into your story, and on the visual aspect of things and technology, they could be teaching other Xbox studios techniques and ways to get the best out of your games visually they currently do not have right now. So they would be a good acquisition on a different level.
The only reason why I pushed back on that because I heard Phil say, "Look, we've been dipping a little bit too much in our own pond." In terms of where they're purchasing. And I think that next move is
it's
Asia.
A Japanese publisher.
You can't in that market. You have to get something to help solidify that. You've been struggling since you've been in the industry with that base over there, and you need something big over there to help solidify that, and to help you kind of open that market up to see what you need to do to be successful in it. And it's not going to come through exclusive or contract; it's going to come through ownership.
Okay, I agree. I don't think it'll be a Japanese publisher though. It could be a Korean publisher
or Chinese. I don't think
Chinese. Korea is an untapped market.
Okay.
You got publishers over there that are worth Smilegate's worth a lot. Nexon worth a lot. You got a lot of publishers there, and they're also big on PC. All their games go to PC,
mobile.
And mobile. So you don't even need to teach them how to do that stuff. They already know. They could probably teach them how to do that stuff.
You talking names that ain't been put in a pot now. So
they also not really like.
If that ends up happening, it'll be far more a Korean publisher than a Japanese publisher, in my opinion.
You know what? I keep saying Sonic. Slomo, you are onto something. After playing the demo of that RoboCop, Nexon, bro. Oh my goodness. They and everybody, every time I said that, people are like, "What? You didn't play the Terminator one too?" Like these guys are out there.
The first Descendant is the actually only Unreal Engine 5 game I've played that isn't Fortnite that runs well.
Yes.
So it's a massive looter shooter that's trying to be Warframe and Destiny at the same time. Yeah. Like these publishers, they're cranking. It's very good. It's very. My only issue, I made a video about it. My only issue is that it's not. They need something there that's more their own original that could be unique, something special, really separated from Warframe, and they don't really have that. Everything they do is very much, but like visually, like it's you know how these Korean games are. Look, they understand the market. Like there's gonna be people just gonna be like, yeah, that first Descendant. I mean, I don't even know what was going on. I just saw that one character with the big butt, and I just started playing. So it's gonna be people who are gonna be on that level.
Saw the cake and had to get down. I hear you. Okay,
exactly. So look, I'm telling you, like if they get a Korean publisher, it would really help them integrate themselves on that Eastern Hemisphere big time.
No
But
one's
the
talking about
Japanese
it.
ones are kind of.
It's a possibility, right? They're pretty big games, right? So, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be one
That's
thing.
an interesting
over there,
one.
You think, right?
Yeah,
It's gotta be
I think the
something.
fact that we see it in the emails already, though, that Phil has been eyeing Sega. You know what I'm saying? Like it's he's not that love didn't just go away. You know what I'm saying? Like my man didn't just wake up and say, you know what? I'm done with the idea of Sega. It's like, nah, man, that was on pause.
You know what though, CMoney? They got Super Game working. They got them in pocket. They can look elsewhere and then double back because Super Game is still here. What, you gonna get bought by PlayStation while you're on Azure systems? No.
You already but you know what? Sometimes being the first love is the right type of situation.
Yeah,
you know
you
what
don't
I'm
want to
saying?
mess up that relationship either.
Yeah,
You know what I
it's
mean?
like, you bought dumb first and then you coming to me? Like,
He literally went out there and said, Xbox treats us better.
Right.
And so
Sega
why would you
already
go
know.
ahead and ruffle any feathers?
Look, Sega already for the taking. They already know they
you gotta just make that official.
Phil
They go somewhere
already
else.
got approved for the budget to go grab them. He got approved for that before he.
I don't know
before
if
the
they
action
have
was-
They don't want to be acquired. They're fine.
No.
Look, they out here
And
putting
that
out
is the
trash
issue, right?
Sonic games that ain't affect them nothing. They don't care. Hey,
All
we're
right,
gonna
all
drop
right,
another.
all right.
We're gonna drop a trash Sonic game every year. Money's still flowing.
So
I think I Robio too, though, right?
You are asking for fighting words while you're on your way out. Why don't you drop the last couple bars?
Everyone, he
Peace
came
out.
back on camera for this shit. He was like,
yo, I got it.
I know what he's
Right
doing.
with it now.
Right now.
I know
Why
what
he
he's
going
doing.
with no Sonic like
I see what he's doing. All right. Slow. The floor is yours. Before you're out, DPS, the man, one half of the other dynamic duo with the legendary gaming forte. Thank you for being here, Slow. For
Hey, no
regaling
problem,
us
man.
with your Sonic slander. Get your final bars off before you get out of here, sir.
You know, when it comes to slander, you know, I always say this: it's not slander when it's true.
Oh,
It's just truth, you know, and it's just truth
Facts are
about
facts, my
Sonic,
man.
you know, like hey, it's we need to support the brother. He was a legend at one point, you know. He was the man in the streets, and now you know it's sad. He's like at the end of Snowfall. You know, when the brother told him about how great he was back in the day.
Look at this guy.
That's Sonic. That's Sonic with his teeth yellow and his eyes bloodshot red. It's crazy.
Oh man, show some
but
respect. Come on now.
So,
you know,
so Dirt, let's just be clear here, all right, Dirt. We ain't here on a crusade for Sonic. We here taking pieces out of Everborn Saga. I'm sorry, that's what's happening right now.
Oh, come on, man, don't do him like that, man.
But it's good to be here with y'all. I appreciate and respect everybody here that's on the panel. You guys are awesome. Great chat as usual. I'm unfortunately have to get to work. That's the reason why I gotta leave. Something imperative has happened at work, and they need a network engineer to jump in and fix stuff. So I'm gonna go back to listening and enjoy this awesome podcast. You guys take care and you know, of course, play your games.
Thank you,
Easy,
brother.
Slomo.
Appreciate you being here. I expected him to be out with Sonic Sucks or something. Like, wow. Okay.
I mean, hold on.
There he goes.
Sonic does suck.
Oh,
Sonic deserves. Sonic is what you find when you go to like through the sewage system and there's like rats there. It's a blue rat though. That's Sonic. That's there right there in the gutter. Yeah. All right, I'm out.
Listen, let me tell you something.
He got Sonic
When
looking
this-
rough on that picture.
When this acquisition does happen, I like. That is when I'm gonna go to my villain arc, and just like JayRock keeps receipts, I'm grabbing all this.
What y'all missed, what you didn't see is like Slomo has a picture that he didn't use this time of Mario literally slapping the taste out of Sonic like on his face, just like and he displayed that last time. That man is prolific with his slander. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Thank you for being here, Slomo. Of course, I'll put all his stuff in the show notes, as I will with all the amazing guests that have joined us today. Sycamore 007 with a $10 super chat. He says, shout out to Everborn Free Shoes, J Gremlin Nation, John, K Asante, OBM, 20 months over. More to come. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I don't know about 20 months over. I feel like it took 20 months for us to get to the starting line. Now it's gonna be a whole.
It's gonna shift to something else, Kay. We're gonna shift to everything that happens in the industry is gonna be blamed on this acquisition. Right?
Oh, you know what? I want to speak on that.
After that, we're gonna hear about everybody holding Phil to those when everybody games we all win type of.
How come the games ain't coming to us no more?
Right. As soon as one Activision game comes out and it's exclusive, we're gonna hear it again.
You know
it again. What happened,
That's
Phil?
right.
On your
I can't
closing
wait for it.
statements, you said
Uncle Phil, they're gonna start calling him.
Yeah.
So I think, and I'm not predicting any downfall of anybody, right? But the rocky road, sorry, not rocky road, the uncertain road, and I say uncertain because we literally don't have a roadmap for what Sony's doing apart from Wolverine and some service games that no one has seemed interested in yet. That's a fact. That's not me.
Yeah.
What do you call
I'm
it,
sorry.
right?
I hate interjecting. I have to do that though because I hate to say it. I thought this was a celebration of the ABK deal.
Oh, we're collecting bodies too.
Hold on.
Bodies, receipts.
This seems to be
taking
a
them out.
massacre of Everborn Saga. Ladies and gentlemen, returning champion.
Oh Lord have mercy.
Parris Lilly.
We need at least one person in the chat slander and Sonic at all times.
Oh man.
Slomo leaves and here comes Parris.
But
it's
hilarious. Tag team. I tagged in. I'm here.
Damn it! But really quick, because I don't want to cut JayRock off. So, if there is some uncertainty in Sony's future, and I'm only saying that because there is no roadmap, and all we know of is service games that no one seems to be excited about. That could change if they have a nice showcase. But if things do go south, people are going to blame this acquisition and not the fact that there's a lack of a roadmap and a focus
100%
on service games. And that's a problem because those same people did not shed that tear for Sega. And they said what happened with Sega is a result of their poor decision making. So anyway, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in.
Yeah, so let me answer your question, Everborn, that you asked earlier. Some of the benefits that I see from this acquisition, this deal going through, is the devs finally unionizing. I want to see that throughout the industry more. Right? They have job security, better benefits, etc., etc. Bobby leaving is great. Revisiting old IPs and creating new ones, of course. And the Xbox architects, right? And getting feedback from over 30 studios now on what they want from their next gen console and what they desire and what they desire from the next gen console. I think that's going to be a huge benefit for them. As for K asked me what I want, what games I want coming out. I want Tenchu remake. Yeah. Now, as sort of Fantasyland, I want them to reach out to Todd McFarlane and tell him, listen, we want Spawn.
Yes. Give me a Spawn. Facts.
Give me a Spawn.
And Todd will say yes too.
Oh yeah.
He might want to direct the game knowing him, but
yeah, that's fine. He could do it. He could do the story. He loves writing. And I agree with you, man. Sega got to be next, and I'll tell you why. Sega, in all intents and purposes, Xbox is a spiritual successor to Sega, right? They had a long partnership, going back since the beginning.
We know the Dreamcast came from Windows CE.
Windows CE,
that's right.
It was labeled on the Dreamcast console. We know. Yep. I think they also have the same kind of vision when it comes to mobile. Remember, they just acquired and the Angry Birds developer, right? Yep. So I think they're gonna gel nicely. So I would the most logical one is Sega. I don't want no big acquisition. I don't want no Take-Two. I don't think they could take Take-Two.
No, they're not getting that. That's
I don't
off
want
the
no
board.
EA. I don't want nothing.
That's
like
off
that.
the board. That's
I
off
don't want
the board.
anything like that happening. So Sega, and then just pick smaller
why you do
little
that, Parris?
IPs. There we
Why
go.
you do them like that, Parris?
There you go, Everborn.
Listen. Parris, I'm gonna send you my address in the DMs. You just forward that over to me as soon as you get a chance. But let me.
You want to know how much I think of Sonic Superstars? You want to know?
Yeah.
I haven't even opened that box yet. That's how much I think of Sonic.
Damn. Disrespect.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Hey, he was respectfully disrespectful. You
Ouch. Just said this to somebody who's gonna appreciate it. But listen, let me add to your point here, about like this is all jokes aside, right?
Yeah.
All jokes and biases aside with the Sega thing. They have a relationship going back. Are we doing a live unboxing while I talk?
I had
baby.
I had to do it. Go.
Keep
Keep
going.
going.
I had to
Look
do
at
it.
it. He stopped. You see how he stopped in his tracks?
Okay.
Oh,
Let's
Nice.
put this on. Let's put this on the main screen. Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah. So Parris, I'm gonna talk. You keep doing that because this is a great.
Yeah. You do you.
this is a
You do
great
you.
visual.
Yes, sir.
So they've had a
okay.
partnership for 25 plus years, right? They actually entered into talks after the Dreamcast. They were exiting the console business for Microsoft to buy Sega, and it fell apart because Sega wanted backwards compatibility, and they did not want their devs to have to use Microsoft's dev tools, and there was also a disagreement about the options for the internet. And then we know that Peter Moore, the one who ran Sega of America during the Dreamcast era, was a prolific CEO at Xbox for a time. I need all of this.
Light up.
So when we talk about today,
I'm just gonna throw this on the trash. There's
Right?
no need for this in my household.
But when we talk about today, we see the success that Sega titles have had in Game Pass, and they can't stop talking. Did he just show that? I thought he left.
He just booked.
So we see the success that they have in Game Pass. We see that they're announcing their games, right? So they have marketing agreements.
You got to cover the code. You got to cover the code. Yeah, cover that code.
Oh man, not even an Xbox code.
Cover that code because they be on it.
So when you think about the partnership that they entered into in the end of 2021, which was ironically in April, they put the word in they wanted to buy them, and in October they started talks with ABK. In November they announced this deal in lieu of an acquisition, but whatever. My point is they are now using Microsoft tech. So they're already in sync in terms of Game Pass, in terms of marketing agreements, and in terms of technology.
And mobile,
right.
vision.
They're very strong partners, and a lot of what we talk about, the integration that needs to happen, that's key to any of these things, that is literally happening right now.
I just think they have the three things that Microsoft is representing right now: cross console, PC, and mobile.
Right.
Sega covers all of that, right?
And technology. They're already integrating the technology.
Exactly.
And they've worked together because Sega has worked on several Xbox games.
But here's my question, Everborn. Here's my pushback real quick on this, Everborn. Because you have all of that established, and you're right on all that, right?
Why buy them?
That's kind of like the relationship between Sony and Square. Why buy them when they're set up to just give you what you want anyway?
Because Xbox is not Sony. They go and they consume that relationship so that they can actually grow it. Whereas PlayStation was just letting that shit die. Square wasn't winning. Square was losing.
Mr. Lilly,
because relationships sour over time.
Event, yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Parris, what are your thoughts?
Parris?
Being dead serious for a second, I think Xbox acquiring Sega would be bad for the industry as a whole.
Ooh, I want to hear this. I want to hear this.
The partnership is great. Do that, 100%. Of course. I put those games in Game Pass. I would love to see that. But for Microsoft to outright own another publisher, even though it's Japan, I know they want to grow their presence in Japan. I don't think that's good for the industry. I want to see Sega stay Sega and not be a part of Xbox, because we are getting very close to too much consolidation in the industry. Instead, I would want to see Microsoft, if they continue with acquisitions, go get some of the smaller Japanese studios out there, uplift them, bring them into Xbox Game Studios.
Create a
feature
new
them as a
powerhouse
party.
in Japan.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sega wouldn't be
agree
Sega under
with that.
Microsoft.
I agree with that.
You think Sega wouldn't be Sega under Xbox? You think they wouldn't retain?
No, I just think my issue with that is I think we're getting way too close to too much consolidation.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I disagree. I feel like it will help Sega grow and
three publishers
kind of bring those games back. What was that?
The chat.
That'd be three publishers. That'd be three publishers.
They turn on you, Paris. They turn on you.
I mean, my whole thing, you can consolidate studios, but you can't consolidate talent, right?
As an example. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and in terms of consolidation fears, like we're far from the early, 2000, 2001, when there was only two players, right? After Sega bowed out for that little stretch of time, which was PlayStation and Nintendo.
Yes.
Right now we're seeing Google's trying to get in it. We're seeing Apple, we're seeing mobile. So it's the fears of consolidation I don't really understand.
Here's my point on it to what you're saying. Why? And I get the chat. The chat's mad at me. That's fine. Everybody mad at me.
I don't understand how they wasn't mad with all the Sonic slander. And now they
because
mad.
that was
don't ask that question, Everborn. If you don't want the answer, don't ask the question.
Down that route. But Xbox needs to put a ring on it when it comes to Sega.
But let's not forget, 2001 there was only two players. It was PlayStation and Nintendo.
Yeah.
No, here's my doomsday scenario. I'm not saying that Xbox would do this, but here as an example, what if they were to acquire Sega and now all of a sudden Everborn, Sonic is exclusive to only Xbox platforms, Yakuza is exclusive to only Xbox platforms. Is that necessarily good for the industry? That's what I'm saying.
But if we look at Amazon right now and we see that Sonic Superstars is what number, Hargeet, Channi? What number is
50, I believe.
54,
54,
right? So what I would argue is that being multi-platform right now is not helping their cause anyway. Whereas if they were to be exclusive, there's a much better chance that Sonic will actually become something that people care about.
With Philly's
budget,
with his freaking money and the time.
Nobody cares about Sonic, sadly, Everborn. They are not who they were. You know when Sonic was something?
I'm in his feelings right now. Look
hold on. Well, you know when Sonic was somebody? When they were exclusive to Sega.
Yes.
That's when Sonic was somebody. They are not a multi-platform person. Like they're not a brand that everybody gives a shit about. But if you put them focused in one place, you can build a brand around them that people actually want to show up for. And to Doodle's point with Sonic Sega being purchased, again, we can also go back to and remember there was a time that Sega was struggling, right? Yeah. They have found their footing now to some degree, but even now, they're still, look at what they're worth, right? Sega's this big brand that we know from forever ago, and they cannot get out of this area where they are. And I feel like having the value they would bring to Microsoft, allowing them to have a real presence in Japan, not just a studio that makes a game, but with the culture, like the culture time that Sega has existed. Yes. If they own them and they're now in Japan in a major way, that is going to actually be something where people will look at Microsoft and give Microsoft a chance. Because you got to remember, Microsoft don't have no chance in Japan right now.
They need to build that respect. I feel like they have to work so hard for it. And so I think that's a big step for them to take.
My rebuttal to all of this is
go ahead, Post. Yeah.
Microsoft is the can man right now, and anybody can get it. That's all.
Yes.
Might as well do something with the money. You know what I'm saying? Like you got the means. Yeah. Make dreams happen for these companies. You know what I'm saying? Scoop them up, put them on your back, and say, "We'll take you where you want to go, baby."
And why will Microsoft stop growing and stop buying when they can? Right? Why will they do that and take a step back to let other people grow, to let other companies grow? Well, no,
they don't want that. They don't want that perception that they're becoming the big evil empire, though. That's probably why they may be strategic in
all of this. I guess
And where were we when Sony was doing this situation, when they were running around, running everything? Like, come on, we can't freak out because Xbox is out here making moves now that PlayStation is drowning. No.
Paris,
hell out of
You
here.
don't need to throw them a
I know you want-
lifeline.
No.
Ain't
Paris,
nobody
you
needs
raised
to.
your
You can
hand.
let them
Please,
sink
go
with the
ahead.
Titanic, right?
Yeah.
It's okay.
They're partying, talking hella crap about
Go ahead,
Xbox.
Paris.
So
Keep shopping.
It's just funny. I'm just looking at the
Oh,
chat.
no, it's great.
Everybody mad. I love it.
It's hilarious. Go ahead.
Again, I don't think if Microsoft were to acquire Sega, no, I don't think in reality they would make Sonic or Yakuza or any of these things exclusive. I was saying that as a what if. But let's take Sega out of it. Let's take Japan out of it entirely. What if this was Ubisoft? Would it be good for the industry if Ubisoft became exclusive to Xbox?
But
And that's
do
kind
they
of my
need
point.
Ubisoft, right? That's the thing is they need to plug holes in their lineup.
Exactly.
And
Right,
the
right,
company
right.
that
Not
comes
just
to
a
mind-
buy-in. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But what I'm trying to say here is this is why I'm saying the partnership with Sega is great because you're getting those assets into your service and you're partnering with them and doing all that. They can remain a publisher that supports other platforms as well. My point about growing a presence in Japan is give Japanese gamers something that they actually want to play that you've grown yourself with smaller studio acquisitions. Again, we talk about Tango, we talk about something like Hi-Fi Rush, but a game like Sea of Stars, as an example, right? That is a fantastic RPG. It's on Game Pass right now, day one. What if you had more studios that Microsoft actually owned and cultivated that made more JRPGs that people wanted to play, that's going to attract that Japanese audience to want to invest into your ecosystem? Just simply acquiring an established publisher with an established IPs in Japan isn't necessarily going to be the magic, recipe that all
Listen,
of a sudden
I agree with you. They should buy the smaller ones too. Bring everybody in. Let's go. Get them all.
That's that PlayStation argument. Oh, you guys need to do organic growth. We don't need to do organic growth when we got the bank that we got.
Yeah,
we go
baby.
into there and we buy what we want, baby.
Because they don't have that flow, baby.
My bad. I'm excited.
Sorry.
I'm excited.
I think we're at a point in the industry where trying to cultivate a studio from the ground up is not possible.
It's very hard. It's very hard. Yes.
It is very. Google is a prime example of that. You are already 10 to 20 years behind Sony and Microsoft in terms of first party, and you want to try to build something. You should have went out and brought Bethesda or fought for Bethesda before
100%.
Microsoft got to. So I do agree with Parris in terms of solidifying talent in smaller studios that already have a foundation that you can cultivate or that already have something there. So when you bring them in, the building is less of a building block and more so here are the resources to do what you do.
But that's harder to do without an established entity in Japan. You know what I'm saying? Like it's harder to just attract them.
Yes.
They have established entity in Japan already in Tango Games. All they need to do is expand on Tango, right?
So,
not make it
but
bigger.
they're not
Tango,
a huge name.
Maybe
They're not a huge name, dude. Like you can't make a splash in Japan with these little pebbles,
back
bro.
to that
Like, you
point
gotta
of buying
throw a
smaller
boulder over
companies. They
there.
need to get Sega.
You need to put out those big ass flashing lights. Yo, guess
Look
what,
at me
Japan?
now.
We here. We are
I'm
here
making-
now. You know what I'm saying?
Well, to your point, K. To your point, K.
Real quick.
To your point, K.
JayRock,
Right?
Go ahead, Jay. Yeah.
Microsoft recently hired, right, former Sony executive Mina Kato.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, she could be key to developing these strategies and partnerships that we're speaking about currently.
Yeah.
There you go.
See,
Absolutely.
that's why I have
real
no
quick,
problem with going publisher
let me
or
interject.
small studio with foundation.
Let me interject the chat into here because there's some super chats that I really want to get to. 99 Rukin, $2 super chat. Blizzard needs to make an Xbox Smash Brothers.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, they will, baby.
Yes, they need to do this.
Like,
Listen,
all the
Nintendo's
IPs
a
would be
beast.
interesting.
They need to come and compete with them. They need to go ahead and bring a Smash Brothers, a Mario Kart type of game.
Oh yeah,
bring us the fun.
I like CMoney and Doodle. Look,
they about that life, man. They about that life.
We about that life, baby.
You were gonna say something.
Can I say something right quick?
Go ahead, Bubba.
I understand where Parris is coming from, right? I don't want Xbox just to go out there and just buy stuff, just to buy up everything, right? But at the same time, I do see where Sega specifically would help them. You know, listen, they like Post, you said they kind of hit every hole that Sega need, from mobile to to PC,
Console,
everything.
PC, yeah.
But I do see that, me personally, I don't want them to run for another publisher at first. I would love for them to make sure Crystal Dynamics is on the Xbox, Eidos Montreal is on the Xbox.
I agree with that.
And some other studios that maybe they're working with. You know, we heard the rumor about IO Interactive, things like that. We know that they want Xbox Game Pass to be the focus. They have mobile in a big way now with Activision Blizzard. So I do feel there's some more holes they can fill with more content. But Pose, back to your point real quick. That organic growth stuff, that's just a narrative people made up because Xbox is spending money. At this point, organic, to build a studio from the ground up, bro, come on now. This isn't
we already see them
the
trying
early
that.
90s
That's not even what I'm saying.
where all you needed was 10 people to make a AAA game, right?
Right.
Like when I read that Super Mario World was made by 8 people, I was like, wow. This isn't those days. To make a AAA game, you need hundreds and hundreds of people. So that organic growth stuff.
But I think Parris is saying you can buy studios.
That's not what I'm saying.
Let
me if I can jump in.
Please, Parris, go ahead.
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, as an example, look at Double Fine. Look at Compulsion Games, established studios that already have management in place and have development. Thank you. That you then bring in. You use Obsidian is actually a prime example of this. Look how amazing Obsidian is becoming now that they have, Xbox Game Studios to lean on for financial support, other additional things. Right. That's what I'm saying from a Japanese standpoint. Instead of acquiring an entire publisher. Go grab some of these independent Japanese studios.
Combine them and work.
Let me bring up one other point, because I know the chat's been on fire about this. I guess I'm just crazy. That's what I'm saying. So let me say this. If you are getting the IPs in the games into Game Pass, into the ecosystem that you've invested in, why does Xbox have to own them? Why can't they just be partners?
Doesn't matter.
It's just
if I could,
issues, but
if I could,
go ahead.
I've stayed silent on this matter for a very
long time. You've been beaten up for far too long. Go ahead, sir.
So the thing is, right, and I'm taking off the Sonic fan hat and the Sega fan.
Oh, he is. All right, let's go.
And the jilted Dreamcast customer. I'm taking that hat off. So there is a limit in terms of what starts to feel uncomfortable when we're talking about these acquisitions, right? So if you told me tomorrow,
and every time anybody talks about consolidation, I'll put this up while we talk. Go ahead.
Right. If you told me tomorrow Microsoft was buying Take-Two, that's not going to feel good, right? It's not going to feel good if you say EA. Not really going to feel good after Activision. Ubisoft wouldn't feel good.
That's a big piece of the pie too. If you look at that pie, that's a monster piece of the pie.
Before Activision, in lieu of Activision, one of those I wouldn't have really cared about. But what I'm getting at is, in terms of the market and competition, I do not think Sega is big enough to be a detriment to the industry. That's thing one.
Okay.
Right. Thing two is when we say Sega, we're saying it in a very specific context, and I know it's very easy to say, well, if it's Sega, then what's next and what's next, and that's where it gets crazy. To me, I think that I also agree, Sega is Sega Sammy is a $4 billion company, but half of their revenue comes from the theme parks and things and hospitality of that business. So Sega itself is not even for a $4 billion publisher. Their games, as much as it pains me, right? Their games are not in the top 10 or sometimes not even in the top 20 of sales every year. So this is not going to be a detriment to the industry. However, if they were under the umbrella, something that and this is written about, Sonic Frontiers suffered from running out of a budget, and the game sold more than they had expectations for it to. What I would love to see is as a first part, because right now Sega's making the games, Xbox is giving them a check, and Sonic is never included in Game Pass. Xbox is giving them a check, and then that covers some of their costs. As a first party, I would love to see Sonic get the Ratchet and Clank treatment. I would love to see. So even when we say
you got Banjo-Kazooie, you don't need to do that.
Well, we don't have Banjo-Kazooie. I wish we did. Nowhere. So, but the thing is, I do agree with what you're talking about in terms of the studios. Yeah. The problem is Xbox, and I know they're trying very hard, and I know they just hired somebody, and I know there's an Xbox of Japan arm, and I know there's Tango Gameworks, but Tango is not a publisher. They are a studio within a Western publisher, right? Xbox of Japan is something they're trying to get going. I don't know if you can make meaningful and successful investment if they don't have the core centerpiece of being in that region and having
they need a centerpiece.
So
they need a centerpiece.
You need a publisher there in order to house all of those smaller independent Japanese studios that you would go after. Parris, please.
Two things. The chat needs to stop worrying about how a multi-trillion-dollar company spends their money, number one. Number two, do you really want to see, okay, they do try and acquire Sega. Y'all want to do this 2-year thing again with Activision? Because that's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, Lord, no.
Lord, they're so small.
I mean,
I don't think it will go there.
The only reason was Call of Duty. If Call of Duty wasn't part of Activision, this whole thing would have went so much smoother. The only reason they bought such a monster that they knew that would affect the cloud. That's what they. That's the only reason there was a hold up.
I will push back. Big Tech bad. They chose this one to this hill to fight.
They will
if it
always,
wasn't this hill, it'd be another hill. The next time they come,
they didn't fight them on Bethesda, and Bethesda's worth more than Sega. How are they gonna have
Bethesda went right through?
Yeah, Bethesda was easy, bro. That was a bill.
All I will say is this, right? Where I agree with Parris.
That's because of the price of Bethesda.
Exactly. See this pie
exactly,
right
and Sega will be worth less.
If any of these names on this pie become on the chopping block, Microsoft is not gonna make it. It's gonna be a big.
Do you notice none of the Japanese publishers are on here?
Are in there? Yes.
Outside of Sony, right? Outside of Sony.
Yes. And let's not forget.
Nintendo for that.
Let's not forget concerning Ubisoft. That 15-year deal puts a stop to that because you can't get into a 15-year deal. Then turn around and try to acquire them.
And try to buy them, of course.
Nobody can buy Ubisoft
10 years
over
before
the
they can
next
try.
10 to 15 years. Nobody.
And
they locked that down.
Employees too, man.
They locked
Listen, we're invested. We're out here trying to figure out how we want to spend their money.
Right.
And what we want them to do. It's our money now.
Looking at the landscape, like Sega is not.
Harry Potter, real quick, wants to know where he can follow Miss Doodle. I think you can follow
Doodle baby, thank you. Doodle, the number 2, the letter B, free.
I'll put it in the chat for you guys.
Right. There you go.
Thank
you.
Please
continue. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hargeet. Go ahead.
So look, like I think there is points to like not going for too many publishers. I get that. However, in this case, 98.2, right? I think we've all talked about this. They have 98% market share to 2% market share, PlayStation versus Xbox in Japan. And why that matters is because Sony themselves told the regulators, we don't compete with Nintendo. Kick them out of this whole thing, right? Because they're a fitness app game company. That's what they
messed
do.
Up. Yep.
Right? They did that. It's not my words. Those are their words, right? So at that point, it's 98% to 2. In what world can any regulator say, "Oh, you want to increase your 2% market share"? No, you're not allowed to do that. Versus your 98% competitor. Like, there's just not a world where a regulator has any say. I'm sorry, I can't see it. Right, so realistically,
but
they can pick
they'll
anybody.
Find some other excuse. They'll find some, that's
and they can try that excuse. But as you saw,
it'll still lose. Like it doesn't matter what they come up with. They'll still lose.
Look at the amount of excuses they came up with for Activision. They still freaking lost.
And that one has at least a little bit more merit, even though it was all baloney anyway.
That is
in this
true.
case,
but the reason why I'm celebrating is because 21, 22, whatever months have passed before this thing went to where it should have been.
I don't think it would be that long for
that. We did it.
3 months.
We still did it.
It was 3 months for Bethesda, bro.
Well, it was more like Bethesda. It was like 6 months or something like that, right?
On the Japan front, I think they'll be cool. In terms of another first-person shooter or Western RPG, I think they have issues because you have to realize that the EU started to define things as genre foreclosure, not just it's depending on specific genres. They started saying, "Look, you got too much of this genre. You're trying too far." And I know it sounds stupid.
They will try for anything. You're right, right? But they do have one here, right? And the other thing is you need the other side to care, right? So Sega, for instance, I know like most of us want Sega, and I agree. I would rather like Sega because I like a lot of their IPs. But I think the obvious one, the publisher that's hurting the most over there is Square, right? And the one that makes the most alignment sense actually is Square, because look, who else could? Square isn't making money. That's the problem, right? What publisher wants to say, you know what, I'll take that and try to invest in them when they're not making money? Well, nobody. Sony's marketplace is totally different. They don't like the idea of taking on anybody that doesn't make $1 billion a game, right? So I don't see Sony even remotely wanting this. Maybe the new person that comes in, not Jim Ryan, says, oh, that might be something that's interesting. But the current Sony, forget it. It's toxic. They're not even
Why is Square not making money, though? That's the question.
Because of
agree with
too much money.
They got in bed with PlayStation.
Maybe.
Agree with Dirt. Before you go touch any of these publishers, you have to fortify Crystal Dynamics, Eidos, and possibly even Certain Affinity.
And
Sony didn't already brought up some of your support. Sony didn't already purchase some of your support studios, and I don't think they have any problem.
As long as it's under 100, yes, but CD and Eidos might go above that. But anyway, so I would think that the Game Pass to Square actually makes a lot more sense, right? That model works for them a lot better.
Let me get Parris in here real quick. But before I do, Alvin, $2 super chat saying Sony ain't flying to Brussels over Sega.
That's true.
That is a little slanderous, but that might be the case. Who knows?
Go ahead,
Mr. Lilly. What you got to say?
Not be able to recover over Sega, right?
Yeah. What you got, Parris?
So, a couple things. Just a rhetorical question that I'll ask the panel here. Is there an urgency with Xbox right now to establish something in Japan?
Yes, we need to keep cracking.
What do you think?
We need to keep it going. And Sony PlayStation is big over there.
Well, I'm going to answer my own question.
We want to keep on twisting that knife.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes. Yes, there is.
That's the way to do it.
We've seen Xbox leadership continually since 2020 go over to Japan and of talking to studios and trying to work out whatever deals. Obviously, what we just saw with Square, they've worked out a partnership with them as well. Now, if you try again, I'm being negative Nancy in here, so Jack can be mad at me all he wants. But so let's start the process again of trying to acquire Sega, right? Despite whatever regulatory scrutiny you think it may go through, you are now delaying any urgency that you would have with those Sega IPs. You're dragging it out another 18 to 24 months before you can even talk to them to try and do anything if you're trying to acquire them, right? Versus a partnership, you can start doing that right now.
I don't know if it will take 18 months.
But what about both?
In this case, it'll be.
I don't think it will take that long with these people.
It would not. I feel like they would just
can you have a partnership?
In a partnership, you can break a partnership any freaking day.
Yeah, but you're trying
There's
to buy
a difference.
them,
They got to put a ring on it.
Nah, I don't think so.
In Square, listen, when it comes to Square, yes, makes sense, whatever. But Square got in bed with PlayStation for a really long time. And I think that now that they're out there thirsty, we need to let them dehydrate a little bit more.
Well,
Let them feel that
much more.
Can I ask one other question?
Twist, you get me, Kay Asante. You get it.
Yeah, let me ask another question.
Blood. Go ahead, Parris.
Since I'm the villain on here, I'm gonna be the villain.
Oh, stop it!
You're the villain, Art.
Is Sega even for sale?
Oh, man.
That's what I'm saying, Parris.
Are we doing all
For
this
the
talk?
right amount, everybody is. Every studio is.
They rallied at $2 billion.
Right?
Hold on, look.
If they sold it in double that or triple that, if it's pocket change for Xbox to be like, you know what, we'll give you 8 bills.
They'll be like, hold me down.
Hold me down.
I'm sorry, Parris, but everyone is for sale depending on the price. I'm just saying.
All right, well, okay.
Yes.
All right, then let's go here. Let's go here with this one. Then why not go buy Nintendo? Is that good for the industry?
They want to.
They literally signed
Nintendo
a
won't
10-year
do it.
deal.
No,
I've never thought I'll see the day. Never thought, and they want to.
My question is, is that good?
Is that
for the
good
industry?
for the industry?
No,
absolutely
not
not.
that one. That's a different league. Like Sega's
got
not
too
even
much
in the
cash on
stratosphere of
They got too
Nintendo.
much cash
You know
on
what I'm
hand.
saying? Like they're just
Sega's been
floundering
left
around.
behind.
I would
Bring
say
them
this,
in.
though. I remember Bandai Namco did an interview. I forgot what website it was, and they said in order for Xbox to get more Japanese support, they need to be more invested in their economy, right? So whatever that is, that can be if it's a publisher, if it's buying a small studio or anything like that.
Let me interject for just one quick minute because the man Dirt Griggity has to bounce. He had to go. I'll real quick, Dirt. I appreciate you being here, man. It was awesome having you. Great monumental madness. I told you this is gonna be a crazy episode. It is what it is.
Thanks for having me.
We gotta
y'all.
have you back once again. We're gonna talk proper, sir. Let the fine people know where they can find you this week. Let them know where they can reach out to you.
Check out my channel. I dropped a video yesterday. The Parris, I'm sorry, it's very console warish. I dropped so many.
It was
Don't apologize, man.
It was
I watched it.
Bro.
It was good.
TTS, come on.
DTS,
I love the
baby.
receipts.
Dirt, that was cinema. Like I told you in the comments.
it was.
I held on to some of those, so many of those receipts, and I had a fun time making that video. Yeah, but check it out, man. I'll leave it in the chat. I mean,
go for that
I don't know if I
video.
can, but I'm sure.
No, I'm sure I can get you in there.
You can go for that video, brother.
Thank you, fellas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for stopping. I just want to stop back for a quick second. Like I said, it was a very intense conversation. I love it. So I'm out of here. See you guys later.
Parris ain't make no better. He's just on the fire right now.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right, guys.
Alrighty, catch you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Now, concerning Nintendo, will it be so bad to bring them up to the high console market?
No, look, it's not possible.
Stop it. No.
I'm gonna tell you it's not possible.
No, stop it. No, before you even reply to him, I have to stop it because you're using that high performance console garbage that everybody is proliferating. Cut it out. No.
Which doesn't matter because the regulators bought it, but it doesn't matter altogether because it is a horizontal merger. You can't take another platform out of three. Right? It's just not going to happen. Sony buying Nintendo, Nintendo buying Sony.
It's not going to happen.
None of that's going to happen. It's just not. It's
and
not
that's what Phil was telling dude in that email, low key.
Yeah,
that's
not even remotely a possibility.
Like, we know, that's what he was telling dude. Like, nah.
It would have to be Nintendo gets out of the platform, right? They get out of platform and they become a publisher. Then it's a possibility.
And that's what he said, right?
But
he said they have to
chance.
know that their IP shouldn't be tied to the platform so that they can grow further. But the other thing with it is that
always want an Xbox handheld, so why not the?
That's right, man.
We have one. We have it right there.
I'm playing with
you.
We have like
you got it like right there.
No.
The Rogue Ally. It's right there, right?
No.
That's
To me, the AOK Zoe is even better than the Ally, but even that is not good enough. I'm sorry. They need a proper handheld. Sorry.
With a proper,
with
a proper Xbox OS. Right.
Parris Lilly also, unfortunately, must leave us. The man has given up too much of his time. He had to come down here and just keep the boot on the neck with the Sonic Slander. Oh, brother.
And live unboxing.
Yes. It was great,
right
bro.
in Everborn's
Live
face.
unboxing.
that was the best part. Everybody's just watching like, damn.
I would just like to point out that Parris came here, left, came back,
and then came back.
Unboxed the Sonic Superstars thing right in front of me, slandered Sonic, and then went on a 30-minute diatribe about why Xbox should never get Sega. And y'all just let that go down.
That's awesome.
You know, I'm like that. I'm like that SpongeBob episode where Squidward would come out and everybody was throwing the tomatoes at him and booing him, and then Everborn is SpongeBob. They come out and they cheer. I played the bad guy role today. I'm sorry, but being serious,
nothing but love, bro. That was so
no. And that's the point. That's why I came back, because I got to see everybody else that was coming on, and I love this. I absolutely love this. I'm gonna just keep it real. There's not enough of us doing this, so when there's us doing this, we got to support each other. Come hang out, talk, have fun. We don't have to agree, but the point is, we all love gaming, right? And that's what it's all about.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. So again, thank you for having me.
Yeah,
thank you
for
for
being on the
being here,
panel. Parris,
I know.
it was wild,
guys.
man. It was kind of funny all the time. It's like, oh, Parris, you're over there, but now you're here.
Send over
that
he
Sonic
came in pressing
Superstars
buttons
care
like, let me see.
I just like to troll. I just like to troll Everborn. That's all.
You know what? So Parris, you know what Everborn's gonna do, right? He's gonna show this to Sega Brass to hope that next time he gets the care package and not you. It's just.
Oh wow!
Oh, I know.
I didn't even care, man. Look at this.
And they'll still send Parris the care package and not Everborn. Yeah, well.
Indeed, they will. Salute to you on this good weekend, sir.
Right.
Have a good
Parris, be easy, my man.
Have a good one, bro.
Be easy, bro.
So let me catch up on a few more super chats before we continue.
By the way, I'm getting the HamSolo call, if you know what I mean.
Okay, yeah. It's about that time. I know. As am I. I had to real quick. Yes. Hollywood Rules, $2 super chat. He says that trailer was everything. Welcome home, ABK. While I agree,
we're a team. All of us.
I agree,
no one fights alone.
What I will say is maybe they could have worked with the one Wandering Dutch. They could have worked. We have a lot of community members that do great videos. Yeah. It's time to bring some of them people in. Bring some people in. Come on. You have freelancers that are doing amazing work. Bring some of that people in, Microsoft, but we appreciate what you're doing. So that's cool. You know what I mean? It was really good. I'm hoping they bring, more people that we know and love and have been doing amazing work into the fray. He hasn't joined us today, but salute to the lore master Pixelbit G, $5 super chat. He says there will be no takeover. They are distinct publishers and will probably operate as such. Bethesda didn't take over XGS. Limited integration will assure that. Which the man has a point. Although I suspect that in the case of ABK, they might need to take over just a little bit, and by take over I mean Microsoft, because they need to go in there and do some moving and shaking a little bit.
They need to clean house a little bit. Some people need to get up out of there. All the board members that condoned a lot of that stuff was going to need to go.
A lot of that behavior.
Who's going to be in charge of ABK once?
That's what we need to find out.
So Jay,
that is board members at that point.
That is a question that we will pin until after I get to a few more of these super chats, because I think that's the last round here. Who is replacing
Bobby?
That's the question. Think about that. So, Gamers Play HUD Zero, $5 super chat. He says Activision is to concentrate on what their talent will bring to the Xbox ecosystem. They will not overshadow the rest of the studios. One family. That's a good idea. And you know what? In the parlance of Bethesda, that's exactly what happened, right? People are talking a little smack about, how is it that Avowed doesn't look the same way it does anymore? Because they don't have to compete with Skyrim anymore. What a concept, right? They can sit alongside rather than creating a competing product.
That was alpha footage too. It was alpha footage too. They say it's going to
exactly. But people made so much hay about it used to be realistic and now it's all colorful and this and that. And I'm just like, if you want the nitty gritty, they got a thing for you. It's called Skyrim. Go back to it. They're the brother development team. They don't need to compete there. I think that's a good look on their part that they're separating themselves. Same thing with the Fallout clone, quote unquote, that they did, right? Like it can stand alongside and doesn't have to compete because they all live in the same ecosystem now, which is pretty awesome. Michael Mooney, £10 super chat. Appreciate you being here, Michael. He says Xbox needs sports games on Game Pass. Actually, he's right. Yeah. Who would be a better target, Take-Two or EA, if the opportunity arises?
We got EA Play. It's not happening. Yeah, they have EA Play in Ultimate.
Yeah.
Let's
get Madden. And 2K comes in all the time too.
MLB The Show is on Game Pass as well.
MLB The Show as well.
Guys,
they had NBA 2K for a while.
Look at the sign of the money that he super chatted with. He doesn't care about your footballs. He doesn't care about your basketballs.
Well, soccer's there too.
Xbox had to sell their sports division
FIFA?
just to get EA on their console, right?
True.
They had to sell their whole sports division, right? Mm-hmm. After Microsoft just acquired, they can't even touch EA or Take-Two.
Yep.
It's a wrap.
Well, I think the FIFA contract is up, right?
No, I'm
It
talking
doesn't
about
matter.
No. They had their own soccer game.
I'm talking about acquisition. Those they're off the table now.
They'd never buy one.
What I'd like to see is better EA integration with Game Pass. If they could, get PC Game Pass comes with EA normal, right?
Yeah.
Xbox Game Pass does not. I would like to see that in parity, and then Ultimate comes with EA Play Pro.
No, it's not Pro. Pro is the one that you get every single game that they drop. It's still just Pro. EA Play. Yeah,
no, EA Play is the
Xbox
tier.
doesn't have that.
EA Play is the normal.
Yeah,
and
that's one Xbox has.
Is the one that's day and date. They don't have the day and date.
Yeah, they don't have the day and date. I have that on PC.
I can agree with
exactly.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Just like Ubisoft Pro. The Ubisoft Pro is available
that'd be also
now.
awesome.
Yeah,
but
it would be
even just offering it would be dope. Like, just let me take my EA Play Pro subscription that I have on the PC and let it be just like on Ubisoft Pro. Like with the Ubisoft one, I got Assassin's Creed on my Xbox day and date.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I can agree with that. Well, Hargeet, if they get that EA Pro, day and date with that'd be
interesting.
Awesome. That'd be incredible.
So.
PostUp, you want a subscription machine? Is that what you want?
Oh yeah, baby.
I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
A machine that's just subscriptions.
Let me
tell
you something. If ABK do what they need to do,
would you guys pay an extra $5 a month for that EA Pro?
Yes.
So that's not like saying it would raise for everybody. It's just saying you can add a $5.
If we get mad,
I would rather they just make Ultimate that, right? So get rid of Gold, get rid of it altogether, and then Ultimate is you include Ubisoft Plus, you include EA Play Pro.
I don't know.
I mean,
raise the price.
But you know what, Hargeet, though, to hedge that bet a little bit, take a page from Amazon's book, right? You can be part of Amazon Prime,
add-ons.
And then you have an add-on for Max, and you have an add-on for Showtime. You have an add. You can do $5 add-ons of the other subscriptions, and then you supplement their income with that.
This happens. What we're talking about happens when they hit that 50 or 60 million range.
Yeah,
absolutely. Then you can go to EA and say, "Look, you feel me? You bring that EA.
Y'all want to be a part of this?
You see what type of money we making right now." Bobby Kotick was just on CNN talking about they got 350 million monthly active users.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Jacob Novik with the 50 Swedish krona, and for those who don't know, that's a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, "Hi y'all, this is the best 4 years ever. I say if Xbox only could/can buy one more, think even if there's many things that I want like Sega, it's a must." So Sega's a must, you think?
It says, really? I'll take Sega. Yep.
Yeah, I'll take Sega because
in Japan, you got to get a foothold over there. Everything else you can grow with what you have, but Japan is not going to change with what they currently own. It's not going to happen.
Look, it's the Persona series in the Final Fantasy series.
Say it again? I don't think so.
In the Final Fantasy
I don't think so. I think in the console space, the Persona games are big. But Final Fantasy controls both console and PC because they have an MMO, so it kind of just trounces a little bit higher, but they are neck and neck as far as that. The one that we don't talk about ever is the Dragon Warrior series or whatever.
Dragon Quest.
And that Dragon Quest, and
that's huge
dominates
over there.
all of them, but we don't even talk about that.
And that one's Square.
That's overshadowing, and that's Square.
Which is why I think Square is actually the better pick. Because they're in trouble, they need to be bought. That's pretty clear.
Could be what they
do. You think there's a world where they can get both? Like if they were buying Sega, could they also buy Square?
I think having
that would be the best case scenario.
Is good.
No, but
buy Square first.
It can happen.
Yeah,
but that's exactly it. It can happen.
Possibility.
Hold on, because me it's a world where they can buy Square and Sega. Somebody explain this to me.
Well, but think about it. Right now, organically. We know we love that. Organically, they got Sega in pocket. Sega is to Xbox what Square is to PlayStation right now. And how long has that been with that relationship?
Was to PlayStation. You saw the handshake.
There was
consensual. That was consensual.
They were holding hands on stage. It went over 10 seconds, all right? They were just out there holding hands.
It's souring now because it's souring now because Square is not making the money they need to make with that relationship. And as such, they kicked out the CEO, right? But still, at the height of it, Square is to PlayStation what Sega is to Microsoft right now.
PlayStation
So
player
in
support
that
for
instance, in that world, unless you got somebody else trying to snipe you, which who's gonna come snipe you, Microsoft, you can kind of keep your relationship with Sega going while you work on others, because Sega's already in pocket. Now, it's a dangerous game to play. It is.
Very. I'm with Jay on this one. You got to scoop them up.
Yep.
But that's the game they have to play, right?
Remember, we went from that Jada and Will Love to Jada looking for Tupac.
I can see Sega right now. You promised me.
Jacob Novus.
That's the thing. I feel like Sega is the cultural win. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you buy Sega, and that shows Japan that you're in there with earnest.
And let me
right?
tell you
Square
something.
Enix, it's like you're just taking advantage of the fact that you want the Final Fantasy and you want the Dragon Quest, right? But Sega is more of like a passion. Like, we bought Sega, we're back
We're here.
together,
We're established.
you know, and now look, Japan, we're here.
Yes.
Then you want to go buy Square, you have Sega by Square.
And let me tell you something. If they don't buy Sega, guess what they're going to say? They're going to say, this is why we don't trust them.
Yep.
Look at how they're treating you now because you're in their
I
pocket.
thought I was his
This
number
is what
one, but I'm just the side piece. You don't want that to happen.
You gotta stay loyal. You gotta do your thing. You gotta show them.
Talk to them about that, right? As far as what's, what their roadmap
You
is.
promised.
So.
You promised. You had to back
Say that again, Hargeet. I couldn't hear you. Say that.
We let you get Activision, and we still waited.
I thought what we had was special.
Yeah, this is all business, and so they can work with them on potentials
if
for
I may.
acquisitions or anything.
Yeah, please, Everborn, go
I
ahead.
don't think it matters.
If I may.
If you may, yes, go ahead.
But it's not as sexy, Hargeet. You know what I'm saying?
A
It's not as
large
sexy.
part of things like this. I would like to bring this back to ABK because I feel like we kind of spent like 90 minutes on.
Well, I'm going to the super chats, man. There's a lot. Let's go through it.
I mean, 90 minutes on this and 3 hours on the other thing. I think that's a pretty good average.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Get your point off because I got more super chats. Go ahead.
So, part of if we don't want this thing to last 2 years, you don't need anybody complaining about it. And I don't think anyone in this industry complains about Sega. I do think Sony would come up.
So you don't think Sony would complain about Sega at all?
At all.
Really? Even though they had Persona as massive, like freaking,
which was
Sega left them already.
Forever.
Sega already dropped Sony.
Final
they already
Fantasy,
broke that off.
Sega Square did the same thing, right? Final Fantasy.
Technically not yet. They're still under contract.
We got to come to Xbox.
Yeah, but it's not on Xbox. Other than
It's going to be.
When?
I don't know. Whatever the contract stipulates.
Well, the 14 though wasn't really ever under lock, right? 14 was not an exclusive deal.
It was just making it work with the servers that Xbox has, right? So
right,
exactly.
What they're doing right now is letting PlayStation know, I don't want you no more. That's where they're at in their relationship.
Yep.
What I'm getting at,
but they're still locked in with that exclusive situation.
Right. What I'm getting at is Sony does not rely on Sega right now.
Sure.
And has not
as much as they relied on
ABK, for the last since Persona 5 originally came out.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
There actually is a reliance on Square for exclusives because their roadmap is, well, we all know what their roadmap is. So I do think Sony.
There is no roadmap.
Sure. Right.
That's what we know.
I do think Sony does complain, and if you have a complainer, we're going to be at that for another 2 years.
For a while, yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think that there's there's really not a credible argument against Square, but they'll make one. I just don't think Sony will want to sully themselves again, only to lose, to go and tell regulators with a straight face, we rely on Sega content. They can say we rely on Square for their timed exclusives.
They could have said that about ZeniMax.
Yeah, but there's no history of that, right? There's the two that we just had. No. Right, but those are the only two.
They were looking to get Starfield.
But they didn't.
And they weren't, and the one wasn't out yet.
Right.
They were still finishing. They bought them before they
even
released.
This is the thing. I think writ large between media and Sony and maybe even Nintendo, because Nintendo also has games with Square.
Yep.
Right. I just think Square becomes complicated, and again, a big part of this is making it work and integrating them. And right now, Square's development pipeline does not have a lot.
I think Square go with Sony.
I don't think Square. Sony would never buy them.
I don't think they even want Sony.
Yeah, they're
don't
done.
think Square's PlayStation fans don't support it, dude.
They don't have the money. They don't have the money.
This is the craziest thing.
Wait, PlayStation.
The box is selling. The games are
no,
not.
It's not about PlayStation.
They don't even. The ponies don't even play the games.
Yeah.
No one wants them.
Square spends a lot of money making the games, and then they spend a lot of money marketing the games, so that the return on investment is always upside down. They don't use small money to make big games. They use big money to make big games. So to break even and get to that profit level takes a lot, and more often than not, that's why you keep hearing it's not selling to our expectation, because they make $250 million
That's why
games
they have to get rid of that Western
before
Studios.
the marketing budget.
Well, neither
Right?
Sony
So-
or Microsoft going for them. Then
So every single game they make
is Game Pass. It eliminates that problem.
Yep.
That's right.
Game
That's
Pass
right.
changes everything, bro.
Every
If
game
Sony
that
were to get
Square
off their ass
makes,
and do the same thing, then it'd be worth it. But they don't.
every game that Square makes is the equivalent of Avatar the movie. Like they throw it all to the wall,
Yeah,
and then
that's
it
what they
doesn't
do.
come back.
Yeah,
Over
they're
and over
trying
and
to
over again.
Sony-fy their games, right? They're trying
Yeah.
to make them more and more cinematic, and it's like, well, dude,
Right?
like if you're gonna
And
spend $200
then-
million on this, then don't expect to get that back.
And to make matters
and to
even
fund all your other
worse,
games.
they make Avatar the movie every time, and then they give it to only AMC theaters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, okay,
That's
well,
what they do.
Exactly.
They make Avatar the movie the biggest budget thing ever, and then they give it to one sliver of the entire ecosystem.
And
then
do
they
this
go,
with Nintendo as
why
well,
didn't
right?
this
Triangle
sell?
Strategy and Octopath, one,
That's what they do.
Give it to Nintendo.
But to
only.
Everborn's
Like-
point, right?
Mhm.
Let's take, for example, last year, the most played PS5, PS4 games, right? By publishers: Fortnite, Epic, GTA, Rockstar, Fall Guys, Devolver, COD, Activision, FIFA, EA, Overwatch, Blizzard, Call of Duty again, from Activision, Minecraft, Mojang, Apex, EA, and number 10 is Ghost of Tsushima from their own studios.
So they only.
That's
get-
wild.
So
They
most
don't
of
make
it's
much from their
Microsoft
own
and
studio.
EA and right. Anyway,
Square ain't there.
You're not seeing
so-
Sega.
You're not seeing Sega or Square.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look,
Before
I think
we,
Square has a much better attached to potential for Microsoft.
And this is
because of Game
accounting
Pass.
both PlayStation 4
I think
and
it's a good
PlayStation
potential.
5 most played games.
So,
It would make a
lady
big
and
ass
gentlemen.
splash too for Xbox.
So
to
you
say
just said-
Square games are
Let
coming
me
here.
interject
Yeah.
real quick. Lady and gentlemen, and let's see how I'm doing it. Lady and gentlemen. We are almost at a 5-hour podcast, the limit for us. And I have
Sorry.
about
Oh
20
yeah, get them
chats to
super
go.
chats. Get them.
So
super
let's get them.
Yep.
Hey,
And we'll
there's
respond
one
as
thing-
folks come.
The,
Go ahead,
the
everyone.
last topic I want to do, because we didn't get to touch this, is what is going to be the Game Pass strategy, because that's not been clearly defined.
Yeah.
So I'd
Okay,
like to hear
okay.
what everybody thinks about that. So
Let's
we can
get to
do
the super
chats
chat
first
and we'll
end
do
on
that at the end. Yes, let's end on that. Absolutely, absolutely. Jacob Novik back with another 20 Swedish krona, and he says Xbox, Bethesda, Activision, Blizzard, King, Sega, Atlas. That's the new vision. Can we see that vision?
It looks sexy.
I see it.
It's a
Looks
sexy
good.
vision.
It is
It's a
sexy.
It's a sexy vision.
Beautiful.
You
I
like
know
sexy.
Everborn Saga would, instead of Atlas, he would put Sega Sonic Team, but that's neither here nor there. That's fine. We'll move forward. Grumpy Shaman, $5 super chat. He says, with Crash, Spyro, and Banjo, Xbox doesn't need a certain blue rodent.
Oh.
What's up with all this Sonic slander?
But with
I
it, they
mean-
now own the entire of our youth. all of the mascots from our
Mario.
youth. Well, Mario's
I mean,
untouchable, but
yeah.
outside of Mario, we got everybody else
And
under
there's
one
the
roof.
team to go and kind of compete.
That's it. All of them versus Mario.
Okay.
They'll still lose. They'll still lose.
Francis Archer with a $5 super chat. He says consolidation is a necessary thing because it gives dying companies a fighting second chance. Just a reality of doing business, in my opinion. I agree with him, and I'll add one more nugget to the equation. Consolidation is necessary to open up space for new players in the market. Look at ABK. There used to be Activision. There used to be Blizzard. There used to be King. When they consolidated, now it opened up space for others. Devolver Digital and stuff exists today. Annapurna exists today because space has been made in the market for new players to shine. So it's necessary for some consolidation to help give companies a fighting chance and to clear the decks for something new to to be able to take attention. So I completely agree with him on that. Yeah,
let me
absolutely,
just
absolutely.
and
Please go ahead.
To that end, right? There are going to be people that get paydays. There are going to be people that go off and start their own new things, new studios and things like that. And part of, realizing the value of any sort of business endeavor, part of that is an acquisition. That's one way that you realize that value. And so any mature market will have this level of consolidation, but what we have to look at is, are new studios and new publishers being created?
Yeah.
And again,
if you find yourself as an ISP and all of a sudden there's like 2 of them and the entire industry has just got your AT&T, your Apple, or your AT&T, your T-Mobile or whatever, then we got a problem.
Right. So
look at the pie. It's still really big.
So again, what we have to ask is perhaps the over-reliance on COD in the industry, and there is no over-reliance on
in the
COD,
first place,
right?
Yeah.
Maybe that
there was on the
opening.
PlayStation side, I think.
Sure, but maybe that creates an opening for an EA and Sony partnership with Battlefield.
Sure. Yes,
right?
absolutely.
And so
which would be something interesting, right? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, you got like Battlefield here, and I know people give Battlefield short shrift, but Battlefield's now got the legend behind it. He's doing his thing. He's not to be denied. Imagine tomorrow, PlayStation's all Battlefield and it's hitting on all cylinders. Could happen.
Has that guy ever missed? I probably just jinxed
the VR game. The VR game.
Which game did he make?
He did.
got an Oscar.
He just made the VR one. It's the Call of Duty. No, not the Call of Duty.
The City of
Medal of Honor VR or some shit like that.
Band of Brothers.
Yeah, he made it. There was like a documentary attached to it.
It
All
got
that
an
stuff.
Oscar.
The documentary did, but the game, people hate it.
Got an Oscar.
So
it is what it is.
Anyway, the thing that I'm saying is, it's the industry by and large does not. It is big, but the industry does not turn on the head of Call of Duty or Activision content, right? And no one credibly believes that Sony will no longer be able to compete in this scenario. No one credibly believes that Nintendo will no longer be able to create. And we were already dealing with somewhat of a cartel with just 3 players in the platform space. But look at the number of new studios and new publishers. Were we talking about Nexon and Krafton 5 years ago?
No.
True.
Right? Focus Interactive.
Yeah.
Right? Where we talking?
That's how it is, right?
We weren't.
Yeah. This time next year, Shinji Mikami could be announcing his new studio.
Right.
There you go.
That's right. And it'll be under Sony.
And we don't know what happens with Platinum, right?
And oh, by the way, real quick, since we brought this up and I did not bring it back up, Peter Molyneux's story was about him creating a game in Albion, aka
which is
working
really weird
with
to
Xbox.
say.
Yeah.
How do you know he's working with Xbox? Does it say it in there?
They own, yes. Actually, it wasn't this specific one. It's the VGC.
Do they own the word Albion? You know, like he can say it's in the land of Albion.
No, he can't.
No, he
that's
can't.
like saying I don't own Star Wars, but this thing is in the land of Tatooine. You'd get screwed, dude.
Right.
No.
Yep.
I mean,
It's in the land of Mordor.
I just don't know how Peter Molyneux fits in with like his history since Fable has been nothing worthwhile.
The only way he can say those words is if Microsoft lets him. So I am stunned.
You think Microsoft would let him?
So I don't know if that's true, right?
Because I feel like Microsoft will be like, "Why the f are you out here telling them that you're making a game with us?" If that was in case true.
Well, I mean, let's wait until hear Microsoft's response, if ever. But the fact that he said this and so far there's been nothing, you got to take him at his word.
You can't create a game in the world that Microsoft owns without.
But maybe he got permission from Microsoft to use the name Albion.
Well, that's my point. If that's the case, he's working with them.
I don't think Albion can be. I don't think Albion can be trademarked.
Okay.
Because Albion
that's what I'm saying. It's just like a city name.
No, Albion is ancient England. So
sure, but besides that, and although I agree with you, Hargeet, like the article specifically says he's working in the world of Fable Not just
if
Albion.
Fable,
He
then
said,
yes, there's a problem.
I'm working in the world of Fable, and then VGC.
Did he say that, or did they say that?
No. He said that, and then VGC speculated that if he says he's working in the world of Fable, he must be working with Xbox, because you can't say that unless you're working with Xbox. Now we don't know because
Fable
it's all
is
what it is.
trademarked.
Yeah, he says he's building a world in Albion, working in the world of Fable. We're just like, of all the people who could say that, Molyneux?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question though. If that's the case, why would that not be the headline? Because I feel like if the headline is new game set, quote, in the land of Albion, why if he said in the world of Fable, that would have been the headline.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like
That's a big
that
deal.
is I don't think that's I think that's being misconstrued somehow.
So maybe VGC is misconstruing it, because like VGC's headline is, are we getting potentially 2 games?
So I think they're taking the fact that he said Albion and they're going ahead and kind of putting it together and saying Fable there, because that would have been the headline in the other article. You know what I'm saying?
We need answers.
Yeah.
Tell us more.
It's still in rumor and speculation town, but just the fact that like they pressed him and said, in the world of Fable, that makes me go, seriously?
He also said that in the first Fable, you were going to walk on an acorn, leave, come back, and the tree would be humongous. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's right. So I guess the story is, put a pin in this. There's probably more to come.
Yeah. Let's see if
Microsoft will be like,
acknowledges it.
that information.
Let's shut him up.
Look, anything in the world of Fable in terms of term, all that is owned by Microsoft.
Exactly.
All of it. I'm talking about.
And I don't think they trust my man to come back and do some crazy shit like that.
Placement settings, all that. It's just like Nintendo. If Nintendo see a smear of a replication of a Mario game,
We say that, but then look at PAL, whatever game that is, that's literally Pokemon with characters that look like they're from Pokemon.
Remember, Nintendo does not own Pokemon. The Pokemon company does. Right?
Well, I mean, but
So
Pokemon
the
company is big enough to fight something if they wanted to.
Sure. But
if they want,
yeah,
You know what
but
I'm saying?
they probably saw this clone of Pokemon with machine guns and went, good luck there, player. You do you. You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, we're like, yes, finally a grown-up Pokemon, baby, let's go.
So I have the full tweet here. It was actually a tweet.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
This may be a decision I live to regret, but I'm starting a regular blog about the crazy way of I design games, namely a new game set in the land of Albion called Moat. Along the way, I'll be looking back at the development of Fable, Black and White, etc. That's all.
You see?
Now, but hold on. That's not what I'm and I could look it up and find it. That's not what I'm basing my hypothesis on. I'm basing it on VGC's pushback, because after that they interviewed him and they asked him if it was in the world of Fable, and he said yes. And that's where they stipulated, well, if it's in the world of Fable, then it has to be Microsoft backed, because if it's not in the world of Fable, you can't say that. And he said that.
But saying it in an interview is different than the game saying Fable, right? Like in his mind, he could be saying, I'm making this game in Albion, like which Fable. Is in the world of Fable, but it's not a Fable game. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe he drank that Jim Ryan Kool-Aid and he's out there acting Cocoa Puffs. And that's what we're seeing.
To be fair, Peter is more like the original Jim Ryan, who just talked out of his ass 95% of the time.
There you go.
So I think it was Jim who drunk his juice, and now we're just going full circle at this point.
I will though say what you will about Molyneux. Black and White was amazing, and so was Fable 1 and 2.
That was pre-drinking days. You know what I'm saying? That was before he started drinking so heavy. We got that taste around Fable time. You know what I'm saying?
Molyneux did have some cool ideas.
Yeah, he did.
And a lot of them things never came to fruition.
The tech wasn't there for him to make his dreams come true.
Imagine, Post, you were getting STDs back in.
You could marry 3 wives and all that. Right. It was crazy. Anyway, Aaron, 65 Swedish krona. He says PlayStation's going to sell 25 million record fiscal year. Got Spidey dropping next week. Keep your cool for a minute. Damn, because PlayStation's going to be fine.
PlayStation could sell 100 million. They already did it once, and their first party games still sell 8 to 10. It doesn't matter how many they have. It's because the first people who buy a PlayStation are the only people who buy their games. This is just the reality. This is factual
the
numbers.
rest are just casual.
Yeah, everybody else is casual. So those 25 million, they're gonna go play Spider-Man because Spider-Man is casual AF.
Keep replaying it.
You know what I'm saying? Yes. they're not hardcore games.
$5 super chat from the second biggest Sega stan I know. Bungie said the best I can do is give you a rundown. Wow, what are you doing here? I wish I could still be on with all y'all, but I'm listening. Thank you for being here, John Wolf. We appreciate you jumping in and dropping your legendary bars, dropping your legendary bars as you did before. What is it? Sotnist, 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 with a $2 super chat says even homeless people will play Sonic on their phone. Homeless people have phones?
Okay. We just found out.
Respect.
Okay.
Listen, there's homeless people with careers out there. I see the same dude out there.
Oh my gosh.
A week. He's banking, bro. What are you talking about? They got real jobs.
It's all about putting the boot to the neck of Everborn Saga. That's what it is. That's literally what it is. People know they come here and they poke the bear every time. Glacier Dawn, $5 super chat. Thank you for being here, Glacier. He says, don't forget about Netflix being on the menu as well. Xbox needs a legitimate blockbuster in a superhero, though. Hey, man, I agree with you about the blockbuster stuff, superhero. But as soon as prototype shows up, that might satiate some of that, right? We'll see.
You got the anti-hero right there.
And Netflix is a very large chunk of the streaming video market. So if you thought that cloud was a problem, it's a tough one. I mean, because you should be allowed to buy stuff, but Netflix, unfortunately, they're kind of a victim of their own success. They're very large. I think they're over 50%. And
when you from a cloud standpoint,
it's going to be very hard to get that.
They're probably 65 or more. Like they're really, even in the enterprise space, they are like a monster.
Just to put it in perspective, above 40%, the U.S. starts to think you might be hitting monopoly territory.
You have a problem.
If you're above 65, you're de facto.
You're done. And they're at 65 like in the world. The only one that comes closest, like outside of America, is maybe Huawei. They have their cloud, and even that's a little bit wishy-washy. Microsoft is close, but not anywhere next to Amazon.
Especially to Microsoft. Right, it's going to be a tough sell, especially to them.
Ford's a legend, $2 super chat. He says, disagree. Xbox should get Sega, honestly. We shall see. $5. Well, hold on here. Let me do the next one here. And I'm going through them as quickly as I can because I don't want a 5-hour show. I'm close to 5 hours. Don't want a 5-hour show. Lady Foxfire, thank you for being here. $2 super chat. She says, I love Sega, but my fellow bots are greedy AF.
Yes, we should.
Hell yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are.
Hell yeah, we are. Give it to us all, baby.
We're hangry.
We got
4G. Let me tell you something.
We eat for days.
Let me tell you something. Sony should have never tried to force Microsoft out of it.
Never poked the bear.
They should have never tried to dry up all that content and literally tried to force them. Now you woke up us. The wallet is open.
It's like you walked into their house while they were sleeping and you're choking them out. Then you let them go, and now you mad that they taking you out, son. They big, bro. They big. They small. Come on, man.
What my brother ever say? Consequences.
Consequences for their actions.
It was a reaction, baby. Don't
listen. Do unto others what you want to be done to you. You want to go and try to snake them out?
Look at the markets right now, right? Rap music is down 40%. Other music genres are down 40%, right? People complaining about music and where the movie industry ain't been hitting. They just come off a writer's strike. Then Best Buy talking about
Disney
not selling DVDs and Blu-rays anymore, which other retail chains are going to follow.
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to follow it. Yeah, it's over for them.
It's the biggest entertainment, and you tried to push us out, and you tried to help. You tried to assist. You tried to help Nadalia make a decision to get rid of Xbox by drying up the market, right? And then the third parties, they in this too, because they was using Sony market share to get over. So
yeah, baby.
Preach, fam.
Get it.
Anybody
Take us to
can
church,
get
baby.
The words of
Damn.
PostUp don't represent the words of GCP. We're not gonna be militant
It's
here.
100% sanctioned by GCP. All right? They told
We're not
us
gonna
what
be
we got in
militant.
here.
Right.
Let me tell you something. It's just like what's the name said? Seamus Blackley told him that
Oh yeah. Guitar Hero. Yeah,
Guitar
yeah.
Hero. Then he went about. He told him 2 years before that Xbox. Won't nobody go back to Xbox. And now what happened? Microsoft went and bought Activision.
Yes, sir.
So I got to rush because now I'm starting to get calls.
Yeah.
Rain 4G, $5 super chat. Microsoft tried with Japan, tried with 360 in Japan, which was the most Japan-friendly console in history. I would actually push back on that and say probably the Series S is probably more Japan-friendly, small in size, big in stature. They did a good job with it. They just
I think he's talking about the exclusives like Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey.
Yes,
exactly.
True.
They already played the route of
isn't
just
over
getting
yet.
good games over there.
Yes.
That doesn't
this
work.
generation isn't over yet, and they've told us that they have games coming from Japan studios.
Yes.
They have
There you
Japan
go.
Games coming.
So
go.
it might the story isn't told yet. It might eventually come to fruition that this gen becomes the most Japan-friendly console. We're not quite there yet. David Mitchell, $5 super chat.
Yes.
What about WB Discovery? They have a
100%.
lot of culture IPs. Yes, they do, but
That's
they
the
also
one
have
they
a very
need, baby.
militant CEO who's about that money in Zaslav, and they are all about watching the dollars and
Well,
cents.
Phil
Well,
explained
they have
that.
no choice, right? Because they're
Phil
straddled with
explained
debt.
that. Yeah.
Because they're
Yeah.
just straddled with huge amounts of debt.
And they don't want
Microsoft
huge
will
amount
come
of
and
debt.
take care of that.
Exactly.
don't
Sugar
wanna
Daddy
sell-
shows up, makes dreams come true, baby.
Well,
That's
Phil-
I
what
want them to
Game
get
rights.
Japan out of the way first, because I don't want that one definitely be 18 to 20 months.
But Phil
If they
said,
do anything with Warner, that's going to be 18 to 20 months.
Phil said
WB
it'll
would be a
hurt them.
repeat of everything we've seen today.
With ABK,
WB
yeah.
would be.
Phil said
Unless,
WB will hurt
unless
them.
they just target like the gaming rights for certain characters.
But that's the issue.
Well, you don't
They
want to
need
do that.
own the IP.
Yeah.
That was
They have
the
to own
issue.
that.
In that email,
They could
Phil
technically-
said that
they could buy
WB
the-
will hurt them. He said
No.
WB will hurt them because they don't want to sell an IP. So they
No, that's if they buy WB by themselves. But if they buy Discovery and they own those IPs,
They own everything.
that's
That's
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
that's
we
too much.
They're being greedy. They're being
that gives you
overly greedy.
other
See what I'm
We
saying?
want our thing.
It's not greedy. You know why? Because Xbox already had this plan at the Xbox One generation start. They wanted to
don't
get into
agree with
TV,
that,
they wanted to get into movies, and then the industry, all the people kind of
Shut it down.
snuffed that shit out for them where they had to shut it down because nobody wanted that. Now PlayStation got their studios. They got their studio making a PlayStation movie division, all that fun stuff.
PlayStation has to do it so that
Let's
we can
get
maybe dip our toes into it.
And
Yeah,
if they
that's
go down
bullshit,
this path,
man.
and I know we kind of got to keep going, but if they go into this path, they don't have to buy all of Warner Discovery. They can buy Warner Brothers, which not just the game studios, but the actual movie studios and all that, right? The content, the IPs, all that, and
then
let the
this
TV
Discovery.
stuff keep Discovery and the TV stuff with them, because that's a whole bunch of regulatory headache they don't want.
Yeah,
right?
that's
So
what
it'd be
the
like
problem,
Sony.
though-
Yeah, but
owning
Microsoft's not
problem,
in that
though,
that's
world.
it.
But
What
the
was that?
They're
problem,
not
though,
in that world though.
Hargeet, the issue you'd have, is because Discovery joined WB because either of them didn't have the money. If you buy WB and you separate Discovery, you're basically leaving them to die. They would not like that.
No,
They want to be
The
sustained.
the reason that happened is because AT&T don't want to take the debt off of their books.
Didn't want to take
So
the,
they
that's
put
right.
that
So they
on
gave it to Discovery.
Warner.
That was
Right?
right.
If Microsoft goes in cash, says here we're going to buy for I don't know 20, 30 billion. We're
Sure,
gonna buy
then gives
Warner.
Discovery makes Discovery whole. and you're good.
The debt's gone. Now it's just Discovery running their TV stuff.
Let's see. How do we pronounce this?
Whatever way. We need those IPs.
Monteyoshi?
Yeah.
Yo,
Monteyoshi with a €2 super chat. He says, should Xbox buy support studios first?
Yes.
I think they don't have to worry about that. With
I was about to say they could do that at any time.
They got support studios now.
They could have already bought some that we don't know about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they don't
With
have to be revealed.
ABK.
oh man,
A bunch of
They have they have support
Yo,
studios
man.
now with ABK. Absolutely. Yeah,
That's true too.
Jay Rambert with a
Yo,
$2 super chat. He says the Xbox roundtable. Y'all make that happen. I don't know about the roundtable because of the drama in the background of ABK. They may not want any executives at any table talking about anything because they don't want you to know that what's his name Kotek is still in the back room churning butter. You don't want him to be out there. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. NC Ghost of Low Road with a $5 super chat says Sega checks every box. Mobile presence, legacy games that will supply Game Pass with content, IPs that appeal to far beyond just gaming. It just fits.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, baby.
And my question to you, sir, is why don't you just call yourself Everborn Saga and stop the Saga count stuff?
Oh no, come on.
Just FYI, Square has the largest mobile
you
presence.
said that was Ever Saga?
One of those Japanese publishers.
Oh wow.
Dan Lazaro.
You said it was Everborn Saga.
Dan Lazaro, $2 super chat. He said, Dirt, you light-skinned gamer. You the light-skinned gamer on the panel? Bro, you need to stop that.
Dirt.
You need to stop
What?
that.
I know
That
Dirt
is
is
not
cool
cool,
right
sir.
now, right now.
Oh yeah, he ain't here, but but I'd be slandered because not good. He's unnecessary. He's making that dark joke.
Brother Darkness. Brother Darkness.
It's a joke within this show.
Mandingo McFickens, the best name in the business. Oh boy, with a $5 super chat. He says, "Love the panel. Two of my absolute favorites, and one of those favorite two is casting shadows over the panel."
There we go.
Working on the house and listening in. I think I know who you're talking about, sir.
Right. Brother
Thank
Darkness.
you so much. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the super chat. Let's see. Now, I know Everborn is he's in the background because families and all that. But we're gonna go through this quickly, and then we have one final question before we close it out. Alvin, $2 $2 more of a super chat. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the continued support. He says Square and Sega. Parris about to jump back in. When we started talking about Square and Sega, they're like, nah, man, he needs to come in here and correct the record. Now,
spoken into existence because he did come back.
We can dream. It is what it is. We can dream and we can want. That selfishness is part of gaming. It is what it is. JD Gamer, the great JD Gamer, with a $20 super chat. Appreciate your support. He says, what you have with Sega and Square is the hometown girl that's been down with you forever versus the exotic lady from over yonder. The move is to get both, but how does that happen if we can't think of a way? Then I say get some. Let's Sega. So in other words, if you have the opportunity to kind of a la Starfield, you talk to Andreja for a little while, and then you talk to Sarah for a little while. Sarah will let you ride, but Andreja will go, I don't share, and then you got problems. You know what I'm saying? You got to thread the needle and see them both.
Listen.
And this is why I like Mass Effect, because you can hit them all.
Because you can do both. Oh, this man.
Listen, let me say
Go ahead,
something
Everborn.
about that
Go ahead,
Oh my god. That's
we off the rails right now. Go ahead, Everborn.
This is the way it's supposed to be, baby.
Keeping it real, baby.
You get the one who loves you, not the one you love.
Okay.
Pimp
So then
named
you
Slick
that's just a
Patty.
sad
That's
life,
really
man.
sad.
That's a sad
That's
life.
sad ass
That's like
life.
something Will Smith will say.
He's right.
Come on now.
Oh, this is some Will Smith will play. Wow, that's too much.
No, but on a serious note,
Uh-huh.
I think that in that analogy, the exotic one you went after is the one who's gonna cheat on you.
Yep.
Oh my
So
god.
you gotta go after your day one.
We need to have the GCP
The nice thing is
relationship
that they
podcast
own
later,
them.
man. Ooh,
There ain't no chance to cheat on me now. I own you. You know what I'm saying? This is not like
Tell
American
that
love.
to Bungie.
This is like those countries out there.
tell that to
This is a whole
Bungie.
different ballgame.
Tell that to Bungie.
Well, Sony's the only one who take a deal like that, though. Sony's desperate,
Oh, wow.
right? Sony desperate. Like
Let's keep going.
that's what they prove to us every day. That's why I don't know how these ponies still think that they could talk. Their leader is showing the desperation eking out of them every moment. It's coming out of every hole they got in their body. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't hide that shit. You can smell
We
the
see it.
desperation, bro.
Yes.
It
I
stinks.
can't even say
It stinks,
this is kid friendly, but not kid worthy. This will just go straight to the adults only section that did today. I'm sorry.
If they listen
JD
5
Gamer.
hours in and they ain't kid, they a G.
They deserve it. They
All right,
deserve
they
it.
a
Yeah.
G and they take
They
this
can
shit.
handle it.
They live this life. You know what I'm saying? He's not
JD
the little kid that lives with mama and papa. He's my homie in the hood who's like, yo, I got this. You want a dime bag? You come see me. All right.
$5 super chat. He says, panel, sound off on what one IP from any company you would like to see Xbox revive, remaster, remake, or reborn. What IP, thus what company joins Xbox? Quickly. CMoney, you first.
Oh damn! I was just thinking in my head.
Doesn't matter which one.
IP I care about that exists. Is
any
good.
of them.
I mean, if I had to gun to the head, I don't know. I would say Activision's that I want would be Prototype.
He said
and
any company.
Crime. I know, but I can't think of anything that I give a shit about anymore. Xbox is the only thing I care about, and Halo exists. As long as Halo exists, I'm money.
Doodle, how about
Prototype, man? Prototype. I feel it. Give it to me.
Okay. Doodle.
When it comes to Activision, because I have every freaking figure, I want to see Skylanders come back. And I don't want that Portal. I want them to make something kind of like Nintendo does, where either on the controller or somewhere you can just
Joy-Con
and it registers the character. Yep. Yes, I don't want anything difficult. I want modern technology, and I want those games back. They were fun.
Okay. How about you, Post? Any game, any company reviving, aka meaning they'll join Xbox if they're not in Xbox already.
Just one?
Which one? Just one.
Damn, that's tough. I got multiple.
I know. You got like a laundry list in your background. None of them matter because they're all part of Xbox right now.
Nah, I got multiple, but
okay.
I won't go with ABK. I think Microsoft need to pick up the phone and call Sony.
Okay.
And buy the Heavily Sword IP back for Ninja Theory, who said they always wanted to go back. They always wanted to revisit that IP and do some more with it. And Sony's sitting on it and not doing nothing with it. Go get that.
You know, Sony's desperate for that cash, so Microsoft pull up.
Do it.
Yeah,
I think I can get it.
Yep.
Everborn Saga, sir. What is your thoughts? I don't know if you're here. Everborn, if you're here. Oh,
yeah.
There he is.
All right. So what are we saying?
We're asking.
Ask me the question. Go ahead.
Any IP, anyone that Xbox will revive, remaster, remake, which IP, and if it's an IP that does not belong to Xbox, that means they join the company. Which one? Any of them.
Legacy
got like
of
three super chats. Oh, you son of a bitch! You stole mine. God damn it! Good job. Well done. I have it pulled up right here. Legacy of Kain. That's the only one I care about. So there you go. That's it. I've been waiting for that. And Crystal D could make it happen. And they're close. So yes, I hear you. Mr. Hargeet Channi, what about you?
Yeah, it is a tough one. Maybe Wing Commander, and I think EA owns it now.
Okay.
But way back, I don't know if any of you played that. It was a PC game.
I played Wing Commander, of course, yeah.
And maybe they could make that into a new modern style space shooter.
It's a genre that's been lacking for a while. There are a few of them still out there, but it's a genre that, like Microsoft keep RTSs alive. We need another group to kind of start rekindling the dogfighting genre again. Yeah, I hear you. Okay.
Oh shit! I changed my answer. Simpsons.
Okay.
Give me another hit and run type game, baby. Give me Simpsons hit and run new edition. I want that. Yes.
How about you finish this off, JayRock? What do you think?
I'll do this in reverse. I want them to buy Koei Tecmo and give me Ninja Gaiden.
Wow. Ooh. See, a man after my own heart. I think Koei Tecmo is a better purchase than Sega personally. That's what I think. Because they are massive. They don't need to be bought, but you want them because they got everything. They have everything, even mobile. They have it all. So I agree with you on that one. But let's move quickly along. Hit a last couple of these, and then we'll be done. JD, still here, being prolific, $5 super chat. He says, by the way, I also say buy Platinum games and Level 5 games, or it would be better for Microsoft to go pick up all of those support and second party studios, i.e. IOI, Crystal D, and the rest. Yeah, that is definitely on the docket. I hope that happens, right? And if they don't let that happen and they let somebody else come and purchase them from underneath them, that'd be ridiculous, right? They should learn their lesson from that.
I hope they're already talking to them.
Yeah, they better be. They better be. All of them.
Like Embracer's got to be shedding stuff, right?
IO, all of them. Absolutely. Yes.
Embracer has to be doing a fire sale right now, bro.
Yeah.
Right. The Crystal and you talk to Crystal Dynamic every day. You better be, because if you're not, then that's another black eye for you soon enough. with Perfect Dark. So we'll
and,
see how
and
it
let's,
goes.
and let's get a
IDOS is
Sobo.
working on Fable,
Let's get a Sobo. Sobo is organic.
Sobo has to, man. They have to
Well,
get everybody that
they
is
got a Sobo in
connected to
pocket.
their IP right
Sobo
now.
didn't want to be purchased. They tried,
But a
to.
Sobo's
Sobo
also
didn't
already
wanna
in
be
pocket.
purchased.
Right?
They got a 10-year
Sobo-
contract.
But they're
with
sleeping
them.
with Focus. Why? If they're okay sleeping with Focus, they might as well come sleep with us. We got the bigger
I'm
junk
just
over
saying,
here. You know what I'm
at
saying?
the time, they didn't want to be.
I'm
They
just
didn't want to be
saying.
acquired.
Oh my God!
They didn't want to be acquired.
Before we go any more left, JD Gamer, another $5 super chat. He says,
CMoney,
"When
wow.
do right wildin', bro?
Oh,
when
shit.
do
Especially after we
sales of
get that
Xbox
Crystal
shift
D.
That man
Wait.
rock, man.
That's right.
Oh, stop it! Stop
You
it!
know where the
Rock
Crystal
went
D
off the
belongs.
When do sales of Xbox shift into high gear? I.e., when do acquisitions, IPs, and games move massive amounts of players to the Xbox platform? Now or next gen? And when we say the platform, we're not meaning the plastic box. We're meaning wherever you consider yourself playing Xbox. Now, I play Xbox all day, but more often than not, it's on this PC because it's still the Xbox ecosystem. I go to my console from time to time, but more often than not, I'm in the Xbox ecosystem on
Xbox
this
is
PC.
an ecosystem now.
That's the best version
Right?
of it. You getting the
Exactly.
Right? So to his question, when do you move masses to the Xbox platform? Now or the console next gen? Real quick.
That's at the end of this year.
Anybody?
I mean, not the end of this year. The end of this generation, it's going to be Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 again, but in reverse. PlayStation had the lead now. By the time this generation's over, the Xbox ecosystem will be the dominant ecosystem, and we'll be riding into next gen like a fucking like Master Chief on a pony, baby. Just Master Chief riding that bitch right in.
PlayStation used the console sales as a metric. I don't think the Xbox will do that. You're thinking what?
I'm saying the ecosystem. More people will be in Xbox's
active users.
ecosystem than there are people playing PlayStation.
So if
Okay.
you're
The box
talking
don't matter.
MAUs, it's already over.
Go ahead, Argy.
If you're talking MAUs, it's already
they
over.
already have monthly active. They already beat
already
them
went
right now.
Well, I'm talking more
You don't even need
perception.
ABK. You don't even need ABK. Minecraft does that on its own.
They already
Minecraft
have it.
alone
Yes,
does that.
yes.
Right?
Fact.
So,
Yes.
and now you can add all of ABK. King.
350 million.
And we keep forgetting mobile is where it's at, right? And they're going to start growing that, right? So by the end of this gen, they could see hundreds of millions of customers on mobile.
So depending
right?
on the metrics you use, they've already beat.
already
I would
done.
say console and Game Pass, right? If you're subscribed to Game Pass or you own the console, that's the type of ecosystem that I'm saying. Those numbers between console and Game Pass, they will be higher than whatever PlayStation got.
One
going on.
issue. We're not worried about hardware sales. We're not even worried about software sales that much. We're worried about subscription numbers in Game Pass.
Yep, Game Pass, baby.
All right. But the one thing is if they don't start shouting from the rooftop about Game Pass and Call of Duty being in there, it is so you can't imagine how many people that don't know about Game Pass.
No,
to this
well,
day.
it just happened yesterday, right? ABK happened yesterday.
Hey,
But I'm
so that
saying it
one
has
thing-
to- that has to change.
Real quick, ladies.
He's saying once that comes out, it's really gonna blow up.
I gotta go.
You gotta go.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
He's been hanging out as long as possible.
Yeah, man. I try to ride it out.
This is why I got my wife with me. You see that?
You know,
You're smart.
This is why I got my wife with me.
Smart
We ain't
man.
got no time limits, baby.
Smart man,
But,
bro. Smart man. Yes, sir.
we will continue that Game Pass discussion later. Sega
sir.
is next. It is now no longer a beautiful morning. It's a beautiful evening. So
Beautiful evening, yes. Beautiful day.
and it's an eclipse today, Friday the 13th, and then you got a partial solar eclipse. So thank you everybody. Thank you CMoney. Thank you Doodle.
Yeah, my man.
Thank you JayRock. Thank you
Thank
Hargeet.
you.
Thank you Post. Thank you Slomo. Thank
sir.
you OBM. Thank you John Wolf.
Oh.
Thank you
Harris.
Dirt Griggity. Thank you
Parris
KMega.
Solo, HamSolo, like
Ham
so many
Solo,
great brothers. Yes,
Boom,
yes, yes.
of course.
Yes.
Thank you everybody that came through.
Yep.
This is 21 months. We was on the front lines of this thing. Not everybody held the line, but we did. And
Hell yeah,
look what
baby.
happened. You got that showcase, you got Starfield, you got Forza, and then on Friday the 13th, Phil Spencer played Jason.
Yeah, baby.
So this was dope. We will continue this conversation in the coming months and years.
4
and
super chats left, then we're done.
This is the beginning. I don't believe you, but
I swear, unless they start spending more money, I just need to get
Say that for an hour.
So listen, thank you everybody.
Come on.
We'll be back. I'll be back next week, and I will be on Web Dave's show tomorrow to talk.
Oh,
about,
excellent.
Yeah, I'll be on there with you.
So, yeah,
we'll continue.
All right, I'll see you guys.
See ya, have a good one,
brother. Yeah. God, the blessed one, with $5 super chat. He says, "Crazy how many ponies have their heads in the sand. All they keep saying is Xbox is done in 2027. What the f? The PlayStation Eco Chambo hurting them mentally." I haven't heard that. That's a little nuts.
So this is based on an email.
Those are facts. That was before the deal closed. That was before the deal.
No, but it had nothing to do with it, right? So it was based on some of the information that came out as leaks from the FTC thing, right? So one of the people that was at the board was talking to Phil about here are your projections by 2030. You expect to have whatever number it was,
amount of money,
50 million, whatever it is, subscribers, right? And they're like, yeah, no, we should, if we don't get to that by like 2026 or 7, we might as well not be in the game. Right now, this is just normal banter that you have when you're in a company, right? This wasn't a directive of I am going to shut down Xbox.
Exactly.
In 2027.
Thank you.
This was more of a
ponies can't see, right?
We better be shooting for better than that.
They don't understand,
right? That's all it is. Like we should be shooting for better than that.
Ponies have those things, but they can't see.
They don't know where they looking. They're like, what's happening over here?
TM Infinite Umbra
exist. Basically,
TM Infinite Umbra moved hijinks. I'm sorry.
Move hijinks.
That's what that is. That's misinterpreting what he was saying, but whatever. So they're not going away in 3 years.
No.
You see $70 and they go
Hargeet,
away in 3 years.
Hargeet, the thing is, Hargeet, right? When you consume too many sugar cubes, it leads to high blood pressure. When you lick on salt rock, it leads to high blood pressure. Now, high blood pressure could blur your vision.
And messes with your brain, right?
Right. There we go. Okay.
Got you out there doing stupid shit.
Makes you susceptible to
now.
Footage right now.
That's
oh my god.
We ain't hear none of that. None. Reality.
JD Gamer.
Go ahead, man.
$10 super chat. Unlike Disney, WB has a complex IP rights for many of their biggest characters that they share with the family's estate, the estates, and the IP creators. I just want NetherRealms and TT Games.
None of that matters because they all want checks. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was about to say if WB can have the rights with those complexities, all that's going to do is move over to Xbox and they'll own those rights with the complexities. You know what I'm saying?
Just want checks.
Nah, you ain't doing like that.
Oh, they're back there, bro.
Go ahead.
Oh
yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy.
You just caught me.
He just started.
I couldn't focus when I first saw that video. I just couldn't focus. Anyway, JD with two more dollars saying, by the way, I say my one IP is Pandra Dragoon Saga. Oh, what a great pull. That one was a classic.
If only we bought Sega.
On back from Pat not too long ago.
Sega.
And the final.
Super
chat. The final super chat, ladies
They're
and
lost.
gentlemen. Goes to
They're lost
Void
now.
Lock.
I don't know where they are. Go ahead.
In the wild, acting crazy.
Army of Two, goated 2-player game. Army of Two. I loved that.
That was a great game. Doodle and I played through that bad boy.
Everybody, man.
It had some rough edges, but it was an amazing game. Army of Two.
It was
excellent. Absolutely, it was.
Yep.
Yes. That is, believe it or not, all the damn super chats, and I will not
some more
accept
super
any
chats.
more from
Keep it here longer.
Stop it. No, please. My wife gonna kill me. Cut it out. It has been
Hey guys, let's treat it like TikTok, guys.
Show.
Send those super chats in. Send those super.
It has been mad show, and I have loved every minute of it. But I need to go replenish the coffee, man. I need to go replenish the coffee. I need to go rest for the next. How long have we been podcasting now? 5 hours and almost 30 minutes. So
listen, this is like a normal for me and Doodle before we started cutting it down. So I think it's us.
How we
I
roll.
feel like every time we show up somewhere, the hours just disappear, bro. I don't know what's happening.
For the VIPs that are left, I will let y'all do your outros. I'll start with you, Doodle. Ladies first.
Thank you.
I know you and CMoney put on an amazing show. Y'all shows grow.
I rock with them. I rock with them.
It's amazing.
I
It's amazing. I love it.
Thank you, baby.
Listen, we're gonna have you soon, baby. You gotta come on the show.
Yes.
Yes, sir. We got the kids involved, man. It is just so lovely to watch y'all and the podcast. It is just absolutely fantastic. Please tell the people where they can find you. Put the stuff in the chat. Let me make sure if I have not elevated y'all to the status, I need to elevate y'all so you can put your.
We don't have sexy
notes
status.
Thank you.
Oh, let's elevate y'all immediately. Please tell the people.
Thank you so much for having us. This was a blast. You guys are amazing. I'm so happy to have been here with all of you and the chat. Hey guys, you were amazing. Thank you for those super chats. Hit that like button, and you can find me on X, Twitter.
Oh boy.
Doodle to be free. Doodle, the number 2, the letter B, free. And I'll leave the rest to CMoney, my love.
Thank you, my beautiful Doodle. Guys, thank you all so much. Listen, KSate, I really appreciate this, man. This was so dope, bro.
So much fun.
This is like our me and Doodle, like this is our lane right here. You know what I'm saying? We just love rocking out and just talking that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what it's about. So we appreciate you. So Doodle's at Doodle to be free. I had it in the chat before. We'll put it in. I am CMoney Forever. It's right on the screen right now. You see it, CMoney Forever, just like that on Twitter. Definitely follow me there. Our channel.
Put something back in the chat real quick so I can see y'all, and I'll elevate you guys real quick because I don't see you in the chat right now. But go ahead and do that if you can't get a minute to. But please tell the people whether what your chat is about, what your podcasts are like. Let the people who don't know, let them know what you're about.
Yeah, so we have our channel is called On Point for Gamers. We have 4 shows that we do. It's really a fun time with us. Like we just like, having a great time, like bugging out. So what's today? Today's Saturday. All right, so our shows start this week. So we got Monday mornings is Morning Quest with Doodle and CMoney, where it's just me and my Doodle, and we're just talking games, starting the week right. It's 9 or 9:30 Eastern time. We'll let you guys know when it's happening. Just depends
on Twitter or Discord. Yeah,
it depends on when our kids get picked up by the school bus, who've been delaying like crazy lately.
So the freaking buses.
It's wilding, yo.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's 9 o'clock or 9:30 a.m. on Mondays. On Tuesdays, we have our big show day. It's our guest show where it's called Her, Him, and a Guest. We already have some. Hargeet will be joining us later in November. We're going to be hitting up everybody. Everybody's going to be on that. JayRock is going to be on in November too. So we got a lot of stuff. Again, we're going to be hitting you up, PostUp, Sante. You already know what's coming. But this is actually going to be the first week, okay, where we're doing a double header. All right, we're booked out to January, and we're trying to squeeze people in, right? So we're trying to go ahead and get multiple people in when we can. So this Tuesday is going to be our first doubleheader. We have at 4 p.m. Eastern time, our man Jay Fonzarelli. He's going to be stopping by. We're going to have a great time. That's going to be super dope. And then at 7 p.m. Eastern time, we have Karim Jovian, who's going to be stopping by. That's also going to be fire.
And JayRock is going to be our first Saturday interview.
He is going to be our first Saturday interview ever. That's in November. That's going to be fire. And we actually, for the next 2 weeks after that, we have double shows as well. So it's gonna be fun times, man. We're having a great time with the show. So definitely come by, subscribe to the channel so you can check them out. We have a good time. And then Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern is our gaming podcast called On Point, the gaming podcast. We keep it nice and simple. But that is gonna be a super fun time, man. We just dive deep on everything that's going on. And we have a blast doing it, man. And then Fridays is at 6 p.m. We have our show On Point Anime and Beyond, where we talk anime, TV, movies, anything pop culture. This past yesterday, got abducted by the whole ABK
partying, baby.
So yesterday was a party.
So much fun.
And it was our first show that we had guests on outside of outside of our Her, Him, and a Guest show. We had like 5 people. It was K Asante was one of them.
Baby.
It was super dope. So we had a great time. And then I will say here, since that we're amongst friends, we're actually doing something new. Our game show, okay, On Point the Gaming Podcast, on the last Thursday of every month, we're gonna turn that podcast into the end of the month Block Party podcast, where we're gonna have 4 or 5 guests joining us on that game show. So we already have this
blowout,
month
baby.
out. You got King David, you got Mav, you got I don't remember, but we got a bunch of people coming by. That's gonna be a party. So we definitely want you guys to tune in for that. That's gonna be every month, the last Thursday of the month. We're gonna have a great time.
Excellent. Oh, that's awesome, bro.
Absolutely.
And I want everyone again, if you haven't checked out the show, please go subscribe when this thing posts properly. When I've gotten my rest and I come back and I do my show notes and I do my timestamps, I'll make sure I put all their information in there. I need a break. But people gotta check them out. You gotta check you out. Very, very cool. Very great show.
I appreciate you guys.
Man. Awesome.
We just passed 11K subs. We're on our road to 12. Definitely come by, check us out, man.
Legit, absolutely. Now, before I go to my next outros, I will say Mass Marauder with a $2 super chat saying the subs are going to skyrocket when Game Pass and COD go to Switch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Abacus is out here. Yeah, I know. Let's talk once they release something that's more newer than Abacus. Talk to me when they make an 8-track player or something like that. then we'll talk. You know what I'm saying? But JayRock, sir, it is a pleasure having you on here. We haven't had you on here. We need to have you on here properly. We're gonna invite you one day and do the show proper. But you still represented lovely. You were here. You kept the slander coming, as we appreciate on this Saturday morning. Tell the people where they can find you and keep up with all of the gloriousness that is your X feed, sir.
Well, they can always find the Gremlin Leader at Twitter, breaking hooves every day.
Yep.
Facts.
Indeed.
Every day.
Consistent.
Just a quick shout out. We're gonna have a Halo community game night tonight. It's gonna be North America versus South America.
Nice.
I got my brothers from Mexico, Guatemala, Colombia, Venezuela, and some Portuguese brothers from Brazil coming through.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. You're doing it. You're doing it. Excellent. Now, I'm sure if we keep up, we follow your stuff, we'll be able to see when this community showcase goes live, when you guys start to play. Yep. Are you going to broadcast it anyway?
We won't be broadcasting. Probably some of my South American brothers will be. So I'll set up the link. It's going to start tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Excellent. Nice. Excellent. Appreciate you being here, man. We'll definitely have you back. 100%. We love your takes. We love the way you keep the slander alive, and it's always fun in games.
Oh yeah.
PostUp,
next
sir.
Next time on camera, JayRock. Let's get.
Yes.
There'll be a camera on the 11th of November on our show, baby.
Oh,
so
yeah,
if you want to see my man, come stop by.
There you go, cam reveal, ladies and gentlemen.
PostUp,
sir.
He was already there on the other one, but he'll be there again with us.
You have been prolific on these streets for a long time. The ABK stuff kicked you into high gear, sir. ABK is now, for all intents and purposes, behind us or just starting. Where can the people keep up with all your ongoings? You're educating the masses. What you got going on, sir?
Some people in the chat need to check the stats. You feel me?
Boy, they need to check them receipts.
They need to check the tapes. I've been around before Twitter even existed. I was in the banking forums.
Yeah, man.
I was on the forums. 300 pages in deep of console war. Don't sit up here and say,
oh boy.
Let me stop, because I was gonna go there. But
no, don't do that. Don't get wild. Don't get wild.
Have me on Twitter at @postup_SOG. Stop through. I'm always talking about ABK deal is done. Yeah. So the next thing is over the next couple of months, the roundtable or the town hall meeting. Looking forward to that to see the plan and the layout of where that's going to go. And you also can find me on YouTube at State of Gaming or PostUp. That's the YouTube channel. We usually go live every Saturday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I will be going live later on to do another show with the guys, and then they also want to do some streaming, some Texas Chainsaw Massacre, maybe some Party Animals, some Payday 3. You know what I'm saying? Life been lifing lately, so I had to step away from the podcasting and all that. But you know, when you get it all together, you're back. You feel me? I mean, your camera right now. I mean, your face right now. That's what we're doing here. So make sure y'all follow us. It's gonna be on. We're gonna do podcasts later, and I'm gonna do some game streaming, man. Thanks for having me.
Great PostUp.
Yes, sir.
Always a pleasure having you, good sir. And
Yes,
of course, last and certainly not least, the man that is sitting there reading the tea leaves and understanding what's going on, and then all of a sudden he looks in the sky, and what does he see? He sees the bat signal, and he provides. He's not even on your X streets, but he's keeping up with it probably more than you are. Mr. Hargeet Channi, what's going on, sir?
Yeah.
Where to find people can find you? I know you all over these streets. You're prolific out here in the gaming community. Tell the people where they can find you, sir.
Yeah, so I am not on social media, but I am on Discord. HChanni is the tag there, and then HChanni on Xbox as well. And for a couple of the minor questions that I never got to answer, I'll say my game that I want from them next is the one that I just put up, Gabriel Knight, which I think that if they take this series, which is very a mature point-and-click adventure, and modernize it, that would be fantastic. And then who should run ABK? I this is just a shot out there. Peter Moore would be freaking awesome. But anyway,
what?
Peter Moore is a
dropping
beast.
bombs before he leaves. This guy.
Peter Moore being there. Anyway, and then check out Game on Daily, GameOnDaily.com, and then YouTube.com/GameOnDaily. Go live to be going live in about 20-30 minutes. Check that out on YouTube.com/GameOnDaily. RDX, hopefully Dealer can get his computer up and running. He's just moved, so we'll be back hopefully this week or the following week. So hopefully he gets his computer back up and running, and we can hopefully we can meet this week. They certainly have a lot to talk about. So that would be Tuesday, 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Dealer Gaming's channel, and then we'll meet again on Boom's channel, Double Barrel Gaming on Wednesdays, 7 p.m. US Eastern Time. Prime time gaming.
You don't mess around, bro.
He's a busy man. He's a busy man.
And as Everborn had mentioned, both him and I are on tomorrow on Web Dave's podcast at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. So check that out, Web Dave's channel.
So I have to once and for all just thank all the great community content creators and the chat and the people who always support us. We had over 500 people in the watching. Damn. That has never ever happened before on this small channel. This is a monumental occasion. We appreciate y'all for being here. We appreciate y'all for the follows and the likes and the subscribes and all the wonderful people that jumped in here with us. All y'all information I'll put in the show notes probably on Monday or Tuesday, because it's going to take me a while to get all this done.
Take your time, brother.
So what do you think, Kesante? ILP or you this weekend? Which one's the bigger one?
See, I'm at right now. I'm at 5 hours and 38 minutes. I hope King David and team beat me because they are the GOAT.
They finna go.
I'm looking forward, because if you're getting 5 hours from me, you might as well get on the show. You might as well go to ILP's channel and start watching now, because it's gonna be a month. Oh boy, and I can't wait. It's gonna be exciting. Let me put on the old hoodie and say it's been fun. We've had a great show, but it's about time for us to go and deal with the lives and the family. I'll probably go take a nap and go play Mirage or something. But until next week, go. Oh, actually, no, not next week. You'll catch me and John Wolf on Monday talking some PCMR stuff. Maybe we'll talk about the Quest 3 or something. We'll see what happens. But until next week,
Doodle, I want
have a good weekend.
I know, baby. I got you.
Absolutely.
Nice to be in orbit.